It is going to be quite a challenge because you can see in those images also how deep the gorge is. Visibility right now is also very, very poor. The the rescue teams right now have left for the spot, but no confirmation of whether they've actually reached the chopper crash site just yet. It is going to be hugely challenging, of course, for them to get there. This is a tragedy that's playing out right now in Uttarakhand. A chopper carrying pilgrims. Ankit is telling us that 7 people were on board, including the pilot, and the chopper was making its way, a routine route that it takes from, in fact, Fatah. It was moving and unfortunately has crashed in that valley, possibly due to inclement weather, but we'll await details on that as well. Casualties feared. We're tracking the latest that comes in on this, and the communication that's coming from the government is only that they're tracking right now what's happening very, very closely. As I said, the rescue teams are currently on their way to the spot. So once they reach the site is when we'll be able to get you any update really on the condition, the plight of the pilgrims who were on board that chopper. 7 people in all, including the pilot, who were in that chopper. This is a regular routine route that the pilot takes. So in all likelihood, it was because of the poor visibility, which you see on your screens as well in the images that we've accessed here on India Today from very close to that site. You can also see how deep that gorge is. So for officials to actually reach the site is going to be quite a challenge. Jyotiraditya Scindia has also confirmed that, saying that they're tracking all the updates that come in very, very closely. Now, the administration team has left for the spot. Obviously, right now, there is a fear that there could be casualties, looking at the images that are coming in of the fire that's broken out soon after the chopper crash. There will also be questions right now about why the chopper took off, if the weather conditions were so poor, if the visibility was so poor, Ankit. But any information, any communication that's coming from the local administration there?
Well, as of now, the administration hasn't spoken yet. There were no information regarding any adversity of the weather conditions as well. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is expected to arrive on 21st, and the preparations were in full swing. And these are the last days before the closing of portals of Char Dham Yatra. So pilgrims and devotees are passionately arriving in large numbers to this valley. So this is a very unfortunate incident that has happened in the last days of the portals closing, and for the winter season, the Kedarnath Mahadev will come down to Guptkashi. So this is a very tragic incident, and as of now, the administration is looking into the details as well as starting up the rescue operations. Like I said earlier, the forces have started the rescue operations and trying to reach the accident area as soon as possible. But right now, we are unaware of the number of people injured or killed in this horrific accident. This is the routine operation carried out by aviation. Passenger in large number fly to Kedarnath in chopper, and then they come down to Guptkashi as well. So the administration is right now looking into preparing a task group so that they can reach the site as soon as possible, and will start getting the details.
Right. Ankit, of course, they're bringing us all the details of this unfortunate tragedy that has taken place in Uttarakhand. The administration, as he says, will try to reach the accident site as soon as possible. Ankit, any more details as to how soon the administration and officials can reach the ground?
Well, if you look at the geographical conditions, the terrain is very harsh, and around the helicopter has gone down in a deep gorge. So reaching out to this area would be a challenging task for the authorities, though presence of armed forces is also there. Security agencies are already there because Prime Minister is arriving on 21st. So just 2 days before this unfortunate incident has happened is shocking for the state as well, and for the administration. So the rescue team is trying to reach the area as soon as possible. But like I said, the geographical terrain is really harsh over there.
Okay, so Ankit, just to bring our viewers up to speed with what has happened in this very unfortunate accident which has taken place this morning in Uttarakhand. At what time did this helicopter take off and when was the crash in fact reported?
Yeah, the crash was reported an hour ago, and every day, the normal operations were carrying out. The chopper took sortie from Guptkashi to take the passengers to Kedarnath, and in the midst of this area in Garud Chatti, crash happened, and the helicopter has crashed into a deep gorge. So authorities are now looking into the rescue operations, and they are preparing and they're trying to reach the area as soon as possible. Yet we are not aware of how many people are injured so far. Like I said, this helicopter can onboard 6 people maximum, and pilot plus co-pilot. So you can say that 8 people were onboarding this chopper in total. So we are yet to get more details on it, and then we can flash what happened exactly.
Okay, so you're saying that 8 persons were on board this helicopter which has crashed in Garud Chatti in Uttarakhand. It was en route to Kedarnath when this incident took place. It crashed into a deep gorge, and it has, as you can see in those images over there, tragically caught fire. The administration will, of course, try and reach there as soon as possible, though it's going to be difficult because the terrain is very difficult. Ankit, any preliminary information that's emerging as to what caused this crash? Was it the inclement weather in the area? And if the weather forecast was such, why did the pilots take off?
Well, as per the preliminary investigation, says that the weather forecast was fine at the moment, but the agencies will look into it in depth and will find out that what happened and why the chopper went down. So agencies would look into it, but first the rescue operation has to start so that people can be evacuated by the agencies and injured to be taken to the hospital.
Ankit, are there any injured that you can report about, or were there 8 persons on board the helicopter who've unfortunately died in this tragedy?
Well, it's a big incident, and the chopper has gone down, so the number of people onboarding the chopper would obviously injured and could be severely injured. But right now we are not aware of the numbers as to how many people are injured or someone has died. We are yet to get reports from the authorities, and then we can say the numbers.
Right. Ankit, of course, they're trying to get more details as to what exactly happened. This, in fact, was reported just a short while ago. That is when, in fact, news of this crash came in. This helicopter, which was en route Kedarnath in Uttarakhand, there crashing. It was the Bell 407 helicopter, and the aviation minister, Jyotiraditya Scindia, has also tweeted about this incident. He has tweeted, and I quote, "The helicopter crash in Kedarnath is extremely unfortunate. We are in touch with the state government to ascertain the magnitude of the loss and are constantly monitoring the situation." So that is what, of course, the aviation minister has said. At the moment, the administration is, of course, trying to reach the ground as soon as possible so they can, in fact, try and retrieve the bodies, unfortunately, of the deceased in this unfortunate tragedy that has taken place in Kedarnath. Remember that this has obviously disturbed the administration on the ground, because only in a few days from now, on the 21st of October, the Prime Minister is slated to visit both Kedarnath and Badrinath as well between the 21st of October and the 22nd of October, at such a time when the administration is on high alert for an incident of this kind to transpire. This has obviously shaken the authorities. They're trying to reach the ground and trying to ascertain the details as to whether the pilots, in fact, were apprised of the weather and or is it after takeoff did the weather in fact took a turn for the worst? They're trying to, of course, ascertain more details about this at the moment. Ankit is, of course, trying to give us more details. So, Ankit, any further details that you can tell us about this crash? We believe it happened just 2 kilometers away from Kedarnath, which was the destination of this chopper. Okay, we'll try and reconnect with Ankit, my colleague Ankit Sharma there, bringing us all the details. He's, of course, trying to gather more details because those details are only just trickling in at the moment of this unfortunate tragedy that has taken place in Kedarnath. The administration, of course, rushing to the spot to try and, in fact, retrieve the bodies. Ankit is still with us over the phone line. Ankit, any further details that you've gathered about this crash? Bring us up to speed with what exactly happened and all the information that is available to you at the moment, Ankit.
Yeah, we are getting first visuals from the area, and according to that, we can see a burning thing in the deep gorge, and probably it's the same chopper which crashed. And it's very devastating to see such a scene right now. And we are also being informed that there was a heavy fog when the chopper was taking off to take was returning from Kedarnath back to Guptkashi when this incident happened.
So that is, of course, what Ankit is telling us at the moment. Those details, of course, emerging from that accident site, and those first pictures, of course, coming in of that unfortunate tragedy that has, of course, taken place in Uttarakhand. We're trying to ascertain more details as to what exactly caused this tragedy, but the Civil Aviation Ministry has also taken note of the same. In fact, the Aviation Minister has just tweeted a short while ago about it, and he said, Jyotiraditya Scindia has tweeted and said the helicopter crash in Kedarnath is extremely unfortunate. We are in touch with the state government to ascertain the magnitude of the loss and are constantly monitoring the situation. So the ministry, of course, coordinating with the authorities on the ground in Uttarakhand, trying to get help as soon as possible to the accident site itself. This happened when pilgrims were en route to the Kedarnath shrine earlier this morning. At least 6 people have died in this unfortunate tragedy. It is, in fact, reported that the weather was extremely bad in the area. This happened just about 2 kilometers away from Kedarnath itself. The weather completely packed up, as a result of which this chopper, unfortunately belonging to Aryan Aviation, crashed in this deep gorge in the hills of Uttarakhand. More details are awaited at the moment, but there is, of course, a report coming in that at least 6 persons have died in this unfortunate crash that has taken place. The helicopter also, from images that we are seeing right now, seems to have broken up into multiple pieces and then caught fire. In fact, this helicopter was en route from Fata helipad towards Kedarnath when, in fact, this accident took place. The administration, of course, confirming that 6 persons were, in fact, those who died in this unfortunate crash that has taken place in Uttarakhand. The Ministry of Civil Aviation is currently coordinating with the authorities on the ground to see that, in fact, help reaches the ground as soon as possible. Those first pictures, of course, we are bringing to you live on India Today at the moment. Those exclusive images that are coming in from the site of that accident, which is near Kedarnath. You can see the aftermath of that accident over there. Ankit, this seems like a very, very unfortunate tragedy, because from the images that you're bringing to us now from the ground itself, the helicopter, the chopper, seems to have broken up into multiple pieces before it caught fire.
My chopper is split into pieces, and you can see the burning as well. So the fire is coming out from the chopper, and as you can see, it's a rugged valley. It's a harsh terrain, and the rescue agencies are trying to reach the area as soon as possible. The incident to have been reported at 12 noon, and the primary reasons for this incident is being told to us as heavy fog was the reason why the chopper crashed. Though we are yet to get confirmation from the authorities, and they'll investigate what made the chopper crash and
Hold
why.
on for a minute. Dr. Pradeep Bhardwaj is over the phone line with us. He's providing medical aid on the ground itself. Dr. Bhardwaj, any details that you can tell us about the number of persons who've been injured in this accident, and if there are any fatalities? The administration, of course, reporting 6 confirmed deaths, sir.
Yes, there are 6 deaths are there, and these deaths these are, you can say that almost the entire heli totally burned out, and there is nothing left into that, and no emergency or casualty is still reported at Kedarnath Hospital. We are providing high altitude medical services at Kedarnath, Badrinath, but such kind of incident are regular at Kedarnath because we are here since 2013, and we are seeing such incident, you can say that in every year. And now this time the reason is that low visibility, fog, and the heavy pressure of the yatris as well as from the company who are operating these helicopter services there. Yes, please.
So you're saying that despite the weather being inclement, the fact that these aviation companies continue to provide these services, not taking into account the weather situation, that is unfortunately causing these tragedies.
They have so much pressure from the yatris as well as from their own administrations and management, and that they need to fly in such bad weather. And at the Kedarnath, when they fly very low. And here today the weather is not good. Even there is low visibility is also there. And such incident now are high time, and it's a time that where there should be a permanent office of DGCA here at Kedarnath.
That's an absolutely important point that you're making over there, that there should be a permanent office of the DGC over there. At least authorities should be on the ground so that aviation companies are not put under pressure by pilgrims to in fact fly them, despite the weather indicating that it could pack up any time. That's unfortunate. So, Dr. Bhardwaj, what you're telling us right now is that 6 casualties have been reported, and there is no indication of any others being injured in this accident, or anyone having survived this accident.
No one has reported in the hospital, and the entire heli, you can see in the picture also, in the video also, is totally burned out, and we don't think that someone left into that heli.
Okay. Dr. Bhardwaj, thank you for speaking to India Today. So that is, of course, Dr. Pradeep Bhardwaj, who provides medical facilities and services at the Kedarnath medical station over there. He says, of course, that no injured persons have been brought to the hospital, and he suspects that 6 persons who were on board this helicraft, all 6 persons, unfortunately, as the administration has also confirmed, have died in this very unfortunate tragedy that has taken place this morning in Kedarnath. Ankit, my colleague, of course, is continuously live with us. He's, of course, trying to bring us up to speed with all the developments on the ground. Any word coming in from the administration, Ankit, at the moment?
Well, as of now, it's a very tragic incident. 6 people have been killed, and as per the details we are getting from the administration, that 6 people have died in this crash, and there's a fear that no one has left alive or injured. So all those people who were boarding this chopper have been killed in this tragic incident. This incident was reported at around 12 noon when the chopper was returning from Kedarnath to Pata base, where the chopper was supposed to land. And just 2 kilometers away from Kedarnath in Garud Chatti area, the chopper crashed. And as per the details, the devastating info we are getting is that all the people who were boarding this chopper have been killed. So as we can see in the visuals, the chopper has been completely burned out and split into pieces. So the rescue agencies have also trying to reach, and in a couple of minutes they will reach the area. The investigations will be carried on. But the primarily cause behind this accident is, as being told to us, is heavy fog. Now the question arises that when there was a heavy fog, isn't there anyone to control the flights, or wasn't there any instructions given to the aviation companies that when there's a heavy fog, they shouldn't carry out sorties? Now this incident has shockingly jittered everyone in the state and the country as well.
Absolutely. Ankit, we'll give you some time to, of course, collect more details from the authorities that you're speaking to on the ground. My colleague Gaurav Sawant is also live with me from the newsroom. Gaurav, now the DGP, in fact, confirming to our colleagues that 6 passengers plus 1 pilot have unfortunately lost their lives in this tragic accident this morning in Uttarakhand. What can you tell us about what have we able to gather from the ground? What happened, Gaurav?
India Today has been able to gather images of the crash site, and if I may, these are the first images that you see. What you can also make out, Polemy, it's raining very heavily. The initial information seems to indicate that the pilot had taken off. It's an, as you can see here, it's an Aryan aviation helicopter. It had 6 passengers on board. It had taken off from Guptkashi, was en route Kedarnath. This, Polemy, incidentally, is a 10-minute long flight. We ourselves have flown this sector very extensively, not just while covering the Kedarnath tragedy in 2013, but also restoration in 2014 and subsequently. And it's a short-haul flight, but it's a very narrow valley through which the helicopter flies. And once again, you can make out from these images that the helicopter crashed. It's some pilgrims who've been able to get to this place between Garud Chatti and Garud Chatti. So that's just the place where the climb starts for the Kedarnath shrine. So when you walk, it takes several hours. When you fly on board one of these helicopters, that charges about 4,500 rupees one way, or close to 9,000 rupees both ways. It's just a 10-minute short haul, flight from Guptkashi to the Kedarnath Dham. There's a helipad there. But it's a narrow helipad, as you can make out from the route. It's a very narrow valley through which the between 2 mountains that the helicopters fly. And the weather, when it packs up, helicopter flying anyways, when we spoke to pilots, if you recall, there was a Mi-17 crash during rescue operations and restoration operations. That time the helicopter crashed. The pilots of several other helicopters we interacted with told us that through this narrow valley, it's a very unforgiving valley. When you fly in on board a helicopter, for the pilots, it's very tricky. And most of the pilots, incidentally, most of them are ex-army aviation pilots. So what they do is the helicopter is not only gaining height, it's also moving forward at the same time. Now, in this case, the helicopter apparently was trying to turn back, realizing that the weather had packed up. There was an envelope of fog. It could not move forward into the valley. But when it tried to turn back towards the helipad, we are told this crash took place. But of course, these are just preliminary bits of information that are flying. We still will have to wait for an official inquiry to establish the cause of this extremely unfortunate heli crash.
Gaurav, you of course are telling us what exactly happened over there in Uttarakhand at the moment. Of course, the questions that are arising from the ground is that there seems to be pressure in such situations from pilgrims that, on aviation companies that they should fly, that in fact, they should continue with their journey despite the weather. Any details emerging as to whether the pilot was indeed, you can see, you can look at those images from the ground itself. It's raining over there. It's raining over there as that chopper, and you can see the remains of the chopper over there, which have caught fire over there. And of course, there are people now, first responders, who've reached the ground as well. The fact is that if the weather was inclement, if it was raining, it clearly means low visibility. You fly low in such areas as well. Why did the pilot go ahead with the flight?
Polemy, in these cases, it's very clear the pilot has the last word. there may be pressure from the aviation company because the kapat or the doors of the Kedarnath Dham are about to shut for winters. So a large number of pilgrims want to go and do the darshan and come back as quickly as possible. While there may be pressure for companies, I've interacted personally with several pilots and they are very clear. There is no way that these pilots come under pressure from these aviation companies for the simple reason that they have the last word. They decide whether they are to fly or they are not to fly. Point one. Point two, unfortunately, in these mountains, weather packs up in minutes. The pilot could have taken off and suddenly the weather packs up. Mountains make their own weather, as they say. And, the pilot, perhaps in his wisdom, and we're still waiting for an official word on this, the pilot may have decided that he wants to turn back. We still do not know, but we will wait for more information to come in. But you're absolutely right. There are times that companies may want to mount pressure or pilgrims may want to mount pressure, but it's the pilot who has the last word.
Right. So Gaurav there, of course, bringing us all of those details of that tragedy that has in fact taken place in Uttarakhand. The Ministry of Civil Aviation in Delhi is monitoring the situation on the ground. What we do know at the moment is that this chopper was in fact headed from Kedarnath towards Guptkashi, towards base when this unfortunate tragedy took place. And the reason is, of course, reported to be bad weather. In fact, those images that are coming in from the ground itself show that the chopper had caught fire upon crashing on the ground. You can see multiple pieces of that chopper on the ground itself. शैला रानी, केदारनाथ MLA is over the phone line with us right now. मैम, आप हमें क्या बता सकती हैं कि इस वक्त क्या वहाँ पर जो 6 लोग थे, क्या उनकी मौत कंफर्म्ड है? कोई ऐसे लोग हैं जो इंजर्ड है? रेस्क्यू और रिलीफ ऑपरेशंस के बारे में मैम आप क्या बता सकते हैं?
हाँ जी, ये बहुत दर्दनाक हादसा है। खासकर अभी हमारी यात्रा बहुत चल रही थी, बहुत सारी चुनौतियाँ थी यात्रा की, लेकिन सब अच्छा चल रहा था। तो बता रहे हैं कि 4 लोगों की डेथ हुई है अभी, जो वहाँ पे अफसर ने हमें बताया है, लेकिन रेस्क्यू चल रहा है और अभी हम बहुत ज़्यादा कुछ नहीं बता पा रहे हैं। और मौसम की खराबी भी है इसमें मेन कारण, क्योंकि हम देख रहे हैं पिछले 10 सालों में मौसम में अचानक बादल आ जाता है। मैं भी हैली से अक्सर से आती जाती हूँ, तो बारिश आ जाती है, बादल का टुकड़ा आ जाता। तो कह रहे कुछ वहाँ पे ऐसे ही बादल का टुकड़ा आया और गरुड़ चट्टी के ऊपर ये हुआ हादसा। और अक्सर वहाँ पे जगह बहुत अजीब सी है, वैली के लिए मुड़ता है हेलीकॉप्टर और थोड़ा ऊंचाई से नीचे की तरफ आता है। तो अभी तक पता नहीं है कि कौन से कारण थे। आर्यन बड़ी अच्छी सेवा दे रहा था, हर किसी के साथ बहुत अच्छा उनका ताल्लुक थे और ये हमारे लिए बहुत दर्दनाक हादसा है और इसमें रेस्क्यू बहुत तेजी से चल रहा है और पूरा प्रशासन लगा है।
मैम, मौसम खराब होने के बावजूद ये हेलीकॉप्टर जो है केदारनाथ से गुप्तकाशी की ओर जा रहा था। कुछ लोगों का कहना है, हम केदारनाथ में लोगों से बात कर रहे थे, उनका कहना है कि एक तरह से ये एक कमर्शियल बिजनेस है। इस वजह से जो लोग जो पिलग्रिम्स होते हैं, जो केदारनाथ जाते हैं, एक प्रेशर बनाते रहते हैं एविएशन कंपनीज पर कि आप चलें, आप उड़े।
हाँ, ये तो होता है, बहुत ज्यादा बनाते हैं प्रेशर। कंपनी तो नहीं, यात्री भी बनाते हैं कि हम इतनी दूर से आए हैं और हमें आज ही चाहे कुछ भी हो, सुबह का टाइम हो, शाम का टाइम हो। पर इस बार यात्रा बहुत ज्यादा लोग आ रहे हैं, समय कम है और बहुत ज्यादा प्रेशर प्रशासन पे भी होता है, हम पे भी होता है। तो हेली सेवाओं पे तो हो गई और मौसम इतना खराब नहीं था, लेकिन अचानक बादल आ रहे हैं। अभी मैंने देखा, मैं अभी गौचर से आई हूँ, तो वहाँ पे भी देखा अचानक बादल आ जाता है तो बड़ा डर सा लगता है हेलीकॉप्टर में। तो अब ये मौसम का बहुत अप और डाउन जो हो रहा है वो हम सब के लिए भी घातक है और मशीन की बात है, क्या पता क्या कारण रहा। हम सब बहुत दुखी हैं।
जी, तो आप कह रहे हैं कि मैम अचानक से जो मौसम है वो खराब हो गया, कि पहले शायद पायलट को पता था मौसम खराब है पर प्रेशर के चलते पायलट फिर भी चॉपर को लेकर उड़े?
नहीं, मौसम तो अप और डाउन होता जा रहा है। अगर यहाँ से उड़ा तो ऊपर पता चलता है कि वहाँ पे जो है मौसम खराब हो गया। अब मौसम अचानक, हम तो आज देहरादून में है, मौसम अभी सुबह बहुत छटक धूप थी, अभी फिर बादल आ गए फिर बारिश हो जाएगी, तो कुछ ऐसा भी है।
जी जी मैम, ये जो हादसा है, प्रधानमंत्री पहुंचने वाले हैं केदारनाथ बद्रीनाथ एक आध दिन में, वो पहुंचेंगे 21-22 वो रहेंगे वहां पर। इस वक्त तो प्रशासन पर काफी दबाव पड़ रहा होगा।
प्रशासन पे बहुत ज्यादा है, बहुत हमारे प्रशासन पे। एक तरफ उन्हें गांव के विकास की बात करनी है, दूसरी तरफ तैयारियों में है, तीसरी तरफ ये हादसा है। तो हमारे लिए ये रेस्क्यू सबसे पहले है और पूरे जोर शोर से हमारा प्रशासन लगा है, क्योंकि जो रेस्क्यू टीम पहुंचेगी भी तो वो देर में पहुंचेगी, लेकिन हमारी जो टीम वहाँ पे है वो पूरा काम कर रही है।
जी, तो आपकी टीम वहां पहुंच चुकी है मैम। रेस्क्यू टीम जो प्रशासन की ओर से, वो आप कह रहे हो कि थोड़ा वक्त लगेगा क्योंकि एरिया ही ऐसा है कि मुश्किल है वहां पहुंचना
है, लेकिन रेस्क्यू टीम वहाँ पे है, वो लगे हैं, काम कर रहे हैं।
जी जी
ठीक है
मैम, थैंक यू हमसे बात करने के लिए। सो दैट इज ऑफ कोर्स शैला रानी, MLA from Kedarnath, who of course expressed her condolences over this tragedy which has taken place in Uttarakhand, saying that the rescue team is doing everything that they can in order to, of course, mitigate the situation. But unfortunately, what sources are telling us at the moment is that 6 passengers and 1 pilot have lost their lives in this unfortunate tragedy. Arvind Ojha is also live with me at the moment. Arvind, आप क्या बता सकते हैं इस हादसे के बारे में? कैसे हुआ, कब हुआ? पहली जानकारी जब आई वो कब आई?
देखिए, तकरीबन आधे घंटे ये पहली जानकारी आई है जब केदारनाथ से फाटा की तरफ जो ये हेलीकॉप्टर है वो जा रहा था। उसी दौरान अभी जो डीजीपी उत्तराखंड ने इंडिया टुडे को बताया है, उसके मुताबिक जिस घाटी से होकर ये जा रहा था वहां पे काफी फॉग था, तो अभी ऐसा लगता है कि की वजह से ये हादसा हुआ। और जब हेलीकॉप्टर टकराया है उसके बाद उसमें जोरदार ब्लास्ट हुआ है। अभी जो डीजीपी उत्तराखंड ने बताया है इंडिया टुडे को, उसके मुताबिक 1+6 यानी 1 पायलट और 6 पैसेंजर, कुल मिलाकर 7 लोगों की मौत हुई है। बेहद दर्दनाक ये हादसा है। एसडीआरएफ की टीम, जो उत्तराखंड की टीम है, उत्तराखंड पुलिस की एसडीआरएफ की टीम, वो तुरंत मौके पर पहुंची हुई है और रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन वहां पर चलाया जा रहा है। लेकिन मौसम भी वहां पर काफी खराब है, बारिश हो रही है, ऐसा लग रहा है कि बर्फबारी भी रुक रुक कर हो रही है, तो मौसम काफी खराब है। और कहीं ना कहीं जो शुरुआती समझ में आ रहा है जिस तरह से हादसा हुआ, वो खराब मौसम की वजह से ये बताया जा रहा है कि हादसा हुआ है। जब हेलीकॉप्टर टकराया है तो उसमें जबरदस्त ब्लास्ट भी हुआ है, ऐसी जानकारी मिली है।
जी अरविंद, रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशंस के बारे में आप क्या बता सकते हैं? क्या एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन, प्रशासन के लोग वहां पहुंच चुके हैं?
जी बिल्कुल, जैसे ही हादसा हुआ तकरीबन 10 से 15 मिनट हुए हैं, जो उत्तराखंड के डीजीपी उन्होंने बताया कि एसडीआरएफ की टीम वहां पर पहुंच गई है और उन्होंने ही ये जानकारी दी है पूरा वेरिफिकेशन करने के बाद कि जो हेलीकॉप्टर था उसमें 1 पायलट जबकि 6 पैसेंजर थे। जैसा कि उन्होंने बताया कि जब हेलीकॉप्टर टकराया है उसके बाद उसमें जोरदार धमाका हुआ है, तो ऐसे में जो डेड बॉडी है उसकी शिनाख्त करना भी एक चैलेंज होगा। हालांकि पैसेंजर्स की डिटेल्स जहां से उड़ान भरी थी वहां पर जरूर होगी, लेकिन एसडीआरएफ वहां पर पहुंच गई है और तस्वीर भी हमें मिली है। फिलहाल जो क्रैश साइट है वहां पर जो बारिश है वो हो रही है और हल्की बर्फबारी हो रही है, तो इस वजह से जो शुरुआती जानकारी हमें मिली है उसके मुताबिक खराब मौसम की वजह से ये हादसा हुआ है। हेलीकॉप्टर जो है वो टकराया है और टकराने के बाद ब्लास्ट भी हुआ, जोरदार धमाके की आवाज आसपास के लोगों ने सुनी है और यही ब्रीफिंग डीजीपी उत्तराखंड को दी गई है। फिलहाल एसडीआरएफ वहां पर मौजूद है।
Okay, so SDRF is present on the site at the moment. The rescue operations are underway, but unfortunately authorities confirming that all 7 persons on board, including 1 pilot, have unfortunately lost their lives in this tragic accident this morning in Uttarakhand. We're leaving you with these visuals. We'll be back. News and updates will continue on the other side of this break.
News is about putting people first.
Just look at the queues right across.
About asking the right questions to those in power. Is money power being used to bring down elected governments? Who will be held accountable for ministerial corruption? It takes no sides.
माँ का दर्द एक दर्द कोई नहीं समझ सकता उस दर्द को.
It reveals it heals.
Angry people came out on the streets.
Is this the kind of justice system we want in this country? News is all heart and no hatred.
बिल्किस बानो आज क्या कहना चाहेंगी आप?
हमारे साथ जो हुआ है किसी के साथ भी नहीं होना चाहिए.
Experience the news. With me, Rajdeep Sardesai, only on India Today.
A shocking revelation has rocked the chess world. An investigation has found that Hans Niemann, the American grandmaster, has cheated more than 100 times. A 72-page report conducted by Chess.com found that he likely received illegal assistance in more than 100 online games, even in games where prize money was at stake. Suspicion rose when 19-year-old Niemann beat the world champion Carlsen while playing with the black pieces at the $500,000 Sinquefield Cup. He ended the world champion Magnus Carlsen's 53-game unbeaten streak in classical over-the-board games. Carlsen first suggested, then outrightly declared that this American was winning through illegitimate means. Niemann's explanation was that he had somehow guessed what opening the...
Chopper crashes just 2 kilometers away from Kedarnath in Uttarakhand. 7 people, including 1 pilot and 6 passengers, have lost their lives. The helicopter was en route from Guptkashi to Kedarnath, and sources say bad weather led to crash. A 7-month-old baby has lost his life after being mauled by a stray dog in one of Noida's high-rise societies. Such was the brutality of the attack that the kid's intestines were pulled out. Massive protests break out in the society demanding ban on stray dogs. Killer potholes of Bengaluru strike again. The 50-year-old woman who was admitted to hospital after falling due to potholes and coming under a bus has succumbed to her injuries. Fresh religious face-off in Karnataka. Right-wing groups have called for a ban on halal meat during Diwali. The fringe outfit stage protests against prominent food outlets like KFC, McDonald's and Pizza Hut. Days after a Kashmiri Pandit was brutally murdered by terrorists, 2 migrant laborers from UP have been killed in Shopia. But National Conference patron Farooq Abdullah continues to call for talks with Pakistan.
तक इंसाफ नहीं होगा ये बंद नहीं और इसको बंद करने के लिए जितनी भी शोर करते हैं कहते हैं कि जहाँ बहुत सब कहते थे पहले 370 से ये हो रहा आज तो 370 नहीं है.
News coming in right now. Home Minister Amit Shah expresses condolences over the chopper crash near Uttarakhand. The Home Minister has just tweeted about this unfortunate tragedy that has taken place this morning in Uttarakhand when a private chopper was in fact carrying pilgrims from Kedarnath to Guptkashi, and it crashed just 2 kilometers away from Kedarnath into a deep gorge. It broke up into multiple pieces and then caught fire. 7 persons have unfortunately lost their lives in this tragic accident which has taken place in Kedarnath. One of them was the pilot of that flight. In fact, as per preliminary information received by sources, it was a Bell 407 helicopter bearing the call sign VTRPN, which in fact belonged to the aviation company Messrs. Aryan Aviation. It was en route from Kedarnath to Guptkashi, and it is reported that possibly due to bad weather, inclement weather, the chopper crashed into the valley. Rescue operations are underway and first responders have reached the ground as well. But unfortunately, the tragic news that's coming in from the ground is that one pilot and 6 passengers who were on board may have lost their lives in this tragic incident. In fact, the Minister for Aviation also, Jyotiraditya Scindia, has tweeted about this, and he said that the helicopter crash in Kedarnath is extremely unfortunate. We're in touch with the state government to ascertain the magnitude of the loss and are constantly monitoring the situation. The ministry, of course, coordinating with the authorities on the ground as we speak, but the administration, of course, completely taken aback with this very tragic incident that has taken place this morning. Earlier, we were speaking to the local MLA as well, Shaila Rani, who said that the weather has been playing spoil sport for a few days, but it wasn't clear if, in fact, the weather was at the time that the pilot took off from Kedarnath, whether it indeed was inclement and if the pilot could have anticipated that it would pack up en route as the pilot moved. It's a very short distance. The flight path is in fact a short one from Kedarnath to Guptkashi, where the chopper was headed to. Details, of course, will emerge after a thorough investigation is conducted into this tragic accident, but these are details that are emerging at the moment from the ground itself. The Home Minister, of course, has also tweeted now, and he in fact says that this is an extremely sad incident which has happened as far as this chopper crash is concerned. He, of course, has expressed his condolences towards the families of the deceased in this case, and he has, of course, said that this is an unfortunate tragedy. Remember, the authorities will, of course, be conducting investigations into what exactly, in fact, happened with it, whether the weather, in fact, was known to be inclement or whether it packed up en route as far as the weather in the area was concerned. Those images, of course, coming in, multiple images now emerging from the crash site itself. You can see the chopper, which in fact caught fire as soon as it crashed. It broke up into multiple pieces and then it caught fire. This tragedy has taken the lives of 7 persons, including 1 pilot. You can see those multiple pieces of the chopper that are strewn across the hillside as we speak in Uttarakhand. This unfortunate tragedy, in fact, happening in Uttarakhand just a couple of days before the Prime Minister, in fact, is slated to visit Kedarnath and Badrinath shrines in Uttarakhand. He is expected to be there between the 21st and the 22nd of October. The administration now hard-pressed to ensure that the arrangements on the ground are foolproof, as, of course, this unfortunate tragedy and news of it trickles in at the moment. The DGCA, of course, monitoring the situation as well. The ministry, of course, looking into the details of this as to what exactly happened and trying to speak to the operators of this aviation company, which in fact claims that it has 6 choppers in its fleet and provides for these short-haul private chopper facilities in the area. It has about 15 dedicated pilots, is what Aryan Aviation, the company in question, says on its website as well. So this is unfortunately the tragic incident, in fact, that is being reported from Uttarakhand at the moment. This chopper crashed just about 2 kilometers away from Kedarnath Shrine. In fact, some of the persons, authorities on the ground that we spoke to earlier as well, suggested that there should be a dedicated DGCA office possibly in the area as well, because there is enough pressure from pilgrims and tourists, in fact, who visit the area, fly in the area, in the region, for chopper companies to operate these flights despite the weather suggesting that they do not do so. Today, of course, you can see in those images, it's been raining. It's raining heavily in the area. Let's speak to the MLA of Kedarnath, Shaila Rani, who's joining us over the phone line right now. Ma'am, इस वक्त की स्थिति के बारे में आप क्या बता सकते हैं? रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशंस के बारे में क्या बता सकते हैं, मैम?
अभी तक तो ये है कि रेस्क्यू की टीम पहुंच गई है, लगातार चल रही है, लेकिन बताया जा रहा है कि हादसे में सभी लोगों की मौत हो गई है, 7 लोगों की, और मौसम की खराबी इसका मुख्य कारण है। और मौसम अक्सर उस घाटी में अप और डाउन रहता है। 1 घंटे में बारिश है तो 1 घंटे में बादल है, 1 घंटे में धूप, और यात्रा का भी बहुत प्रेशर है। और आर्यन तो बहुत अच्छी सेवा लगातार दे रहा था। और यहाँ पे ये जो स्पॉट है गरुड़ चट्टी के ऊपर, इसमें पहले हमारा M17 भी आपदा के बाद टाइम पे रेस्क्यू करके लौट रहा था, तो वहाँ पे भी 16-17 लोग की मौत हो गई थी। फिर ट्रांस भारत का हेलीकॉप्टर भी यहीं पे क्रैश हुआ, इसी स्पॉट है। और आज हमारा आर्यन का भी यहीं पे क्रॉस हुआ। बताया जा रहा है कि 3 यात्री जो हैं बम्बई से हैं, और पायलट भी हमारे बम्बई के हैं, और बाकी 3 लोगों का भी पता नहीं चल पाया, और लगातार रेस्क्यू जारी है।
जी मैम, तो आप जानकारी दे रही हैं कि जो कुछ यात्री हैं वो बम्बई से हैं, आप बता रही हैं?
हाँ जी, 3 यात्री की बात पुष्टि कर रहे हैं कंपनी वाले।
अच्छा, और पायलट जो है वो भी मुंबई से हैं?
मुंबई से।
जी मैम, आप कह रही थी कि इस वक्त काफ़ी प्रेशर भी होता है, इस दौरान काफ़ी शायद यात्री आते भी हैं केदारनाथ, बद्रीनाथ।
हाँ, और इस बार तो बहुत ही प्रेशर रहा, कंपनी पे भी प्रेशर, पायलट पे प्रेशर, हम पर प्रेशर, MLA पे प्रेशर बहुत ज़्यादा होता है। और अब यात्रा के लिए बहुत कम दिन रह गए, तो ये प्रेशर ही सुबह से दिया जा रहा था कि पायलट ने मना भी किया था कि, लेकिन काफ़ी मौसम भी अनुकूल नहीं।
जी जी मैम, थैंक यू हमसे बात करने के लिए। सो दैट इज ऑफ कोर्स द MLA फ्रॉम केदारनाथ, शैला रानी, ऑफ कोर्स टेलिंग अस, at least confirming to us that what she's learned from the operator, the company that was operating this flight, was that at least 3 of the passengers on board, the pilgrims on board, hailed from Mumbai city. The pilot also was from Mumbai, and they're trying to ascertain details of the other 3 passengers and their antecedents at the moment. In yet another dastardly act of terrorism, 2 labourers hailing from Uttar Pradesh were killed by terrorists in Shopia district of Jammu and Kashmir today. The non-local labourers have been identified as Manish Kumar and Ram Sagar. Both the victims are residents of Kannauj district of Uttar Pradesh. The Resistance Front has claimed responsibility for the attack, and the terrorists have been arrested. The attack comes days after a Kashmiri Pandit was killed in an attack in the same district. Kashmiri Pandits took to the streets in the valley and protested the targeted killings.
There is no end to the targeted killings in the Kashmir Valley. In the latest incident, 2 Hindu laborers were killed by terrorists in South Kashmir's Shopian district. Late last night, terrorists hurled a grenade at the accommodation of these poor laborers in South Kashmir's Shopian district. 2 Hindu laborers were injured. They were rushed to the hospital. Unfortunately, they succumbed to their injuries. And now here in Jammu, you can see that the Kashmiri Pandit government employees who fled the valley few months ago are staging protests against the targeted killings that are taking place in the Kashmir Valley. Here you can see that a large number of Kashmiri Pandit youth are staging protests, raising slogans against Pakistan and terrorists. They are saying that enough is enough. How long will the Hindu community have to suffer like this in the Kashmir Valley? Whether it's the Kashmiri Pandit community or the Hindu laborers, they are being targeted by the terrorists. The protesters here are also raising slogans against National Conference Chief Farooq Abdullah. We will speak to some of the protesters here who are raising slogans. मुझे बताइए
टारगेटेड किलिंग्स का सिलसिला लगातार जारी है. 2 more people have been killed by terrorists.
हम तो पिछले 5 महीने से ये अलार्म दे रहे हैं that conditions are not well for particular religion, for particular community, for religious minorities in Valley. They are highly vulnerable there, whether it belongs to any section, whether to a business section, whether to an employee section, whether to a laborer section, whether to an agriculture, whether to a non-migrant Kashmiri Pandits living there. That is why you can witness there is a continuous target killings on which government is in that mood that their policies are not able to put a full stop on these killings continuously.
We will also speak to some women protesters here. Ma'am, 2 more people have been killed by terrorists in Kashmir Valley. And National Conference Chief Farooq Abdullah is saying that these targeted killings won't stop.
Yeah, I saw that Farooq Abdullah say because these terrorists are not going to stop killing Hindus and they are just enjoying in killing of Hindu and this should be stopped. This is the killing of Hindus. Hindu is safe in Kashmir and these people, these politicians are only playing their bad politics, dirty politics in the name of Hindus. They should be stopped.
जो आउटसाइड लेबर जो होते हैं ये सॉफ्ट टारगेट है, इनके पास कोई सिक्योरिटी है नहीं यहाँ पर. तो इस टाइप का जो घिनौना जो काराना हरकत किया है उसको उसी टाइप का हम लोग जवाब देंगे. इसको अरेस्ट करेंगे और पूरा प्रूव करके ऑनरेबल कोर्ट में पेश भी करेंगे. आप लोग की एविडेंस शेयर करेंगे और जो हार्डकोर टेररिस्ट उसको न्यूट्रलाइज करते आ रहे हैं और जल्दी उसको भी कर देंगे हम लोग.
ये कायराना हरकत है कि कोई मजदूर के रूप में कहीं मजदूरी कर रहा हो और उस पर आतंकवादी हमला करें और उनकी हत्या करें, यह बर्दाश्त करने योग्य नहीं है. उत्तर प्रदेश के वह दोनों श्रमिक थे जो वहाँ अपना परिवार के जीविकोपार्जन के लिए गए थे. उनके साथ इस घटना पे दुख व्यक्त करता हूँ, उन्हें अपनी श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करता हूँ और दुख की घड़ी में परिवार के साथ सरकार खड़ी.
आज जो सुरक्षा बलों ने मेहनत के साथ कश्मीर में अमन चैन का दौर फिर से लाया है, लेकिन इस प्रकार की घटनाओं के साथ कहीं ना कहीं उसमें बाधा आना स्वाभाविक बात है. तो इन चीज़ों को सीरियसली लेने की ज़रूरत है ताकि कोई इस प्रकार की घटनाओं को अंजाम ना दे सके. चिंता का विषय है और कहीं ना कहीं मुझे लगता है कि जो भी लोग आज भी इन्वॉल्व हैं उसको ऐसे लोगों को ढूंढ करके उनका सर्च ऑपरेशन करके काम करने की ज़रूरत है.
इन दी चेंज्ड सिक्योरिटी पॉलिटिकल and we could say the geopolitical conditions also, the people of Jammu and Kashmir stand firm, they stand tall and they stand united against terrorism. We all say that down with terrorism, down with terrorism, down with terrorism.
रोज़ कोई न कोई घटना होती है, आतंकवादी वो टारगेट करते हैं, अलगाववादी टारगेट करते हैं और टारगेट में जो कश्मीरी पंडित होंगे, नॉन मुस्लिम्स और जो बाहर से आने वाले जम्मू कश्मीर के बाहर के लोग जो मजदूरी करने के लिए और कोई काम के लिए जाते हैं उनको टारगेट किया गया है और ये भारत सरकार की नीति पूरी तरह से फेल हुई.
ये एक दिन के बाद 2 मजदूर और मार दिए. एक दिन पहले जो है वो कश्मीरी पंडित समुदाय के पूर्ण कृष्ण भट्ट जी को शहीद किया गया. अब ये नॉन लोकल इन मजदूरों ने क्या करना है? एक तरफ ये घिनौना चेहरा तो है आतंकवाद का पाकिस्तान का, लेकिन दूसरी तरफ केंद्र सरकार क्या कर रही है? जो ड्यूटी बना करके कहते थे गृह मंत्रालय के अंदर जम्मू कश्मीर है, गृह मंत्रालय विफल है जम्मू कश्मीर को संभालने में. और क्या उनकी कोई दवाई जो है वो खराब तो नहीं हो गई कश्मीर के अंदर?
The irresponsible statements by the politicians like Dr. Farooq Abdullah making a statement yesterday and earlier Mehbooba Mufti making a statement earlier too. These sort of politicians who are making such statements give more, I would say, fuel to the fire of this terrorism in Kashmir Valley. They have to come out openly against Pakistan and condemn ISI and its all these affiliates who are trying to all these do these targeted killings of the Hindus over there.
News coming in right now. Congress leader Priyanka Gandhi slams BJP government for failing to safeguard minorities in the valley. She asked, when will strict steps be taken to save them? My colleague Sunil Ji Bhatt is now joining me live on this. The Congress, of course, now slamming the BJP government, the administration of Jammu and Kashmir and the centre, saying that when will they take strict steps in order to safeguard the minorities in the Kashmir Valley, Sunilji?
Absolutely, political war has also erupted over the targeted killings that are taking place in the Kashmir Valley. We have seen that questions are being raised to the government that why these killings are taking place. On the other hand, the BJP members are lashing out at leaders like Farooq Abdullah. They are saying that leaders like Farooq Abdullah are responsible for these killings because they have been emboldening the terrorists. And now Priyanka Gandhi has also jumped into this controversy. We have with us a senior BJP leader from Jammu and Kashmir and former Deputy Chief Minister, Mr. Kavinder Gupta. I will directly take his reaction on this. Kavinder Gupta जी, अभी थोड़ी देर पहले प्रियंका गांधी ने भी जम्मू कश्मीर प्रशासन और सरकार पर जो है निशाना साधा है और कहा है कि सरकार पूरी तरह से विफल हो गई है। जिस प्रकार से कश्मीर घाटी में टारगेटेड किलिंग्स हो रही है, इनको रोकने में विफल हो गई है।
प्रियंका गांधी को जम्मू कश्मीर की एबीसी के बारे में पता नहीं है। इन्हीं परिवारों के कारण से इनको याद होना चाहिए कि नेहरू खानदान से लेकर के शेख अब्दुल्ला खानदान तक इन्होंने ही जम्मू कश्मीर का धारा 370 लगा करके माहौल बिगाड़ा, जिसके कारण से यहाँ पर आतंकवाद, परिवारवाद, पाकिस्तान परस्ती, ये सारी चीज़ें आई। आज ये उसके कल्प्रिट है। इनको मुझे लगता है कि गंगा स्नान करना चाहिए कि जो इन्होंने गलतियां की हैं।
लेकिन कविंदर जी, सरकार पर जो है सवाल उठाए जा रहे हैं। जो प्रदर्शनकारी हैं यहाँ जम्मू में, कश्मीरी पंडित समुदाय के लोग हों, जो रिजर्व कैटेगरीज के जो एम्प्लॉयज हों या दूसरे संगठन हो, वो कह रहे हैं सरकार विफल क्यों हो रही है, क्योंकि बार बार ऐसी टारगेटेड किलिंग्स हो रही है कश्मीर में।
देखिए, कारण ये है कि आज जिस प्रकार से आप देखें कि माहौल 3 साल पहले ये धारा 370 और उसके बाद क्या पत्थरबाजी यहाँ पर हो रही है, क्या यहाँ पर रोज़मर्रा के पाकिस्तान के झंडे वहाँ पर चढ़ रहे हैं, क्या मस्जिदों से इस बातों का ऐलान हो रहा है कि वहाँ पर मिलिटेंसी का फैलाई जाए, मिलिटेंट्स के जनाजे में लाखों की तादाद में लोग जा रहे हैं। ये चीज़ें साफ नजर आ रही हैं।
समझते हैं कि सुधार आया है सुरक्षा की स्थिति में?
बिल्कुल सुरक्षा की स्थिति में सुधार आया है।
जो किलिंग्स हो रही है टारगेटेड,
मैं इसके बारे में बताता हूँ। आज भी इक्का दुक्का लोग प्रशासन में बैठ करके भी और कुछ ऐसे लोग जो ओवरग्राउंड और अंडरग्राउंड वर्कर बन करके उनका काम कर रहे हैं, उनको भी कहीं ना सर्च आउट ऑपरेशन चलाना चाहिए, जिसके माध्यम से ये सब चीजें होगी। और जीरो टॉलरेंस पर सरकार काम कर रही है। ये नहीं कहा जा सकता कि सरकार विफल हो चुकी है। सरकार जो किसी को कोई मारने आता है बता करके नहीं आता। आज वहां पर हथियार पकड़े गए हैं, जो उनका कनेक्शन है हवाला का या उनकी जो फंडिंग का, उसको काटा गया है। ये 70 साल का बिगड़ा हुआ निजाम जल्द ही इसको ठीक किया जाएगा।
कविंदर गुप्ता जी, यहाँ पर अगर हम देखें जम्मू में पिछले 150 दिन से ज्यादा से यहाँ पर कश्मीरी पंडित समुदाय के जो सरकारी कर्मचारी हैं वो धरने पर बैठे हैं। रिजर्व कैटेगरीज के जो डोगरा हिंदू समाज के जो सरकारी कर्मचारी हैं वो धरने पर बैठे। उनसे प्रशासन के लोग मिलने क्यों नहीं आ रहे हैं?
देखिए, जो वर्तमान स्थिति है वहाँ पर, उसी को देखते हुए जो समुदाय है एक वहाँ पर विशेष करके जो वहाँ पर नौकरी कर रहा है, उनको सम्मान सहित और सुरक्षा सहित दोनों चीजें प्रोवाइड कराने की जरूरत है और सरकार इस पर ध्यान दे और प्रशासन को उनसे राबता रखना ही चाहिए।
So polemic, clearly you heard Kavinder Gupta. He has hit out at Priyanka Gandhi and he has said that security scenario has improved in the Kashmir Valley post the abrogation of Article 370 and 35A. He is saying that as far as the problems in Jammu and Kashmir are concerned, it's the Nehru Gandhi family which is responsible for it. Polemic, back to you.
Unfortunate politics, in fact, continues over this issue, while of course non-locals and Kashmiri Pandits and Hindus come under attack in the valley. Sunilji, thank you so much for bringing us that interaction with the former Deputy Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir. Now, amid rise in targeted killings in Jammu and Kashmir, National Conference Chief Dr. Farooq Abdullah has stoked yet another controversy, implying that revocation of Jammu and Kashmir's special status was injustice. The former Chief Minister said that the recent spate of targeted killings would not stop if justice was not served, he said. He also deemed the abrogation of Article 370 as the reason for rising targeted killings in the valley. The BJP hit out at Farooq Abdullah for his remarks and highlighted development work in the valley under the central government post-abrogation of Article 370.
सर, टारगेट किलिंग लगातार कश्मीर में हो रही है सर। अभी भी कल 2 दिन पहले जो है कश्मीरी पंडित,
ये कभी बंद नहीं होगा। जब तक इंसाफ नहीं होगा कभी बंद नहीं होगा। और इसको बंद करने के लिए जितनी भी शोर करते हैं कि कहते हैं कि जहाँ बहुत सब कहते थे पहले 370 से ये हो रहा, आज तो 370 नहीं है, मेरी क्यों मृत्यु हो रही है, इसके जिम्मेदार कौन है बताइए मुझे।
दुनिया में बताया जा रहा है कि हालात हमने बेहतर कर दिया,
अगर वो बेहतर कर दिया तो फिर फटत बेचारा मारा नहीं जाता, कहाँ है हालत बेहतर।
शायद डॉक्टर फारूक अब्दुल्ला साहब भूल गए हैं कश्मीर की सड़कों पर होने वाली पत्थरबाजी, हर रोज कश्मीर में बम बंदूक पिस्तौल गोलियों के शोर, बॉर्डर के ऊपर भारी घुसपैठ, बंद हड़ताल के जो कैलेंडर कश्मीर में जारी होते थे, कश्मीर को अस्त व्यस्त करके रखा था। एक ज़माना था कि कश्मीर में अलगाववादी और आतंकवादियों का तांडव चलता था, आज वो दौर ख़त्म हुआ है।
ये पॉलिटिकल पॉइंट स्कोर करने की बात नहीं है कि हम थे तो 10 हुए, तुम हो तो 12 हुए। ये पॉलिटिकल पॉइंट स्कोर करने की इंसान की जो जीवन की कीमत है उसको हम पॉलिटिकल नाप तोल में ना डाल दें, लेकिन जो हो रहा है उसके बारे में जो लोग वहाँ से अनुभवी ज़मीन के लोग हैं उनसे बात करने की आवश्यकता है। सिर्फ अपने मन में ये तय कर लेना कि हम ये करेंगे तो इससे सब ठीक हो जाएगा, वो सही नहीं।
मतलब लोग इतने ज़्यादा परेशान हैं, उनको ज़बरदस्ती श्रीनगर में भेजा जाता है, वो अनसेफ हैं, उनकी किलिंग की जाती है, वो मारे जाते हैं, घरों के घर खाली हो रहे हैं। ये तो 370 जाने से ये बोलते थे कि सब्ज बाग दिखाते थे, दूध की नदियाँ बहेंगी, वो तो हमने कहीं देखा नहीं है, उल्टी लोगों को मारा जा रहा है। ये तो टोटल फेक।
News coming in right now. The Tamil Nadu Assembly has passed a resolution against the parliamentary panel recommendation on official languages. Remember that a parliamentary panel had recommended making Hindi the priority language as far as educational institutions is concerned, but there was resistance against it in southern states. There were parties which had in fact protested against the same, including the ruling DMK in Tamil Nadu. They had protested and it was led by their youth wing leader and MK Stalin's son, Udayanidhi Stalin, who had in fact opposed this recommendation from the parliamentary panel. Now news coming in is that the Tamil Nadu Assembly has passed a resolution against the parliamentary panel's recommendation on official languages, opposing the imposition of Hindi as the priority language in educational institutions. So the DMK, of course, they're passing a resolution, the government led by DMK in the assembly over there passing a resolution. Of course, the BJP in the opposition in Tamil Nadu had said that this was only a recommendation and the DMK was obfuscating the matter, was trying to mislead the people. But that was the DMK's stand. In fact, southern parties, including the JDS in Karnataka, had also, in fact, protested against this recommendation from the parliamentary panel. Now, the Tamil Nadu Assembly over there passing a resolution against the parliamentary panel's recommendation on official languages, in fact, saying that this is Hindi imposition and this should not be tolerated. The recommendation, of course, suggested that English and Hindi be given priority in central educational institutions. Now, the DMK there opposing the same. It had taken to the streets as well and protested the same. Udayanidhi Stalin himself, in fact, had led those protests in Chennai over the weekend. And now the Tamil Nadu Assembly passing a resolution, officially passing a resolution in its precincts against the imposition of Hindi, as they say, as a medium of instruction. The opposition BJP, of course, had said that the DMK was only trying to muddy the waters. This was only a recommendation, was trying to unnecessarily politicize something which was not the case. It was only a recommendation. The central government was yet to accept the same. It was not the centre's decision, but the DMK, of course, saying that this is not the first time that a similar kind of imposition of Hindi has been orchestrated, as they say, by the ruling BJP at the centre. The Tamil Nadu government and the Tamil Nadu Assembly now, of course, are passing a resolution against the imposition of Hindi. That resolution having been passed within the Tamil Nadu Assembly. Pramod Madhav, my colleague, is joining me over the phone line right now. Pramod, give us more details about this resolution that the Tamil Nadu Assembly has in fact passed against the parliamentary panel's recommendation imposing Hindi, as they say, as a medium of instruction.
Certainly, like the resolution that has been passed in Tamil Nadu Assembly, unanimous for his team walking out on a different issue and BJP walking out. The Chief Minister has said that there is a report claiming that the Home Ministry's recommendation has suggested that Hindi should be made the medium of instruction in central universities, that is IITs, IIMs and Kendra Vidyalaya, and also to remove English from competitive exams, calling this as a way to make the non-Hindi speakers as third-grade citizens of India. This is how the Chief Minister is bringing an allegation, M.K. Stalin, and he has brought in the resolution which has been currently passed in the Tamil Nadu Assembly.
Right. Pramod, stay on with us. Let's listen into what Udayanidhi Stalin had in fact said. But before that, of course, that information that's coming in right now, the Tamil Nadu Assembly having passed that resolution, in fact, against the imposition of Hindi, as the DMK has been saying, against that imposition of Hindi in central education institutions as a medium of instruction.
Against Hindi, calling it as an imposition. You also conducted a protest here. What is your take on it today?
Yeah, the resolution has been passed. All the leaders, even the opposition leaders, have supported the resolution. So this is the mindset of the Tamil Nadu people.
So you're also believing that Hindi is being imposed here because BJP...
Of course, we did an agitation like 3 days back. Of course, we do believe that Hindi is being imposed here.
Right.
தீர்மானத்தின் போது அதிமுக உள்ள அவையில் இல்ல எப்படி பாக்குறீங்க சார் தமிழ்நாட்டோட மிகப்பெரிய
எதிர்கட்சி துணைத் தலைவர் இருந்தாரு
சார் அவர் இல்ல ஆர்பி உதயகுமார் தான் துணை சொல்றாரு
கோர்ட்ல சொல்லணும்
இல்ல சட்டமன்ற உறுப்பினருடைய பெரும்பாலான ஆதரவு அவருக்கு இல்ல அப்படிங்கிறது குற்றச்சாட்டா இருக்கும் பொழுது எப்படி வந்து கேள்வி கேக்குறாங்க ஜனநாயக மாண்போடு
News coming in right now. Unidentified goons used country-made bombs to destroy the idol in an ancient Shiva temple at Kanaparthi village in Andhra. Police say a case has been registered and search is ongoing. They're sending broken pieces and some black material found near the broken idol to the forensic lab for analysis. Those images, of course, coming in from Andhra Pradesh. Unidentified goons use country-made bombs to destroy the idol in an ancient Shiva temple at the Kanaparthi village in Andhra. Let's listen in to a reaction that's coming in from the BJP.
Yesterday, 17th October, Monday, early morning, when Hindus were worshipping Lord Mahadeva, his beloved Nandi was found ruthlessly vandalized in Kanaparthi village of Prakasam district of Andhra Pradesh. Bharatiya Janata Party Karyakartas yesterday, they have conducted agitation. Today, State President has demanded for high-level inquiry. Don't test the anger of Hindus in your state, Jagat Mohan Reddy Garu.
So that is, of course, the BJP's co-in-charge for the state of Andhra Pradesh, Sunil Devdhar. Apurva Jayachandran is also joining us at the moment. Apurva, give us more details as to what exactly happened in Kanaparthi in Andhra.
Well, Paulami, what we do know is that unidentified goons, as you can clearly see from these images, they had vandalized property there at a small temple, Shiva temple there at Kanaparthi village in Prakasam district. We do know that the Nandi idol there right outside the temple has been vandalized. What we do know, sources do state that this vandalism happened by country-made bombs. That is what we are getting to know. But of course, the police there saying that they will be sending across evidence that they have found there, bits and pieces that was strewn across in that Shiva temple. for forensic analysis, post which only they can give a clear clarity on that. But definitely outrage there, since the Shiva temples interiors have been vandalized by these unidentified miscreants as well. Speaking to us, we in fact had senior officials from the police department there who did say that a case has already been registered, and they are looking into some of the pieces that they have picked up from that Shiva temple there, where strewn pieces of the Nandi idol has been found, and they had sent it for the forensic lab for analysis as well. This incident, police officials do state that had taken place yesterday morning, and that following that there had been massive outbreak there, demanding as to why the YSRCP led government, that is the Jagan Mohan Reddy government, has yet to take any action on these miscreants and such actions that are taking place back to back in the state of Andhra Pradesh. Follow me.
Apurva, thank you for joining us with those details. News coming in right now. Big controversy erupts over viral video of a young girl dancing at the Mahakal temple in Ujjain. The girl entered the Sanctum Sanctorum and made a reel set to a Bollywood song while at the temple. The temple priest has objected to the reel put up on social media and has warned of action against the girl. He's also accused the girl of hurting Hindu sentiments. Madhya Pradesh Home Minister has sought a report and has said action will be taken against the girl in the video.
प्रथम दृष्टया वो 6 महीने से ज़्यादा पुराना नज़र आ रहा है, क्योंकि जो ब्रिज अभी नया बना है वो उसमें दृष्टिगोचर नहीं हो रहा है। इसलिए तत्काल पुलिस को जांच के लिए दिया हुआ है और रिपोर्ट भी मांगी है। अभी पुलिस के पास महाकाल प्रशासन की रिपोर्ट पहुंची नहीं है, उसके लिए भी उस रिपोर्ट के डालने के लिए कहा है, लेकिन वो कभी का भी हो, अभी का हो या कभी का हो, धार्मिक भावनाओं से खिलवाड़ नहीं करने देंगे। ये बच्चियां, इनको भी समझना चाहिए कि और भी स्थान पे बन सकती है रील, तो धार्मिक भावनाओं को नहीं करना चाहिए इस तरह से आहत।
ये जो वगैरह मंदिर में बार बार इस तरह की घटना घटती है, इस पे सख्ती से मंदिर प्रबंध समिति को कार्रवाई करना चाहिए और पुलिस कार्रवाई करना चाहिए। इसके लिए तुरंत उनको गिरफ्तारी होनी चाहिए, जिससे मंदिर में अश्लीलता और इस तरीके की वीडियो बार बार वायरल ना हो।
वीडियो अभी आपके द्वारा मेरे संज्ञान में लाया गया है और इसका परीक्षण किया जाएगा। सत्यता का परीक्षण भी होगा, किन परिस्थितियों में कहां पर इसको शूट किया गया है, कब शूट किया गया है, ये सारी चीजें निकाली जाएंगी और अगर उसके आधार पर कोई कार्रवाई बनती है तो निश्चित रूप से करेंगे।
So that is, of course, what the authorities are saying, that they will, of course, investigate the matter as to when the video was shot, who's in the video, of course, and, of course, take necessary action accordingly. But as you can see in that video, it, of course, is a viral video where a young girl was seen dancing within the premises and the area, the Sanctum Sanctorum of the Mahakal temple in Ujjain. She made a reel, an Instagram reel to a Bollywood song while inside the premises, and that has not gone down well with the temple priest and the authorities of the temple, who've demanded strict action against this, saying this can't be tolerated. This is in fact hurtful of Hindu sentiments. Heminder Sharma is over the phone line with us right now. Heminder, any details emerging as to when was this video made and what sort of action are the authorities going to take?
Well, the Home Minister has said that this video has to be shot at least a couple of months back, because the new Mahakal corridor that has been constructed, that's not there. So the construction work started very early. At least 4 to 5 months back, the situation out there on the ground was different. So it's being presumed that it's at least 5 to 6 months before this construction was complete. And nevertheless, the Home Minister has said that it doesn't really matter when this video was shot in the campus or near the campus. Strict action would be taken, and a report has been sought from the Mahakal administration authorities. They are going to submit it to the district collector, and after the report is submitted to the district collector, the same would be sought from the collector by the Home Minister, and thereafter appropriate action would be taken.
Okay, Heminder, thank you so much for bringing us all of those details. Slipping into a short break, up next, a 7-month-old baby has lost his life after being mauled by a stray dog in one of Noida's high-rise societies. Details on the other side of this break.
The COVID-19 pandemic has forced us to do a rethink on how we lead our lives, to think about what we are doing to our bodies and to our health, and also wellness, because it is time now to go back to the basics. It is time to talk about your food, your sleep habits, your gut health, stress, and much more. And that exactly is what our brand new health show, Health 360, is going to do at these times only on India Today TV.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
With every sunrise comes new beginnings, new opportunities, and new stories. And that's why we're first up. While you're sleeping, we're hard at work to ensure you get the perfect news shot every morning. Get you all the updates. Our morning mission to get you news that's fresh and packed with flavor. Watch First Up every weekday morning with me, Akshata Nandagopal, right here on India Today.
A horrific incident has come to fore from Uttar Pradesh's Noida. A 7-month-old baby of a labourer was mauled to death by a stray dog in a high-rise society on Monday evening. The baby's intestines were pulled out in the brutal dog attack. The child died this morning in a hospital after being in a critical condition the whole night. The incident happened in a Noida housing society, Lotus Boulevard, situated in Sector 100. angry residents of the society gathered together and demanded Noida authority take action in the matter. According to one of the residents of the society, there are many stray dogs living in the basement of the society. They're also being fed inside the society.
बस यहाँ खड़े हैं, अभी तक कोई एक्शन लिया गया है? अभी तक कोई भी एक्शन नहीं लिया गया, कोई भी एक्शन नहीं लिया गया सिवाय बातों के। नोएडा अथॉरिटी को यहाँ पे होना चाहिए। नोएडा अथॉरिटी की बहुत बड़ी गलती है। नोएडा अथॉरिटी आए और इसका सलूशन दे। एओए भी कुछ नहीं कर सकते। लोग प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं नोएडा अथॉरिटी के खिलाफ।
बिल्कुल, कुत्ते उन्होंने छोड़ रखे, क्यों नहीं हटवाते? हमारी समस्या, आज बच्चा मर गया, कल हमारा बच्चा मरेगा, वो बच्चा हमारा बच्चा है। होली के दिन, त्योहार के दिन उसका बच्चा गया है, कितना बुरा हुआ है और हम लोग बहुत परेशान हैं। 6 साल से आए हुए, ये समस्या का अंत ही नहीं होता है। हर बार ये आते खत्म करेंगे, एमएलए आते वोट मांगते चले जाते, हमारी कोई सुनता ही नहीं है।
मैं 6 साल से यहाँ रह रही हूँ, रोज कोई ना कोई इशू चलता रहता है यहाँ पर डॉग्स वाला। एवरी सम डेज आफ्टर सम डेज कुछ ना कुछ चलता रहता है।
News coming in right now. After stray dogs mauled a 7-month-old baby, dog catchers have reached Noida society to in fact catch the strays. My colleague Milan Sharma is joining me live from Lotus Boulevard Society in Sector 100. Milan, give us the update. What is the Noida authority doing on the ground right now?
Follow me, there are various dog catchers in the society at the moment and we've been told that at least 8 dogs have been caught by these people. Although the residents told us that there are more than 15 to 20 strays that are allowed inside the society. This is a society that has at least 29 fully functional towers and 2 towers which are non-functional. Near tower 29 and 30 is where the incident took place, where the 3 dogs mauled one baby and pulled out his intestines. The baby has unfortunately not survived. But I have a few people with me here who are the residents also. We have the vice president of the tower also, and we'll ask him because the Noida ACO, Noida authority was here and he has given residents some assurances. Sir, what are the assurances that have been given to you?
I am not in meeting. मैं उसमें नहीं था, परंतु मुझे ये पता लगा प्रशासन से, एमपी साहब और एमएलए साहब से, अगर कोई अच्छा सोल्यूशन निकाल के देंगे जिससे रेजिडेंट में थ्रेट ना रहे, बच्चे डरे नहीं और इनको शेल्टर होम में ले जाकर और उसका कोई पक्का परमानेंट सोल्यूशन लेंगे उनसे।
नहीं तो सुबह रेजिडेंट्स रोड पर आ गए थे, अभी सब घर में आ गए हैं सब लोग। हाँ, घर में आ गए। तो मुझे एक बात बताइए कि यहाँ पर से जो कुत्ते उठाए जा रहे हैं उन्हें दोबारा यहाँ पर छोड़ने की बात की जा रही थी।
दोबारा शेल्टर होम बनाएंगे, उसके लिए बात करेंगे। ग्रीन बेल्ट हमारे सामने, उसमें शेल्टर होम बनाने की कोशिश करेंगे तो वहाँ पर रखेंगे।
बट काफी गुस्से में थे लोग और उन्होंने कहा कि नोएडा अथॉरिटी बात नहीं मान रही।
निश्चित रूप से गुस्सा है। एक जवान बच्चा, 1 साल का बच्चा और एक ऐसे मारा गया, तो निश्चित रूप से मैं तो 24 घंटे मैंने खाना तक नहीं खाया अभी तक। मैं रात भर हॉस्पिटल में ब्लड दिया,
अस्पताल गए थे, वहाँ पर
हॉस्पिटल दिया, पैसे का इंतजाम किया, ब्लड दिया है, उनको भिजवाया है मध्य प्रदेश।
उस परिवार के लिए क्या किया जा रहा है इस वक्त?
हम आर्थिक मदद करेंगे, सारी मदद हमने की है, कोई पैसा किसी को नहीं देने दिया, सारी टोटल ब्लड से लेकर एवरीथिंग प्रोवाइड।
ठीक है। Polemy, that's what we're being told right now by the residents, vice president also, that there is a solution that has been put in place. But the problem is that the activists and the dog protectors in the society are still unhappy at the way the action has been taken. Of course, we'll show you both the sides. And certainly the one side that we have been showing you in the morning is that angry residents were out on the streets. They have been now assured by the ACEO, Noida authority, to take out the stray dogs from the society, and we'll have to wait and see whether after neutering or sterilization they will be sent back here once again.
Milan, thank you so much for joining us with that report. In fact, my colleague Akshita Nandagopal spoke to animal welfare activists on the rising dog menace. Listen in.
Radhika, what do you make of this incident? You know, this is a debate that comes up very, very often in residential societies, because in the last few months, we've also seen repeated such incidents of not just stray dog attacks, but pet dogs also targeting others.
First of all, I'd like to say that this incident is extremely sad. and this is not normal. Dogs, even stray dogs, are usually very friendly and welcoming. People like to play with them, like to pet them. So this is definitely a tragic, sad incident. What needs to be done, what's the need of the hour, is sterilization. By effective sterilization, this is the only scientific method which makes sure that the population is stable and that no fighting happens, no attacks happen. We request that the community, the society people work with the municipality in a way that all the dogs in the area are sterilized so that these attacks don't happen.
Ritika, I'm sure you'll join me in condemning what's happened in the society in Noida. A 7-month-old's life has been lost. Now, there are several people who are saying that maybe the animal was provoked, but we're talking about an infant here.
I understand, and my condolence to it. This is not easy, but I'd also like to bring to your notice that dogs, the community dogs, are a part of the urban wildlife. They're extremely important. Why? Because they eat away dead bodies of rats. They cut down the population of cats, so on and so forth. They're extremely, extremely important. Now, I think, to be very honest, we really need to learn to live with animals and share our planet.
Killer pothole strike again in Bengaluru. 2 women were travelling on a bike in the heart of the city when the rider lost balance, and because of the stretch being filled with potholes, while the rider escaped with minor injuries, the pillion rider, a 50-year-old woman, succumbed to her injuries after a bus mowed her down when she fell down on the road. But the civic body officials are in complete denial. Instead, a case has been registered against Transport Authority, KSRTC, while there is zero accountability from the BBMP. The bus driver has also been arrested.
The accident is under investigation and the police department is looking into it. The complaint and the statement given by the complainant doesn't say that it was due to pothole. Besides that, the place where the accident has happened, and more places like that on the same road, there is a problem in the road surface. We had put the inspection of that road for today. The accident happened unfortunately yesterday. Day before yesterday only we had put it for inspection. On this road also there are certain patches where the road surface is not good. We are trying to take it up and we will do it. Because of rains we could not undertake the full repair of the bigger stretches. As soon as that is over, we will take the whole stretch resurfacing. But till that time we will take up the patchwork.
Unfortunately, each death is somehow becoming a latest number in the statistics. That should stop. Each death is a cruel death. It causes lot of pain, anguish, loss to that particular family. We should understand it and we should approach this whole thing with that humanitarian approach.
The city of Bengaluru, from the city of lakes, it's now garnered the unenviable reputation of the city of potholes. And Bengalurians continue to pay the price for the pathetic condition of roads in the city. 2 women were travelling on a bike in the heart of the city when the rider lost balance because of this stretch being filled with potholes. While the rider escaped with minor injuries, the pillion rider, a 50-year-old woman, succumbed to her injuries after a bus moved her down when she fell down on the road.
You can see the depth of these kind of potholes. The depth is very hard, and you can see here it goes up to 3 to 4 inches of depth, and the water is being filled, and the riders, whoever is coming and crossing this particular pothole, are finding no solution.
वो बस वाला साइड में जा रहा था, ये 2 लड़की लोग आ रहा था, खड़ा या ना, ऐसा गड़ा था, वो गड़े में आके ऐसा पड़ा, ऐसा वो बस के उधर गिर गया एक लड़की, उसके ऊपर चढ़ गया बस.
These craters on the road are to blame, but unsurprisingly, officials are in complete denial and washing their hands of the incident. Instead, a case has been registered against Transport Authority, KSRTC, and zero accountability from the BBMP.
The road condition is not very good also, so there could be multiple factors.
We'll investigate in all the angles and take up investigation how it proceeds. As per the content of the complaint, of course KSRTC, it would be against KSRTC, but again the local authorities and all, based on the content of the complaint, we will take it up.
The BBMP meanwhile maintains an investigation is underway and refused to take cognizance of the terrible condition of the roads in the city.
ನಾವು ಅವರು ಯಾವ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಹೇಗೆ ಬಿದ್ದಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಹೇಗೆ ಈ ಘಟನೆ ಆಯಿತು ಅದು ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದು ಏನಿರುತ್ತೆ ತಮ್ಮ ಮಾಧ್ಯಮದ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇರುತ್ತದೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಕೆಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತೀವಿ. ಅದು ನಿಜ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ ಹೇಗೆ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ತನಿಖೆಯಿಂದನೇ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಅದು ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ತನಿಖೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಟ್ರಾಫಿಕ್ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಮಾಡಿ ಅವರು ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅದು ನೋಡೋಣ.
Soon after India Today reported the latest victim of these death holes, authorities attempted a cover-up. But even then, only covered one part of the giant pothole on the road.
These were the series of potholes that was there in the morning. Now in the evening it's been clearly filled up immediately. But just 5 feet behind the pothole that has been filled up, look, another pothole exists. That means the pothole that the woman just fell, only that has been filled up.
This is the reality of the death holes in Bengaluru. Every year, lives are lost, even as authorities make empty promises of the city being made a pothole-free city.
The question is when the civic authorities are going to learn from their previous mistakes and how many more lives will be lost due to this pothole. With your journalist Madhu Sagairaj reporting for India Today, Bengaluru.
My colleague Sagai is in fact joining me live from Bengaluru. Sagai, it seems that the BBMP is only deflecting blame at the moment. They're blaming the KSRTC, they're blaming the bus driver who in fact unfortunately was on that stretch when that lady fell and unfortunately came under his bus. They're arresting the bus driver. What about their own accountability?
That's the reason that people are raising the question. That's the reason people come out on the street and protest against BBMP. Because whenever these kind of incidents reported from the city of Bengaluru, there is always a blame game. Whenever it happens because of potholes or because of digging the road, that's when BBMP blames KPTCL or BWSSB. These are a different organization where they also dig the roads and they don't try to fill the roads. But when we question BWSSB, they blame on BBMP. So the blame game always happens in the city of Bengaluru whenever this kind of incident has been reported. As you rightly pointed out, that in this particular incident, the police have registered a case and arrested a KSRTC driver called Marti Rao. Despite the lady who was riding this bike, Vanita, who was the daughter of the deceased, has clearly said that she stopped the vehicle just because of a pothole. But so far, they have not registered a case against the concerned officer or a contractor connected with this particular case.
Okay, Sagai, thank you so much for joining us with all of those details. We're slipping into a very short break. Coming up next, a 7-month-old baby has lost his life after being mauled by a stray dog in one of Noida's high-rise societies. Details on the other side.
Remember them? Amber Heard and Johnny Depp have both been busy with their lives ever since the defamation trial. And everything seems to be going quite well for Johnny. He's returning to movies with the role of King Louis XV in Jeanne du Barry, has found love in his former lawyer, Joel Rich, and recently made 20 times the profit for his Queensland mansion. This isn't just any house, but it is the place where the infamous incident of Depp losing his finger took place. Amongst the many fights that were mentioned in court of the former couple, this incident was one to stick out quite a bit. He sold this mansion in Australia for $40 million. The house had 10 rooms with 10 bathrooms and a wine cellar with a capacity of 2,000 bottles along with a go-karting ground within that premises. To get into the details of this infamous incident, Heard had been throwing bottles at the actor, 2 bottles in fact, the second one resulting in a cut finger. Amber Heard did not agree to this version and said that Johnny Depp had instead been throwing those bottles due to anger, and that's how he cut his own finger. The incident has taken place in 2015 and has been brought up in trial multiple times. Now, as the dust settles on the defamation trial, Johnny Depp has been seen doing quite a lot of concerts with his close friend Jeff Beck. And Amber Heard, on the other hand, is peacefully living her life in Spain. She will be seen next in Aquaman 2.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Presented by धूल आए पर घर पे ना टिक पाए।
Very good afternoon and thanks so much for being with us here on India Today. I'm Chaiti Narula joining you with all the top stories. You're watching Lunch Break. Let's begin with the top headlines first. Chopper crashes just 2 kilometers away from Kedarnath in Uttarakhand. 7 people, including 1 pilot and 6 passengers, have lost their lives. The helicopter was en route from Guptkashi to Kedarnath, and sources say bad weather led to this crash. A 7-month-old baby has lost its life after being mauled by a stray dog in one of Noida's high-rise societies. Such was the brutality of the attack that the kid's intestines were pulled out. Massive protests break out in the society demanding ban on stray dogs. Killer potholes of Bengaluru strike again. The 50-year-old woman who was admitted to hospital after falling due to potholes and coming under a bus has succumbed to her injury. Former Rajabini elected unopposed as new BCCI chief at the annual general meeting. He takes over from the position of Saurav Ganguly.
Fresh religious face-off in Karnataka. Right-wing groups have called for a ban on halal meat during Diwali. The fringe outfit staged a protest against prominent food outlets like KFC, McDonald's and Pizza Hut. Days after a Kashmiri Pandit was brutally murdered by terrorists, 2 migrant laborers from UP have been killed in Shopian, but NC patron Farooq Abdullah continues to call for talks with Pakistan.
जब तक इंसाफ नहीं होगा ये बंद नहीं, और इसको बंद करने के लिए जितनी भी शोर करते हैं कहते हैं कि जहाँ बहुत सब कहते थे पहले 370 से ये हो रहा, आज तो 370 नहीं है.
Breaking news just coming in. BCCI Secretary Jai Shah has confirmed that India will not travel to Pakistan for the Asia Cup next year. We can confirm this to you on India Today, the news coming in, and hence now the tournament will have to be played at a neutral venue. That is Jai Shah's stance as far as Indian team is concerned for the Asia Cup and the playoff for the Asia Cup next year. BCCI Secretary Jai Shah is resolute that we will not be travelling to Pakistan. The Indian contingent will not travel to Pakistan for the Asia Cup next year. And hence, the tournament, which is the Asia Cup tournament, will have to be played at a neutral venue. That is the latest coming in. 2023 event will not be played in Pakistan. And if it is played in Pakistan, India will not be travelling there. And he has pressed for a call to action to change the venue to a neutral one from Pakistan. Latest coming in there. We'll get our sports reporters getting you up to speed with the very latest, but big statement coming in from Jai Shah in the light of the India-Pakistan tensions. He goes on to say that we will be playing the Asia Cup, but just not in Pakistan. We need another venue, and we need another neutral venue to play this tournament. So BCCI Secretary making a strong statement there. Jai Shah going on to confirm, this is confirmed on record, that India will not travel to Pakistan for the next Asia Cup, which is happening next year in 2023. And hence, the tournament will have to be played at a neutral venue.
7-month-old mauled to death. Infant mutilated by stray dog. 7-month-old's intestines pulled out. Dog attack reported in upscale Noida society. Showdown in society breaks out over strays. Residents up in arms over the death of the infant. Residents demand a ban on stray dogs.
बस यहाँ खड़े हैं, अभी तक कोई एक्शन लिया गया है? अभी तक कोई भी एक्शन नहीं लिया गया, कोई भी एक्शन नहीं लिया गया.
Deadly dog attack.
A horrific incident has come to fore from Uttar Pradesh's Noida. A 7-month-old baby of a labourer was mauled to death by a stray dog in a high-rise society on Monday evening. Baby's intestines were pulled out in the brutal dog attack. The child died this morning in a hospital after being in a critical condition the entire night. This incident has happened in a Noida housing society, Lotus Boulevard, situated in Sector 100 in Noida. Angry residents of the society have gathered together. They are demanding the Noida authority to take action in this particular matter. According to one of the residents of the society, there are many stray dogs living in the basement of that society. They're also being fed inside the society.
बस यहाँ खड़े हैं, अभी तक कोई एक्शन लिया गया है? अभी तक कोई भी एक्शन नहीं लिया गया, कोई भी एक्शन नहीं लिया गया सिवाय बातों के. नोएडा अथॉरिटी को यहाँ पे होना चाहिए. नोएडा अथॉरिटी की बहुत बड़ी गलती है. नोएडा अथॉरिटी आए और इसका
सोल्यूशन दे। एओए भी कुछ नहीं कर सकता। लोग प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं नोएडा अथॉरिटी के खिलाफ।
बिल्कुल, कुत्ते उन्होंने छोड़ रखे, क्यों नहीं हटवाते? हमारी समस्या, आज बच्चा मर गया, कल हमारा बच्चा मरेगा, वो बच्चा हमारा बच्चा है। होली के दिन, त्योहार के दिन उसका बच्चा गया है, कितना बुरा हुआ है और हम लोग बहुत परेशान हैं। 6 साल से आए हुए, ये समस्या का अंत ही नहीं होता है। हर बार ये आते खत्म करेंगे, एमएलए आते वोट मांगते चले जाते हैं, हमारी कोई सुनता ही नहीं है।
मैं 6 साल से यहाँ रह रही हूँ, रोज कोई ना कोई इशू चलता रहता है यहाँ पर डॉग्स वाला। एवरी सम डेज आफ्टर सम डेज कुछ ना कुछ चलता रहता है डॉग इश्यूज।
अभी वो बोल रही है कि मैंने उनसे बोला कि 3 डॉग्स काट गए हैं, बोल रही है कि मुझे बताइए, प्रूफ बताइए कि वहाँ पे कौन सा वाला डॉग था। अब इतने सारे डॉग में से हम कहाँ से ढूंढ के लाएं कि वो कौन सा है। उसके बाद में उसको ये बोला गया कि आप डॉग्स लेके आते हो तो कह रही है प्रूफ लाइए, वीडियो है आपके पास, यहाँ प्रूफ है। उसको अपना कुछ नहीं बताती,
कर दिया उसको, हम उसको वीडियो दें। कितना इनह्यूमन है ये, जबकि
it's highly insensitive that a person is talking like this and they are bringing the dogs inside in the
किसने
society.
उनको अथॉरिटी दी है कि वो गाड़ियों में डॉग्स को, स्ट्रीट डॉग्स को, स्ट्रे डॉग्स को भर के गाड़ियों में लाके सोसाइटी में छोड़ सकते हैं?
कोई कुत्ता काट रहा है ना, तो हमें उसकी हेल्प नहीं करनी, हमें पहले उसकी वीडियो बनानी है, क्योंकि उन्हें प्रूफ चाहिए। तो बचाना नहीं है उस बच्चे को, वीडियो बनानी है,
वीडियो बनानी है। अब ये बताइए कि जब उस बच्चे को काटा गया, कौन होगा वो वीडियो बनाएगा या उसकी हेल्प करेगा, या ये होती कौन है ये कहने वाली कि वीडियो उसको सबूत की तरह चाहिए? मतलब उसमें कितने गट्स है, उसको कितना कॉन्फिडेंस है कि चाहे कोई मर आ जाए लेकिन उसका कुछ नहीं हो सकता।
Just the housing society where this took place, Milan, this is unimaginable horror for the parents also who have lost that little baby to a dog attack, and that to a stray dog attack. One, what is the Noida authority doing? Because there have been multiple cases like that of dog attacks that are being reported from Noida time and again. In fact, yesterday we had that story about how Ghaziabad also took cognizance of this and banned Rottweiler and a couple of other breeds as well. And what is the society doing? Why is the society allowing the dogs to be entering that society when they are stray and not pets?
Well, that's a good question, Chaiti. And I was just talking to the resident here who was just at the police station, in fact, to register a complaint against those that actually allow the stray dogs inside the society. And that is one of the big questions. And I'm just going to ask her that. Ma'am, why are these dogs allowed in the society? Are some people protecting them? And you had gone to the police station to register an FIR in this matter. Has a complaint been registered by the police, and what have they told you?
रजिस्टर तो किया है उन्होंने, लेकिन एफआईआर नहीं डाला है। उन्होंने कहा है हम इतना ही कर सकते हैं अभी, और ये जो हमने आपसे कंप्लेंट लिया है ये हम ऊपर तक भेजेंगे। वहाँ से जिस तरह के भी हमें ऑर्डर्स आते हैं तब हम उसके अगेंस्ट कंप्लेंट कर पाएंगे।
लेकिन अभी आपका रिजर्वेशन क्या है? बिकॉज यहाँ से कुत्ते ले तो जा रहे हैं, लेकिन उनको दोबारा यहाँ पर छोड़ेंगे? क्योंकि दूसरी सोसाइटीज़ में तो स्ट्रे डॉग्स अलाउड नहीं होते, इस सोसाइटी में क्यों अलाउ होते हैं जो इतना हंगामा हो गया?
देखिए, अभी हमें जो कहा गया है कि सारे डॉग्स को यहाँ से ले जाएंगे लेकिन उन्हें वापस लेके आएंगे, लेकिन हम यही चाह रहे हैं कि वो नहीं आए। अगर 1 महीने बाद भी वो उन्हें वापस यहाँ भेज रहे हैं तो क्या सोल्यूशन यही है? हम फिर भी उतने ही अनसेफ है ना। बाकी सोसाइटीज में देखिए कहीं भी डॉग्स अलाउड नहीं है, गेटेड सोसाइटी में डॉग्स अलाउड नहीं है, फिर हमारी ही सोसाइटी क्यों? क्या हमारे बच्चों को खेलने का, जीने का हक नहीं है?
क्या आप अपने बच्चों को खेलने भेजती हैं नीचे? डर रहता है आपके मन में भी इसको लेकर? बच्चे क्या, बुजुर्गों को भी ये अनसेफ है?
नहीं, हमारे बच्चे नीचे नहीं उतरते हैं जब तक हम उनके साथ ना हों। वो इतना डर चुके हैं क्योंकि रोज एक दो घटनाएं हो रही हैं, किसी को डॉग्स बाइट कर रहा है, किसी के पीछे भाग रहा है, तो बच्चे इतना डर चुके हैं कि वो अकेले आना ही नहीं चाहते। मेरी बेटी है लेकिन वो नीचे नहीं उतरती है जब तक मैं उसके साथ ना हूँ।
Well, it's quite sad, Chaiti. This is the ordeal of a mother. She's just one of the people who were protesting in the morning, and we spoke to a lot of residents. They have said that they've registered complaints, but the problem is that an FIR has not been registered. Unfortunately, the parents of that particular 7-month-old baby who was mauled down and whose intestines were pulled out, gruesome attack there. The parents have gone back to Madhya Pradesh. They were construction laborers. We've been told that the society has taken care of their expenses, of the hospital charges, etc. And they are in no condition to speak. But the fact remains that this is a big problem, not just for one society, but across urban cities, across many states as well. And the correct action there also needs to be taken by by the Noida Authority, to which these residents have complained. The Noida Authority ACEO, Indu Prakash, has said that dogs will be taken to a shelter. But then once again, the debate is whether those who are dog activists, dog lovers, want these dogs to be around people. The sense of fear that's created is because we don't understand.
No,
when
Milan, the Noida Authority has to take strict cognizance of this. Tie up with the NGOs, tie up with the ones who take these stray dogs to shelter homes, give them a better life instead of, roaming about with civilians. That puts even the civilians at risk as well. So we'll wait for a reaction from the Noida Authority and many other RWAs around the national capital as well, who will have to take this incident into cognizance as well. We're going to leave it at that. My colleague Akshata Nandgopal spoke to animal welfare activists on the rising dog menace. Listen in.
Radhika, what do you make of this incident? You know, this is a debate that comes up very, very often in residential societies, because in the last few months, we've also seen repeated such incidents of not just stray dog attacks, but pet dogs also targeting others.
First of all, I'd like to say that this incident is extremely sad and this is not normal. Dogs, even stray dogs, are usually very friendly and welcoming. People like to play with them, like to pet them. So this is definitely a tragic, sad incident. What needs to be done, what's the need of the hour, is sterilization. By effective sterilization, this is the only scientific method which makes sure that the population is stable and that no fighting happens, no attacks happen. We request that the community, the society people work with the municipality in a way that all the dogs in the area are sterilized so that these attacks don't happen.
Ritika, I'm sure you'll join me in condemning what's happened in the society in Noida. A 7-month-old's life has been lost. Now, there are several people who are saying that maybe the animal was provoked, but we're talking about an infant here.
I understand, and my condolence to it. This is not easy, but I'd also like to bring to your notice that dogs, the community dogs, are a part of the urban wildlife. They're extremely important. Why? Because they eat away dead bodies of rats. They cut down the population of cats, so on and so forth. They're extremely, extremely important. Now, I think, to be very honest, we really need to learn to live with animals and share our planet.
Ghaziabad Municipal Corporation has put a ban on the registration of pit bull, Rottweilers and other dangerous species of dogs. Here is more on the story.
A boy left with 150 stitches on his face because of a pit bull attack. An 11-year-old girl severely injured after being attacked by a pit bull. These incidents have led to the administration in Ghaziabad now banning the aggressive dog breed along with 2 other breeds. The Ghaziabad administration has passed a resolution banning 3 breeds: pit bulls, Rottweilers and Dogo Argentinos.
सदन में माननीय सारे पार्षदगण, महापौर मैडम का ये निर्देश हुआ है, वहाँ से ये पास हुआ है कि इन पे बैन लगाया जाए। बैन लगाते समय कम से कम 2 महीने तक इनको हम समय देंगे कि इस बीच में स्टेरिलाइजेशन करा लें। अब तो रजिस्ट्रेशन नहीं करेंगे, 2 महीने तक तो हम करेंगे, उसके बाद किसी भी इन तीनों ब्रीड का रजिस्ट्रेशन हम बंद करने जा रहे हैं और किसी भी प्रकार की ब्रीडिंग और सेल यहाँ पे इन डॉग्स का नहीं होगा।
Ghaziabad is now the latest city after Kanpur to ban pit bulls. Kanpur administration has cracked the whip after this video of a pit bull attacking a cow shocked the nation. So what about those who already own any of these breeds in Ghaziabad? Sterilization of these breeds within 2 months is mandatory. They will also have to be vaccinated and registered with authorities within 2 months. If these norms are violated, the owner will be forced to give up the dog. Besides the ban on pit bulls, Rottweilers and Dogo Argentinos, all pet dogs must be registered. A maximum of 2 dogs are allowed now in a flat, and muzzles will be mandatory for public parks and elevators. Animal activists, however, are up in arms, questioning how a blanket ban can address this situation, pointing out that accountability is the need of the hour. not a ban on the breed. With a spate of incidents of pit bull attack in the last few months, the number of abandoned dogs in shelters has also gone up, and concerns are already being voiced of more dogs being abandoned in Ghaziabad. Bureau Report, India Today.
Slipping to a very short commercial break here on India Today. When we return, days after a Kashmiri Pandit was brutally murdered by 2 terrorists, 2 migrant laborers from UP have been killed in Shopian, but NC patron Farooq Abdullah continues to call for talks with Pakistan.
Artificial intelligence, or AI, is the science of programming machines or computers to reproduce human processes like learning and decision making. Recent technological advances, for example, intelligent algorithms which decide autonomously what actions to take to achieve their objective, have seen AI take great strides forward, creeping steadily into our daily lives. Smartphones are getting smarter, cyber assistants can find information in the blink of an eye, and autonomous vehicles could soon increase road safety, potentially eliminating the risk of human error. AI offers the promise of a highly efficient world in which robots take care of our sick, stock our fridges, plan our holidays, and do hazardous jobs humans should not or will not do. Game playing is a crucial measure of AI progress, proving that a machine can execute certain intellectual tasks better than humans. Computer mastery of chess and more recently Go, the ultimate board game, have been hailed as moments in humanity's quest to create smart machines. In medicine, software can already diagnose illnesses, including some cancers, as efficiently as a real doctor. But the issue of how to adapt workforces to cope with this fourth industrial revolution has economists and policymakers scratching their heads. Millions of jobs could be threatened as robots become capable of nearly everything humans do. There are concerns that if left unchecked, the development of superintelligence could pose a threat to humanity, with computers outsmarting and outmanipulating humans.
No relief for Umar Khalid in 2020 Delhi riots case. His bail plea in the UAPA case has been dismissed by the Delhi court. That is the latest coming in. The Delhi High Court was to pronounce order on Umar Khalid's bail plea today, and the order is out at the moment. No relief coming in for Umar Khalid. This is in connection with the Delhi 2022 riots case, and the bail plea in UAPA case has been dismissed by the Delhi court. Big story coming in at the moment. We're getting you what happened in court in moments from now. You do know that Umar Khalid had moved the Delhi High Court after he was denied bail by the trial court on 24th of March as well. And now from the Delhi court, we're getting this update. Is Nalini with us? Let's go straight across to Nalini Sharma, who's joining us live from the national capital. Nalini, what happened in court there? Why is there no relief for Umar Khalid, and what does the order say?
Well, Sherry, the order is coming 2 years after Umar was arrested. It's of the larger conspiracy in the Delhi
There on this broadcast, we're not being able to hear you, but Nalini is getting us all those latest details. Kanu Sharda, our reporter, is also getting us these details. Kanu, if you could tell us what happened in court.
Yeah, High Court has found no merit in the case and dismissed all the petitions filed by Umar Khalid, who was involved in the alleged in the 2020 Delhi riots case, and has dismissed all his bail applications. So,
what does the order really say? What does the order really say, Kanu?
They are going to appeal against. They have dismissed the bail. They have dismissed the bail.
What is the reasoning given?
They are going to approach the Supreme Court now, seeking the. Only the operative part of the portion was announced in the open court. They only said that there is no merit found in the case.
So for now we only know that, but there is going to be a further appeal by Umar Khalid and his team of lawyers in the Supreme Court. They will be appealing to the higher court for bail.
Yes, according to Umar Khalid's lawyer, Trideep Pais, who has confirmed to me that they are going to approach the Supreme Court challenging the bail order, which was dismissed today by the Delhi High Court.
So this case now gets transferred to the Supreme Court now, because the lawyers are going to be filing an appeal on the back of the denial of bail that is coming from the Delhi High Court. For the moment, what we know is that there is no relief for Umar Khalid. The Delhi High Court has dismissed Umar Khalid's bail plea. Umar Khalid did move the Delhi High Court after he was denied bail by the trial court. So the trial court in March denied bail to him. Now the Delhi High Court, as of today, has denied bail. Now there is going to be an appeal further in the Supreme Court, and we'll have to wait and watch to see if the Supreme Court even entertains this particular plea or not. But Umar Khalid will continue to be in jail at the moment. That is the latest coming in. No relief for Umar Khalid. He will be moving now to the Supreme Court for bail. This is to do with the Delhi 2020 riots case. His bail plea is rejected. So no relief coming in. His bail plea in UAPA case been dismissed by the Delhi High Court. This perhaps could be tried by the Supreme Court now, but they will be appealing first. On this story that is coming in at the moment, we're going to slip into a very short commercial break and continue to get you more updates as soon as we know more. In the meanwhile, take a short commercial break. Lots more coming up on the other side.
While China started military campaigns against Taiwan, America sent its Speaker Nancy Pelosi on the island. This left China in fumes, and America has now decided to delay Taiwan Policy Act of 2022. While China speaks about One China policy, calls Taiwan as its part, America is planning to discuss the Taiwan Policy Act 2022 in September. US Senator Lindsey Graham said, "When it comes to Taiwan, our response should be that we are for democracy and against communist aggression. We live in dangerous times. China is sizing up America and our commitment to Taiwan. The danger will only grow worse if we show weakness in the face of Chinese threats and aggression towards Taiwan." The Biden administration is trying to make changes to the bipartisan bill to increase military and economic relationship between the US and Taiwan. Nancy Pelosi thinks China is trying to establish a sort of a new normal by performing military activities. First point to note is, Taiwan is defined as a major non-NATO ally in the Act. This would mean it would be the US closest global partner, especially on trade and security cooperation. The second point is, there is a need to upgrade the mission from Cultural Center to Taiwan Representative Office. This would require confirmation for the head of the office. The US would continue to maintain One China policy. Therefore, the experts believe that there is a need to revise America's Taiwan policy. Rename the Taipei Economic and Cultural Representative Office to Taiwan Representative Office. This needs to go through a legal process. Implementation of an enhanced defense partnership between the United States and Taiwan.
Amend the Foreign Assistance Act to designate Taiwan as a major non-NATO ally. Provide Taiwan's preferences for foreign assistance and arms exports. Notify Congress before termination of the designation. Inclusion of Taiwan in international organizations. This will address Taiwan's representation and sovereignty. Even the United States cannot oppose any initiative that would change Taiwan's status without consent. US federal government employees can learn, live and work in Taiwan for up to 2 years under Taiwan Fellowship Act. Taiwan would have a voice in bilateral and multilateral dialogues. Sanctioned regime will safeguard Taiwan from hostilities in or around the island. No one would be allowed to interfere with its territorial integrity. In fact, a sanctions regime will be imposed against the People's Republic of China. Nothing has been mentioned on restoration of diplomatic relations with Taiwan or altering the United States government's position on Taiwan's international status.
Welcome, you're watching In The Club. I'm Dipali Patel. This is where we get you the best from the world of entertainment. Now we begin our show with the most trending story, which is also has come out as a setback for BTS fans. Yes, after years of speculation and South Korean government's internal discussions, it has been decided that the members of K-pop band BTS will be serving their mandatory military service. Here's more on that.
되고파 너의 오빠 너의 사랑이 난 너무 고파 되고파 너의 오빠 널 갖고 말 거야 두고 봐.
Boy band BTS, one of the world's most popular K-pop band, will be performing military service in their native South Korea, ending a long national debate whether they should receive an exemption or not. In 2020, the South Korean parliament passed a bill under which K-pop stars were allowed to delay participating in military service until they turn 30. But fans of the band, dubbed as ARMY, were hoping that the band members would be given special consideration due to their contribution to the South Korean economy and international prestige. The 7 members will serve almost 2 years each in the military. Member Jin will be the first one to enlist as per the official announcement. Label which manages the band shared a statement and wrote, Big Hit Music is proud to announce that the members of BTS are currently moving forward with plans to fulfill their military service. After the phenomenal concert to support Busan's bid for the World Expo 2030 and as each individual embarks on solo endeavors, it's a perfect time and the members of BTS are honored to serve. Other members of the group plan to carry out their military service based on their individual plans. Both the company and the members of BTS are looking forward to reconvening as a group again around 2025 following their service commitment. The music company further added that the group will come together as a whole in 2025. As it further read, Yet to Come is more than a track from their latest album. It is a promise. There's much more yet to come in the years ahead from BTS. BTS recently performed the long-awaited Busan concert and began the show with mic drop and didn't give fans a chance to breathe as they performed other hits like Butter and Fire among others. The in-person concert at Busan Asiad Main Stadium was attended by approximately 50,000 people. The estimated number of viewers at the in-person live broadcast in Busan Port reached about 10,000. They closed the show with Yet to Come, the most beautiful moment, suggesting a brighter future for all.
important achievements. It is a time for looking back at where we came from and also for looking ahead at where we want to go. The Interpol is also approaching a historic milestone. In 2023, Interpol will be celebrating 100 years of founding. This is a good time to rejoice and reflect, learn from setbacks, celebrate victories, and then look to the future with hope. Friends, the concept of Interpol finds a connect with various aspects of Indian philosophy. The motto of the Interpol is connecting police for a safer world. Many of you may have heard of the Vedas as one of the world's oldest scriptures. One of the verses in Vedas says, Ano bhadraha kratavo yantu vishwataha. It means, let noble thoughts come from all directions. This is a call for universal cooperation to make the world a better place. There is a unique global outlook in India's soul. This is why India is one of the top contributors in sending brave men and women the United Nations peacekeeping operations. Even before our own independence, we made sacrifices to make the world a better place. Thousands of Indians fought and died in the world wars. From climate targets to COVID vaccines, India has shown willingness to take the lead in any kind of crisis. And now, at a time when nations and societies are becoming inward-looking, India calls for more, not less, international cooperation. Global cooperation for local welfare is our call. Friends, the philosophy of law enforcement is best explained by Chanakya, the ancient Indian philosopher. Anvikshaki traivartanam yoga kshema sadhano dandah tasya niti hi danda niti. Alabdha labhartha labdha parikshani rakshit vivardani buddhasya tirtheshu pratipadani cha. It means the material and spiritual welfare of a society is through law enforcement. Law enforcement, according to Chanakya, helps in gaining what we do not have, protecting what we have, increasing what we have protected, and distributing it to the most deserving. This is an inclusive view of law enforcement. Police forces across the world are not just protecting people, but are furthering social welfare. They are also at the front line of society's response to any crisis. It was most visible during the COVID-19 pandemic. Across the world, Police personnel put their own lives at risk to help people out. Many of them even made the ultimate sacrifice in the service of the people. I pay my respect to them. Even if the world comes to halt, the responsibility of keeping it safe does not go away. The Interpol remained functional 24/7 even during the pandemic. Friends, India's diversity and scale are hard to imagine for those who have not experienced it. It is home to the highest mountain ranges, one of the driest deserts, some of the thickest forests, and many of the world's most densely populated cities. India packs the future of continents in just one country. For example, India's most populous state, Uttar Pradesh, has a population close to that of Brazil. Our capital, Delhi, has more people than the whole of Sweden. Friends, the Indian police at the federal and state levels cooperate to implement more than 900 national and around 10,000 state laws. Add to this the diversity of India's society. People from all the major religions of the world live here. There are hundreds of languages and dialects spoken. Massive festivals attract millions of devotees. For example, Kumbh Mela, the largest and longest spiritual mass gathering in the world, had 240 million pilgrims. With all this, our police forces work with respecting the diversity and rights of the people promised by the Constitution. They not only protect the people, but also serve our democracy. Take the scale of India's free, fair and massive elections. Elections involve arrangements for around 900 million electorals. This is close to the population of North and South American continents taken together. About 2.3 million police personnel are deployed to help with the elections. In upholding diversity and democracy, India is a case study for the world. Friends, over the last 99 years, the Interpol has connected police organizations globally across 195 countries. This is despite differences in legal framework system and languages. In recognition of this, a commemorative stamp and a coin have been released today. Friends, despite all the past successes, today I want to remind the world about a few things. There are many harmful globalized threats that the world faces. Terrorism, corruption, drug trafficking, poaching, and organized crime. The pace of change of these dangers is faster than earlier. When threats are global, the response cannot be just local. It is time, and it is high time, that the world comes together to defeat these threats. Friends, India has been combating transnational terrorism for several decades. Long before the world woke up to it, we knew the price of safety and security. Thousands of our people made the ultimate sacrifice in this fight. But it is no longer enough that terrorism is fought only the physical space. It is now spreading its presence through online radicalization and cyber threats. At the click of a button, an attack can be executed or systems can be brought to their knees. Each nation is working on strategies against them. But what we do within our borders in our longer enough, there is need to further develop international strategies. Establishment of early detection and warning systems, protecting transportation services, security for communication infrastructure, security for critical infrastructure, technical and technological assistance, intelligence agents, many of the things need to be taken to a new level. Friends, some of you may be thinking why I spoke of corruption as a dangerous threat. Corruption and financial crimes have harmed the welfare of the citizens of many countries. The corrupt find a way to par the process of crime in different parts of the world. This money belongs to the citizens of the country from which they have been taken. Often, this has been taken from some of the poorest people in the world. Further, it is such money that is pushed into evil activities. This is one of the major sources of terror funding, from illegal drugs that destroy your life, to human trafficking, from weakening democracies, to the sale of illegal arms. This dirty money funds many destructive enterprises. Yes, there are diverse legal and procedural framework to deal with them. However, there is a need for the global community to work even faster to eliminate safe havens. There can be no safe havens for the corrupt terrorists, drug cartels, poaching gangs, or organized crime. Such crimes against people in one place are crimes against everyone, crimes against humanity. Further, this not only harm our present, but also impact our future generations. Police and law enforcement agencies need to devise procedures and protocols to increase cooperation. Interpol can help by speeding up of red corner notices for fugitive offenders. Friends, a safe and secure world is our shared responsibility. When the forces of good cooperate, the forces of crime cannot operate. Friends, before I conclude, I have an appeal to all the guests. Do consider visiting the National Police Memorial and National War Memorial in New Delhi. You can pay respect to the heroes who laid down their lives to keep India safe. These were men and women, just like many of you, ready to do anything for the nation. Friends, let communication, collaboration and cooperation defeat crime, corruption and terrorism. I hope the 19th International General Assembly proves to be an effective and successful platform for this. Once again, I welcome you all to this important program. Thank you. Namaste.
You are watching India Today.
A shocking revelation has rocked the chess world. An investigation has found that Hans Niemann, the American grandmaster, has cheated more than 100 times. A 72-page report conducted by Chess.com found that he likely received illegal assistance in more than 100 online games, even in games where prize money was at stake. Suspicion rose when 19-year-old Niemann beat the world champion Carlsen while playing with the black pieces at the $500,000 Sinquefield Cup. He ended the world champion Magnus Carlsen's 53-game unbeaten streak in classical over-the-board games. Carlsen first suggested, then outrightly declared that this American was winning through illegitimate means. Niemann's explanation was that he had somehow guessed what opening the opposition would play. Carlsen abruptly withdrew from the tournament as a sign of protest, suspecting that Niemann indeed was cheating. Niemann first denied those allegations of cheating, but later confessed to violating the rules of fair play at least twice in random games on the Chess.com portal. The investigation made no conclusions regarding Niemann's over-the-board games, but flagged contests from 6 of his in-person events. The investigation further revealed that Niemann privately confessed to the allegations. Chess.com used cheat detection tools that analyzed and compared moves to those recommended by chess engines, studied the player's past performance and strength profile. It monitors behavior such as players opening up other browsers while playing. This is how the investigation was carried out. Niemann said, and I quote, "I was confronted and I confessed. And this is the single biggest mistake of my life, and I'm completely ashamed. I'm telling the world because I don't want misrepresentation and I don't want rumors. I have never cheated in an over-the-board game, and other than when I was 12 years old, I have never cheated in a tournament with prize money." Following this, he has been subsequently banned for a period of time from Chess.com, the world's most popular chess platform. FIDE, the sports world governing body, has said that it will convene its own 3-person panel to look into these allegations of cheating.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events, the true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth. On the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today.
Co-powered by RK Marble, Khubsurat Imandari. In association with JioMart, Har Ghar Ka Mart.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back. For its millions of fans across the world, popular boy band BTS have announced that they will be serving their mandatory military service for the South Korean army. While there was a clamor for exemption of pop stars, the band has decided to fulfill their military commitments to the nation. But in some respite to the fans, BTS will reunite as a group in 2025. Here's more.
너의 사랑이 난 너무 고파 되고파 너의 오빠 널 갖고 말 거야 두고 봐
Boy band BTS, one of the world's most popular K-pop band, will be performing military service in their native South Korea, ending a long national debate whether they should receive an exemption or not. In 2020, the South Korean parliament passed a bill under which K-pop stars were allowed to delay participating in military service until they turn 30. While fans of the band, dubbed as ARMY, were hoping that the band members would be given special consideration due to their contribution to the South Korean economy and international prestige, the 7 members will serve almost 2 years each in the military. Member Jin will be the first one to enlist as per the official announcement. Label which manages the band shared a statement and wrote, Big Hit Music is proud to announce that the members of BTS are currently moving forward with plans to fulfill their military service. After the phenomenal concert to support Busan's bid for the World Expo 2030 and as each individual embarks on solo endeavors, it's a perfect time and the members of BTS are honored to serve. Other members of the group plan to carry out their military service based on their individual plans. Both the company and the members of BTS are looking forward to reconvening as a group again around 2025 following their service commitment. The music company further added that the group will come together as a whole in 2025. As it further read, Yet to Come is more than a track from their latest album. It is a promise. There's much more yet to come in the years ahead from BTS. BTS recently performed the long-awaited Busan concert and began the show with mic drop and didn't give fans a chance to breathe as they performed other hits like Butter and Fire among others. The in-person concert at Busan Asia Main Stadium was attended by approximately 50,000 people. The estimated number of viewers at the in-person live broadcast in Busan Port reached about 10,000. They closed the show with Yet to Come, the most beautiful moment, suggesting a brighter future for all. The concert followed the 7-member band's announcement of a break in June from group musical activities to pursue solo projects. Since their 2013 debut, BTS band has become a worldwide sensation with their upbeat hits like Danger, Dope, Boy in Love, and made an impact on the people and aimed at empowering youth and spread their positivity with their social campaigns like Love Myself, where they collaborated with UNICEF.
If there's anything that I've achieved, it was only possible that I have my other BTS members right by my side, and because of the love and the support that our ARMY fans all over the world made for us.
With Snigdha Shweta Behera, Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
That's it from me, Chaiti Narula, on this bulletin. For further news and updates, don't forget to log on to indiatoday.in or go ahead and download the app. See you on the other side with the top headlines.
You are watching India Today.
Presented by धूल आए पर घर पे ना टिक पाए.
Watching India Today.
Very good afternoon and thanks so much for being with us here on India Today. I'm Chatti Narula joining you with all the top stories. Let's begin with the headlines first. Chopper crashes just 2 kilometers away from Kedarnath in Uttarakhand. 7 people, including 1 pilot and 6 passengers, have lost their lives. The helicopter was en route from Guptkashi to Kedarnath and sources say bad weather led to the crash. A 7-month-old baby has lost his life after being mauled by a stray dog in one of Noida's high-rise societies. Such was the brutality of the attack that the kid's intestines were pulled out. Massive protests break out in the society demanding ban on the stray dogs. Killer potholes of Bengaluru strike again. The 50-year-old woman was admitted to hospital after falling due to potholes and coming under a bus. Has now succumbed to her injuries. Former Indian cricketer Roger Binney elected unopposed as the new BCCI chief at the annual general meeting. He takes over from the position from Saurav Ganguly. Fresh religious face-off in Karnataka. Right-wing groups have called for a ban on halal meat during Diwali. The fringe outfits staged a protest against prominent food outlets like KFC, McDonald's and Pizza Hut. Days after Kashmiri Pandit was brutally murdered by terrorists, 2 migrant laborers from UP have been killed in Shopian. But NC patron Farooq Abdullah continues to call for talks with Pakistan.
जब तक इंसाफ नहीं होगा ये बंद नहीं और इसको बंद करने के लिए जितनी भी शोर करते हैं कि कहते हैं कि जहाँ बहुत सब कहते थे पहले 370 से ये हो रहा आज तो 370 नहीं है.
All right, we're getting breaking news coming in, cutting straight across to it. After the PCM attack on Chief Minister Bomai, the Congress party is threatening to launch Say CM campaign against him to force the BJP to answer for their failure in the last 3 years. Congress upping the ante against Chief Minister Bomai right there after PCM poster. Congress's Say CM warning against him to force the Bharatiya Janata Party to answer for their failure in the last 3 years. Sagai Raj is now joining us for the latest. Sagai, tell our viewers what was Space CM all about and what is Say CM all about? Sagai, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
From Pay CM to Say CM, Sagai, what's going on?
Yes, after the Pay CM, now Congress have launched a Say CM campaign where they will be targeting Karnataka Chief Minister Bomai in this particular campaign. Remember, they had already started a campaign called Nimmata Uttara Idya. That means, do you have answer for our questions? So in that particular campaign, they had asked questions and promises which was being made in the 2018 manifesto by BJP, where several promises was not fulfilled by the BJP government. And following that, there was a successful campaign of PayCM. Now they are converting that into PayCM, where they'll be starting the same old campaign of do you have answers for the question in that campaign? But they have given a new tagline called PayCM, where they will shoot out questions at BJP government as well as the Chief Minister on the promises which was being made in the manifesto and which has not been fulfilled by the sitting government.
And now, how does the Bharatiya Janata Party react to all of this? Because Congress, of course, is saying that you failed in Karnataka. What is their response to this?
See, this is not something new for Congress. They have been asking for this question. So far, the BJP has said that whatever the allegations or whatever the questions which has been asked by the Congress is baseless, because most of the promises which have been mentioned in the manifesto is already been fulfilled by former Chief Minister B.S. Yediyurappa as well as sitting Chief Minister Prasadh Bommai, and they have more time to do that. But the Congress doesn't want to leak anything ahead of 2023 election, because it is a poll-bound state, and definitely they would like to cash in the situation, and they will come up with questions every single day targeting the BJP government till next assembly election. So we need to wait and watch how it is going to convert into a vote for the Congress when they start these kind of campaigns.
All right, stay with us, Sagai. Sagai is getting us all those updates right there. We're getting some more breaking news coming in. We need to cut straight across to it. After Umar Khalid was denied bail by the Delhi High Court in connection with the 2020 Delhi riots case, India Today has now accessed the court order. The court has observed there appears to be a premeditated conspiracy for causing disruptive chakka jam and pre-planned protests at different planned sites in Delhi, which was engineered to escalate to confrontational chakka jam and incitement to violence and culminate in riots in natural course on specific dates. That's the latest coming in. Kanu Sharda joins us for the latest. Kanu, I'm made to believe that the trial court rejected the bail. Then the High Court has rejected the bail. The option now in front of Umar Khalid is to appeal to the Supreme Court. What are you picking up on that front from his lawyers? And of course, a few more details as far as this court order is concerned, on the basis of which the bail has been denied.
I've spoken to the legal team of Umar Khalid, and they have said that they will go to the detailed judgment and then approach the Supreme Court seeking the similar relief for the bail. As far as the 52-page order released by the Delhi High Court in the Umar Khalid case is concerned, the High Court has very categorically said that the protest planned was not a typical protest and normal in the political culture or democracy. And the High Court has also went on to say that the terrorism is an act done with a view to disturb the even tempo of society, creating a sense of fear in mind of a section of society. So the observations by the High Court will be a difficult task for the legal team of Umar Khalid to get the defense ready in the Supreme Court. And the High Court has also went on to say that the CDR records show that Umar Khalid was present at the protest site, and which was clearly defended by the Umar Khalid's team in the High Court. So the strategy of the Khalid's legal team will have to be seen in the coming days as to on what grounds they will raise the issue before the Supreme Court now.
And of course, the court must have said they do not find any kind of merit in this particular bail appeal, and hence they have dismissed it. Further going on to observe that this must be a premeditated conspiracy for causing disruptive chakka jam and pre-planned protests at different planned sites in Delhi. What was the defense coming in from Umar Khalid's legal team in the light of all these arguments as well, which led to this particular order come out?
Umar Khalid's legal team had argued before the High Court that the WhatsApp group which was created, he was not part of it, and he has just messaged on one particular WhatsApp group, which was denied by the High Court in the judgment. And it says that the Khalid presence at the protest and its WhatsApp group proved that he was very much there and involved in the entire conspiracy. And it was also said that the CDR analysis shows that there are flurry of call post-riot case incidents by Umar Khalid and his associates. So it will be really difficult to rubbish all kinds of the observations which were observed by the High Court. So the task is difficult.
The prosecution was continuously stressing upon the speech that Umar Khalid had given in Amravati as well. If you could give us some sense of that part of the argument from the prosecution side too.
Yes, the Amravati February 2020 speech, which was given by Umar Khalid, was cited by the prosecution before the High Court, saying that his speech has led to the provocation of speeches in Delhi and has created a sense of disturbance out here. But this particular thing was considered by the High Court, and High Court has rightly said that yes, that the speech does make some difference for the protesters right out here.
Khalid's presence on several of these WhatsApp groups, please explain to us, is that what has gone against him while the bail dismissal is on? Because the court somewhere also perhaps would be viewing this in a larger perspective than piecemeal arguments in this case.
Yes, the presence of, it was argued by the Khalid's legal team that there were 5 WhatsApp groups that were alleged by the prosecution in the charge sheet, but the Khalid was part of only 2, and they said that only in one of the groups he was an active member. But the High Court in its order has clearly said that he was a member of WhatsApp group of Muslim students of JNU, and he participated in various meetings at Jantar Mantar, Jangpura and other things. And he also referred to the in one of his WhatsApp that the USA president, then USA President Donald Trump was on his visit to India, and how it. So these kind of messages.
Did any of the speeches, whether it was made in Amravati in the context of the CAA or any other speeches that he has made against the government and his policies, can that amount to UAPA is the question?
Yes, that needs to be seen by in the detailed thing that how the High Court has held that all these kind of cases fall under the category of the UAPA, because the limited question that the High Court was seeing here is the bail which was challenged by of the trial court in the High Court. So the limited point, because it was not hearing the sections that are being imposed on him, it is only on the bail point. So these things need to be analyzed when the case gets...
So, Kanu, there have been arguments made by the prosecution and the defendants both, and the Delhi High Court has come to a conclusion that the bail plea has been dismissed, and now the defendants plan to approach the Supreme Court in this particular matter. We'll keep you updated as we go along the way. Moving on now. Killer pothole strike again in Bengaluru. 2 women were traveling on a bike in the heart of the city when the rider lost balance because of this stretch being filled with potholes. While the rider escaped with minor injuries, the pillion rider, 50-year-old woman, succumbed to her injuries after a bus mowed her down when she fell down on the road. But the civic body officials are in complete denial. Instead, a case has been registered against Transport Authority KSRTC, while there is zero accountability from the BBMP. The bus driver has also been arrested.
The accident is under investigation and the police department is looking into it. The complaint and the statement given by the complainant doesn't say that it was due to pothole. Besides that, the place where the accident has happened, and I mean more places like that on the same road, there is a problem in the road surface. We are anyway, we had put the inspection of that road for today. The accident happened unfortunately yesterday. We had day before yesterday only we had put it for inspection. On this road also there are certain certain patches where the road surface is not good. We are trying to take it up, and we will do it. Because of rains, we could not undertake the full repair of the bigger stretches. As soon as that is over, we will take the whole stretch resurfacing. But till that time, we will take up the patchwork.
Unfortunately, each death is somehow becoming a latest number in the statistics. That should stop. Each death is a cruel death. It causes lot of pain, anguish, loss to that particular family. We should understand that, and we should approach this whole thing with that humanitarian approach.
The city of Bengaluru. From the city of lakes, it's now garnered the unenviable reputation of the city of potholes. And Bengalurians continue to pay the price for the pathetic condition of roads in the city. Two women were traveling on a bike in the heart of the city when the rider lost balance because of this stretch being filled with potholes. While the rider escaped with minor injuries, the pillion rider, a 50-year-old woman, succumbed to her injuries after a bus moved her down when she fell down on the road.
You can see the depth of these kind of potholes. The depth is very hard, and you can see here it goes up to 3 to 4 inches of depth, and the water is being filled, and the riders, whoever is coming and crossing this particular pothole, are finding no solution.
वो बस वाला साइड में जा रहा था, ये दो लड़की लोग आ रहा था, खड़ा या ना, ऐसा गड़ा था वो, गड़े में आके ऐसा पड़ा, ऐसा वो बस के उधर गिर गया एक लड़की, उसके ऊपर चढ़ गया बस.
These craters on the road are to blame, but unsurprisingly, officials are in complete denial and washing their hands off the incident. Instead, a case has been registered against Transport Authority, KSRTC, and zero accountability from the BBMP.
The road condition is not very good also, so there could be multiple factors. We will investigate in all the angles and take up investigation how it proceeds. As per the content of the complaint, of course KSRTC, it would be against KSRTC, but again the local authorities and all, based on the content of the complaint, we will take it up.
The BBMP meanwhile maintains an investigation is underway and refused to take cognizance of the terrible condition of the roads in the city.
ನಾವು ಅವರು ಯಾವ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಹೇಗೆ ಬಿದ್ದಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಹೇಗೆ ಈ ಘಟನೆ ಆಯಿತು ಅದು ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದು ಏನಿರುತ್ತೆ ತಮ್ಮ ಮಾಧ್ಯಮದ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇರುತ್ತದೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತೀವಿ. ಅದು ನಿಜ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ, ಹೇಗೆ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ತನಿಖೆಯಿಂದನೇ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಅದು ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ತನಿಖೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಟ್ರಾಫಿಕ್ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಮಾಡಿ ಅವರು ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅದು ನೋಡೋಣ.
Soon after India Today reported the latest victim of these death holes, authorities attempted a cover-up. But even then, only covered one part of the giant pothole on the road.
These were the series of potholes that was there in the morning. Now, in the evening, it's been clearly filled up immediately. But just 5 feet behind the pothole that has been filled up, look, another pothole exists. That means the pothole that the woman just fell, only that has been filled up.
This is the reality of the death holes in Bengaluru. Every year, lives are lost, even as authorities make empty promises of the city being made a pothole-free city.
The question is when the civic authorities are going to learn from their previous mistakes, and how many more lives will be lost due to this pothole. With your journalist Madhu Sagairaj reporting for India Today, Bengaluru.
Sagai is now joining us for the very latest. Sagai, there has to be some level of accountability when this happens. So who's taken the accountability and what is being done to fix it at the moment? Because this is just one incident that we're reporting right now. There could be many more.
Absolutely, and this is not something new for Bengaluru. We have seen several cases like this, and every year these kind of unprecedented rains have been reported in Bengaluru and other parts of Karnataka. But there is no respite for the people because every time after these kind of rains, the pothole emerges on the streets and the roads of Bengaluru, and people get injured, people die in this potholes. But the civic authorities have not any lessons because they are quite aware that after these kind of rains, the roads and the roads will get peeled off and there might be potholes. But they are not using enough good quality of materials when they try to lay down new roads. That is a big question which is being raised by activists as well as the people. Why the civic authorities have not learned lessons despite losing so many lives due to potholes? Because they are only into blame games where we have heard from the civic authority saying that it is a mistake of KSRTC, and in many other cases, the BBMP blamed BWSSB and KPTCL, where these are a different organization where they also dig the roads, and blame game always continues in the state of Karnataka, especially when it comes to potholes.
All right. Thanks so much, Sagai, for joining us with those details right there. We'll come back to you because there has to be a level of accountability when it comes to these potholes in every metropolitan in the country, not just Bengaluru. Now, anti-halal protests have erupted in Karnataka before Diwali. Various pro-Hindu outfits have come together to start a campaign against halal products in the state. They are carrying out campaigns by distributing pamphlets against halal food which has been served at international eateries. Shri Ram Sene Chief Pramod Muthalik on Monday appealed to Hindus to celebrate halal-free Diwali. Muthalik said halal money is being used against India. The boycott on halal cut meat made the news at the height of the hijab showdown in Karnataka.
Why and the BJP sympathizer who are big investors in all these meat companies which give away halal meat, they are not coming out in support. So it's again attention diverting tactics from real issues of unemployment. Where are we in the hunger index now? We are 107. We are worse than Afghanistan and Pakistan. So it's just attention diverting tactics for all the actual issues plaguing the country.
Breaking news just coming in. Jana Sena chief and Tollywood actor Pawan Kalyan has hit out at the YSRCP known as the Power Star. Pawan Kalyan has warned that he will beat up anyone who calls him a package star with slippers. YSRCP leaders have been now trolling Pawan Kalyan, calling him a package star, accusing him of being hand in glove with the TDP. Following which, while addressing the Jana Sena party workers, he threatened the leaders who are calling him as a package star. So this is State of Telangana right there. We're getting you those details on your screens right now. There is another controversy and a sensational story that we're breaking at this point. Power star Pawan Kalyan hitting out at the YSRCP. Listen in to Pawan Kalyan.
ఈ ప్యాకేజ్ అనే సన్నాసిన కొడుకులు ఎవరు చెప్పు తీసుకొడతాను ఒక్కొక్క వైసీపీ నా కొడుకుని చెప్తాను చెప్పు అటు తిప్పి ఇటు తిప్పి పగిలిపోయేలా దవడ వాచిపోయేలా చెప్పు పెట్టి కొడతాను కొడకల్లారా ఒక్కొక్కడికి తమాషాలుగా ఉందా కొడకల్లారా ఇంకొకసారి ప్యాకేజీ గీకేజ్ అంటే చెప్పు తీసుకొని పళ్ళు రాలగొడతాను కొడకల్లారా ఒక్కొక్కడికి చెప్తున్నాను.
Abdul Bashir is now joining us with the latest details. Abdul, what is wrong with Pawan Kalyan going out there on a public forum warning that he's going to beat anyone who calls him a Pakistan with slippers and saying this on a public platform?
See, absolutely. This incident that has taken place comes when we talk about the backdrop of this incident as when the YSRCP ministers, after a huge program that was held in Vizag recently, while they were getting back to the airport, that is when the Jana Sena chief Pawan Kalyan has arrived, and a huge unexpected rally was organized by him, where huge numbers have been approaching the airport. Some of them had been manhandling, and the minister Roja YSRCP Minister Roja's convoy was assaulted. That is what the police had to say. So cases were registered against the YSRCP Jansena leaders. And then later, yesterday, the YSRCP Minister Roja, while speaking to the media, stated that Pawan Kalyan is hand in glove with the TDP chief Chandrababu Naidu and calling him a package star. That is what she stated. So replying to the statements by YSRCP leaders against Pawan Kalyan as package star, today they removed, while addressing the Janasena workers at Mangalgiri, at Mangalgiri, Pawan Kalyan has
removed its slippers and countered the package star statement by saying that he will beat left and right with his slippers to those people who are alleging him being a package star. So this, as we have seen in the social media as well, he was trolled with this name as package star. But now, the heated speech that has been given by Pawan Kalyan addressing the Janasena workers at Mangalgiri, he has clearly stated that there is no tolerance regarding this statement, and package star is a statement. Whoever is using this word will be hit left and right with the slippers, showing the slippers to the audience, to the
All right, Abdul, we're going to leave it at that. Now we're moving on to the other big story, the fresh twist coming in the Jayalalitha death probe. Commission probing circumstances leading to the death of former Chief Minister J. Jayalalitha in 2016 found her close aide V.K. Sasikala to be at fault and ordered an inquiry. Along with Sasikala, the panel has also named 3 other people, including Jayalalitha's personal doctor, the then Health Secretary and Health Minister of Tamil Nadu, who were found at fault. The report that was tabled in the Tamil Nadu Assembly revealed that lapses were recorded on conducting the angiosurgery. Remember, earlier an AIMS panel had revealed that Jayalalitha's treatment was held as per the medical protocols. So the probe report going on to find Shashikala Natarajan at fault here. And here you go. These are some sensational developments. Fresh twists that are coming in the Jayalalitha death probe. Remember, she passed away in 2016, and now there is a fresh twist that is coming in the death probe. The commission was probing the circumstances that were leading to the death of Jayalalitha in 2016. They've gone ahead and found her closest aide, I would say, not just a close aide, V.K. Shashikala, to be at fault and ordered an inquiry. Along with Shashikala Natarajan, the panel also named 3 other people, including the personal doctor, the then Health Secretary and Health Minister of Tamil Nadu, who were found at fault. Pramod Madhav joins us for the latest details. Pramod, this is a huge twist that is coming in. One is of V.K. Shashikala, second is of the doctor, then is the Health Minister of Tamil Nadu, the then Health Secretary as well. What next now?
Well, absolutely, there's more twist to this issue because the same person who sought an inquiry into the death of Jayalalitha was OPS and his team, and that team actually blamed Shashikala. Now they are in cordial terms with Shashikala, while EPS team, which was then with Shashikala, is upset, and they might welcome this team because R. Muthuswamy has said that there are a lot of grey areas in the matter, and he has also said that they have to find fault with Shashikala, her nephew Dr. Shivakumar, former Health Minister Radhakrishnan, former Health Minister Vijay Bhaskar, and former Health Secretary Radhakrishnan in this issue.
Thanks, Pramod, for joining us with the very latest details. We're slipping into a very short commercial break. When we return, a 7-month-old baby loses life after being mauled by stray dogs in one of Noida's high-rise societies. The kid's intestines were pulled out.
You are watching India Today.
News is about putting people first. Just look at the queues right across. About asking the right questions to those in power. is money power being used to bring down elected governments? Who will be held accountable for ministerial corruption? It takes no sides.
माँ का दर्द एक दर्द कोई नहीं समझ सकता उस दर्द को.
It reveals, it heals.
Angry people came out on the streets.
Is this the kind of justice system we want in this country? News is all heart and no hatred.
बिल्किस बानो आज क्या कहना चाहेंगी आप?
हमारे साथ जो हुआ है किसी के साथ भी नहीं होना चाहिए.
Experience the news. With me, Rajdeep Sardesai, only on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on
are watching India Today.
Big breaking news coming in. The Pakistani delegates who participated in the Interpol meeting were asked about Dawood Ibrahim by the journalists. They have not answered this question. They remain silent on this confrontation. Take a listen into what really happened there. Pakistani delegates keep mum. They keep silent and refuse to answer questions on Dawood Ibrahim. They remain silent on being confronted about Dawood Ibrahim. Take a listen into what went on there.
So the Prime Minister discussed the issue of terrorism.
सर, आप इंटरपोल के असेंबली में आए हैं, दाऊद इब्राहिम को लेकर कुछ कहना चाहिए आए हैं, दाऊद इब्राहिम को लेकर कुछ कहना चाहेंगे, कुछ बताना चाहेंगे, दाऊद इब्राहिम को लेकर आपका क्या रिएक्शन क्या है सर?
अपना कोई रिएक्शन सर आप देना चाहेंगे सर? So the Prime Minister discussed the issue of terrorism.
सर, आप इंटरपोल के असेंबली में आए हैं, दाऊद इब्राहिम को लेकर कुछ कहना चाहेंगे, कुछ बताना चाहेंगे, दाऊद इब्राहिम को लेकर आपका क्या रिएक्शन क्या है सर?
अपना कोई रिएक्शन सर आप देना चाहेंगे सर? So the Prime Minister discussed the issue of terrorism.
सर, आप इंटरपोल के असेंबली में आए हैं, दाऊद इब्राहिम को लेकर कुछ कहना चाहेंगे, कुछ बताना चाहेंगे? दाऊद इब्राहिम को लेकर आपका क्या रिएक्शन क्या है सर?
अपना कोई रिएक्शन सर आप देना चाहेंगे सर?
प्राइम मिनिस्टर डिस्कस
You heard it right there. They were asked about Dawood Ibrahim, the other Pakistani delegates who were attending the Interpol meeting, and they refused to answer the question on Dawood and even Hafiz for that matter, on Hafiz Saeed. Hafiz Saeed and Dawood Ibrahim both listening to how, and this only means one thing: there is some level of implicit indictment as far as this is concerned. Let's listen in once more.
रिएक्शन सर आप देना चाहेंगे सर?
So the Prime Minister discussed the issue of terrorism. सर, आप इंटरपोल के असेंबली में आए हैं, दाऊद इब्राहिम को लेकर कुछ कहना चाहेंगे, कुछ बताना चाहेंगे? दाऊद इब्राहिम को लेकर आपका क्या रिएक्शन क्या है सर?
अपना कोई
दाऊद इब्राहिम को लेकर आपका क्या रिएक्शन क्या है सर?
अपना कोई रिएक्शन सर आप देना चाहेंगे सर?
So the Prime Minister discussed the issue of terrorism. सर, आप इंटरपोल के असेंबली में आए हैं, दाऊद इब्राहिम को लेकर कुछ कहना चाहेंगे, कुछ बताना चाहेंगे? दाऊद इब्राहिम को लेकर आपका क्या रिएक्शन क्या है सर?
अपना कोई रिएक्शन सर आप देना चाहेंगे सर?
So the Prime Minister discussed the issue of terrorism. सर, आप इंटरपोल के असेंबली में आए हैं, दाऊद इब्राहिम को लेकर कुछ कहना चाहेंगे, कुछ बताना चाहेंगे? दाऊद इब्राहिम को लेकर आपका क्या रिएक्शन क्या है सर?
अपना कोई रिएक्शन सर आप देना चाहेंगे सर?
So the Prime Minister discussed the issue of terrorism. सर,
अपना कोई रिएक्शन सर आप देना चाहेंगे सर?
So the Prime Minister discussed the issue of terrorism. सर, आप इंटरपोल के असेंबली में आए हैं, दाऊद इब्राहिम को लेकर कुछ कहना चाहेंगे, कुछ बताना चाहेंगे? दाऊद इब्राहिम को लेकर आपका क्या रिएक्शन क्या है सर?
अपना कोई रिएक्शन सर आप देना चाहेंगे सर?
So the Prime Minister discussed the
All right, there you go. They blatantly refused to answer the question on Hafiz Saeed and Dawood Ibrahim as well. They were asked a question by the journalists on giving a comment about Dawood Ibrahim and Hafiz Saeed. They have not answered. They remain silent upon being confronted, and we played that out for you as well. Is this an implicit indictment of Pakistan's involvement as far as Dawood Ibrahim is concerned? We'll let you decide that. But Terroristan seems to be exposed. Because look at these delegates, they are being asked pointed questions and they just remain silent. This is a big India Today exclusive we are bringing to you from the Interpol meeting, and I'm requesting our producers to get us our reporters. All right, Sushant Sareen is now joining us on the phone line. Mr. Sareen, I don't know if you saw that video, but let me encapsulate what happened. There was a meeting, as you already know, the Interpol meeting, and there were these Pakistani delegates. They were asked pointed question about Dawood Ibrahim by the journalists. They refused to answer. All right, hold on. We're going to another video which is surfaced. Sushant, continue to be with us.
क्या आप भारत को सौंपेंगे? सर,
that video out for our viewers. In the meanwhile, do we have Sushant Sareen with us? Let's go to Mr. Sareen. Mr. Sareen, I was telling you about this video where Pakistani delegates participated in the Interpol meeting. They were asked a pointed question about Dawood Ibrahim. They did not answer, remained silent. Does this implicitly, indicate indictment of Pakistan when it comes to Dawood Ibrahim?
Look, I'm not sure whether it does. The thing is that when you ask him a question like that, he could not have admitted that Dawood Ibrahim is present in Karachi and living a good life under the protection and the care of the Pakistani state. He could not have said that. Now, he could have denied it, that he doesn't know who Dawood Ibrahim is and has absolutely no idea about his whereabouts. He could have done it, but that would not have convinced anybody, and everybody would have called him a liar. And the third option was to keep quiet. That way, he keeps some dignity intact and hopes the storm will pass him by. So I think that is what he chose to do, not respond to the question, because either of the other two responses would have opened him for a lot of flack and a lot of trouble, both in India as well as back home. And I think that's the course of action he took.
Right, and as you mentioned that either of the two possibilities, the first two ones would have caused a lot of trouble, so he chose the smart route to remain silent here. But if there was no association of Pakistan with Dawood Ibrahim or Hafiz Saeed, he could have been very confident in saying no. right? But he did not say that, no.
No, but look, had he said no, would you have accepted his no? Or any of the 1.3
That's the point, but that's besides the point. If he's being asked a question about his country's ties when it comes to Dawood Ibrahim or any of these terrorists for that matter, he could have proudly said a no, but the very fact that he cannot proudly say a no says a lot, actually. His silence speaks a lot.
I think he would not have been proud saying no, but the point is that the moment you say no, then you are accused of being in denial, and a range of other accusations, all of which would be correct, would be heaped upon him. So I think he decided that he is just going to keep his mouth shut and let this whole thing pass him by, because had he said no, nobody would have accepted his denial, because everybody would have known that that was a plain and simple untruth that he was speaking.
Mr. Sareen, he's not in the court of law and he's not under oath. He's not going to be accused of committing any kind of perjury, even if he says anything. It's just in a public forum what he says. He's not under oath, so he could have actually said no, which he didn't, which he decided not to.
But can you imagine that, we are playing out his silence the way we are playing it out on our television screens? Can you imagine what we would have done if he had said, no, I don't know who Dawood Ibrahim is, I have no idea about his whereabouts, we have absolutely no knowledge of it. Even though there is a red corner notice against Dawood Ibrahim, even though Dawood Ibrahim is an internationally designated terrorist, everybody knows where his whereabouts are. In fact, in some of the international designations where he has been named, they have even given his whereabouts being in Pakistan. Now, under those circumstances, maybe this guy is a bit of a self-respecting man and decided that he'll keep quiet. Or maybe he was too stunned by the questioning and the very forthright nature of the questioning, the very blunt nature of the questioning. He didn't know what has hit him. But I would imagine that between a denial and keeping quiet, those were his only two options. He could not accept that Dawood Ibrahim is living under the protection of the Pakistani state and its intelligence agencies. He could not have admitted it. So I think he decided that he'd rather keep quiet.
All right, Mr. Sareen, thanks so much for that quick input right there. Appreciate you joining us on this broadcast. In fact, he was also asked about Hafiz Saeed. We played out what he said, what he didn't say rather, when he was asked about Dawood Ibrahim. Let's listen into the question on Hafiz Saeed now.
जनाब एक सवाल है क्या नहीं एक छोटा सा आप सुन लें उसके बाद आपकी मर्जी होगी देना ना देना क्या ये प्रोसेस एक्स्ट्राडिशन का बढ़ेगा भारत के साथ दाऊद इब्राहिम को आप इंडिया को सौंपेंगे एक्सेलेंसी हाफिज सईद एंड दाऊद इब्राहिम मोस्ट वांटेड है इंडिया में क्या आप भारत को सौंपेंगे
सर आप इंटरपोल के असेंबली में आए हैं दाऊद इब्राहिम को लेकर कुछ कहना चाहेंगे कुछ बताना चाहेंगे दाऊद इब्राहिम को लेकर आपका क्या रिएक्शन क्या है सर
अपना कोई रिएक्शन सर आप देना चाहेंगे सर
द प्राइम मिनिस्टर डिस्कस द इशू ऑफ टेररिज्म
सर आप इंटरपोल के असेंबली में आए हैं दाऊद इब्राहिम को लेकर कुछ कहना चाहेंगे कुछ बताना चाहेंगे दाऊद इब्राहिम को लेकर आपका क्या रिएक्शन क्या है सर
अपना कोई रिएक्शन सर आप देना चाहेंगे सर
द प्राइम मिनिस्टर
Manish Pandey now joins us for the very latest. Manish, you heard that interrogation right there when it came to Hafiz Saeed and Dawood Ibrahim as well, and the Pakistani delegate chose to remain silent on that particular confrontation. Does this somewhere, and how do you read this, does this implicitly indict Pakistan of their association with both Dawood and Hafiz both?
Well, Chatti, this happened in the 90th General Assembly of Interpol, which is taking place in New Delhi. I was present there. And before we asked the question to the Pakistani delegates, Prime Minister Narendra Modi gave a speech in which he said that all the law enforcement agencies of the entire world, all the countries have to come together to tackle the issue of terrorism. It is not only impacting certain countries, but the entire world. And when the speech got over, we approached the Pakistani delegation and we asked him specifically what they have to say about Dawood Ibrahim or terrorism, but they decided not to react on our questions. Now, as far as Pakistan is concerned, remember, not only India, but even the President of America recently said that Pakistan and terrorism, they go along together. And there have been many terror activities in past where we have seen that not only in India but in world that Pakistan link has emerged. There have been allegations that Pakistan is giving safe haven to not only terrorists but terrorist organizations. Now, what we have been given to understand is that the Interpol meeting in the General Assembly, there will be bilateral meetings. It will be interesting if there is a bilateral meeting between India and Pakistan. If it happens, India will certainly raise the issue of terrorism and Dawood Ibrahim. But certainly, in today's context, we asked this question to the Pakistani delegation about Dawood Ibrahim and terrorism, but they choose not to react on our question.
Perhaps in the bilateral, in case that happens, Munish, they would have to then speak up. At this point of time, of course, they chose to remain silent.
Yeah, well, Chatti, first of all, they have to agree for a bilateral meeting. We have been given to understand is that certainly it is playing. India is mulling over the option of bilateral meeting. Apart from the General Assembly meeting, there are going to be bilateral meetings between the countries. But whether Pakistan will agree for a bilateral meeting with India or not, that is still not clear. If that happens, certainly India is going to raise multiple issues regarding terrorism, regarding the terrorists who are still wanted in 2008 Mumbai bomb blast attack, and also about Dawood Ibrahim, who is the most wanted terrorist not only for India but for many countries in this globe.
All right, thanks Manish for that update right there. Manish Pandey breaking the story first on India Today, getting us those latest details. It is a big India Today exclusive on your screens right now. We're getting some breaking news coming in. We'll have to cut straight across to it now. Breaking news coming in. British police are investigating an assault on a protester who was beaten by several men after being dragged inside the grounds of the Chinese consulate in Manchester during a demonstration against President Xi Jinping. It is an India Today exclusive on your screens. British police currently investigating assault on a protester who was beaten up by several men after being dragged inside the grounds of the Chinese consulate in Manchester during a demonstration against President Xi Jinping. And this is how they chose to do it. Drag him inside the Chinese consulate and then beat him up. So anti-China protesters were taken inside the premises of the Chinese consulate in Manchester. And then they were beaten up by several men. Why? Because they choose to demonstrate against Chinese President Xi Jinping. Now, the British police have swung into action, taken matters in their hands, investigating this brutal assault on a protester. We'll get you more details as we go along the way. But these visuals, let me tell our viewers, are exclusive to India Today.
The protester, known as Bob, is then kicked and punched by 5 men going into the circumstances. They added that their officers responded immediately to defuse the situation. Speaking after the incident to the BBC, Bob, who has recently emigrated from Hong Kong...
You can see the brutal assault on the protester on your screens right now, and just look at the way in which this assault has taken place. The man was dragged by several men inside the Chinese consulate in Manchester, where they have, of course, control. And that is when they beat him up. And why? Because he was spotted outside during a demonstration where he chose to speak about, he chose to speak up anti-China. He spoke about President Xi Jinping and against him while at it, and hence this happened. Now the British police are investigating this particular assault. What the details of their investigation are, we'll know in moments from now when we have a reporter joining us who can update us and brief our viewers on what the investigation report says, because the police, from what we are being made to understand, are seriously investigating this assault on a protester who was beaten by several different men, as you can see on your screens, after being dragged inside the grounds of the Chinese consulate in Manchester during a demonstration against President Xi Jinping.
Sunday in the city of Manchester in northwest England.
In yet another dastardly act of terrorism, 2 labourers hailing from Uttar Pradesh were killed by terrorists in Shopian district of Jammu and Kashmir today. The non-local labourers have been identified as Manish Kumar and Ram Sagar. Both the victims are residents of Kanuj district of Uttar Pradesh. The Resistance Front has claimed responsibility of the attack and the terrorist has been arrested. The attack comes days after a Kashmiri Pandit was killed in an attack in the same district, as you already know. Kashmiri Pandits took to the streets in the valley. They protested the targeted killings.
There is no end to the targeted killings in the Kashmir Valley. In the latest incident, 2 Hindu laborers were killed by terrorists in South Kashmir's Shopian district. Late last night, terrorists hurled a grenade at the accommodation of these poor laborers in South Kashmir's Shopian district. 2 Hindu laborers were injured. They were rushed to the hospital. Unfortunately, they succumbed to their injuries. And now here in Jammu, you can see that the Kashmiri Pandit government employees who fled the valley few months ago are staging protests against the targeted killings that are taking place in the Kashmir Valley. Here you can see that a large number of Kashmiri Pandit youth are staging protests, raising slogans against Pakistan and terrorists. They are saying that enough is enough. How long will the Hindu community have to suffer like this in the Kashmir Valley? Whether it's the Kashmiri Pandit community or the Hindu laborers, they are being targeted by the terrorists. The protesters here are also raising slogans against National Conference Chief Farooq Abdullah. We will speak to some of the protesters here who are raising slogans. मुझे बताइए, targeted killings का सिलसिला लगातार जारी है. 2 more people have been killed by terrorists.
हम तो पिछले 5 महीने से ये अलार्म दे रहे हैं that conditions are not well for particular religion, for particular community, for religious minorities in Valley. They are highly vulnerable there, whether it belongs to any section, whether to a business section, whether to an employee section, whether to a laborer section, whether to an agriculture, whether to a non-migrant Kashmiri Pandits living there. That is why you can witness there is a continuous target killings on which government is in that mood that their policies are not able to put a full stop on these killings continuously.
We will also speak to some women protesters here. Ma'am, 2 more people have been killed by terrorists in Kashmir Valley. And National Conference Chief Farooq Abdullah is saying that these targeted killings won't stop.
Yeah, I saw that Farooq Abdullah say because these terrorists are not going to stop killing Hindus and they are just enjoying in killing of Hindu, and this should be stopped. This is the killing of Hindus. Hindu is safe in Kashmir, and these people, these politicians are only playing their bad politics, dirty politics in the name of Hindus. They should be stopped.
जो आउटसाइड लेबर जो होते हैं ये सॉफ्ट टारगेट है, इनके पास कोई सिक्योरिटी है नहीं यहाँ पर. तो इस टाइप का जो घिनौना जो कराना हरकत किया है उसको उसी टाइप का हम लोग जवाब देंगे. इसको अरेस्ट करेंगे और पूरा प्रूव करके ऑनरेबल कोर्ट में पेश भी करेंगे. आप लोग की एविडेंस शेयर करेंगे और जो हार्डकोर टेररिस्ट उसको न्यूट्रलाइज करते आ रहे हैं और जल्दी इसको भी कर देंगे हम लोग.
आज जो सुरक्षा बलों ने मेहनत के साथ कश्मीर में अमन चैन का दौर फिर से लाया है, लेकिन इस प्रकार की घटनाओं के साथ कहीं ना कहीं उसमें बाधा आना स्वाभाविक बात है. तो इन चीज़ों को सीरियसली लेने की ज़रूरत है ताकि कोई इस प्रकार की घटनाओं को अंजाम ना दे सके. चिंता का विषय है और ऐसे लोगों को ढूंढ करके उनका सर्च ऑपरेशन करके काम करने की ज़रूरत है.
Amidst the rise in targeted killings in Jammu and Kashmir, NC Chief Farooq Abdullah has stoked yet another controversy, implying that the revocation of Jammu and Kashmir's special status was injustice. The former Chief Minister said the recent spate of target killings would not stop if justice was not served. He also deemed the abrogation of Article 370 as the reason for the rising targeted killings in the valley. The BJP hit out at Farooq for his remarks, highlighted the development work in the valley under the central government post the abrogation of Article 370.
टारगेट किलिंग लगातार कश्मीर में हो रही है सर, अभी भी कल 2 दिन पहले जो है कश्मीरी पंडित,
ये कभी बंद नहीं होगा जब तक इंसाफ नहीं होगा, कभी बंद नहीं होगा। और इसको बंद करने के लिए जितनी भी शोर करते हैं कहते हैं कि जहाँ बहुत सब कहते थे पहले 370 से ये हो रहा, आज तो 370 नहीं है, मेरी क्यों मृत्यु हो रही है, इसके जिम्मेदार कौन है बताइए मुझे।
दुनिया में बताया जा रहा है कि हालात हमने बेहतर कर दिए,
अगर वो बेहतर कर दिया तो फिर पंडित बेचारा मारा नहीं जाता, कहाँ है हालत बेहतर।
शायद डॉक्टर फारूक अब्दुल्ला साहब भूल गए हैं कश्मीर की सड़कों पर होने वाली पत्थरबाजी, हर रोज कश्मीर में बम बंदूक पिस्तौल गोलियों के शोर, बॉर्डर के ऊपर भारी घुसपैठ, बंद हड़ताल के जो कैलेंडर कश्मीर में जारी होते थे, कश्मीर को अस्त व्यस्त करके रखा था। एक ज़माना था कि कश्मीर में अलगाववादी और आतंकवादियों का तांडव चलता था, आज वो दौर खत्म हुआ है।
Slipping into a break. When we return, coming up next, a 7-month-old baby loses life after being mauled by a stray dog in one of Noida's high-rise societies. The kid's intestines were pulled out.
You are watching India Today.
Traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political black.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today. Remember them? Amber Heard and Johnny Depp have both been busy with their lives ever since the defamation trial. And everything seems to be going quite well for Johnny. He's returning to movies with the role of King Louis XV in Jeanne du Barry, has found love in his former lawyer, Joel Rich, and recently made 20 times the profit for his Queensland mansion. This isn't just any house, but it is the place where the infamous incident of Depp losing his finger took place. Amongst the many fights that were mentioned in court of the former couple, this incident was one to stick out quite a bit. He sold this mansion in Australia for $40 million. The house had 10 rooms with 10 bathrooms and a wine cellar with a capacity of 2,000 bottles along with a go-karting ground within that premises. To get into the details of this infamous incident, Heard had been throwing bottles at the actor, 2 bottles in fact, the second one resulting in a cut finger. Amber Heard did not agree to this version and said that Johnny Depp had instead been throwing those bottles due to anger, and that's how he cut his own finger. The incident has taken place in 2015 and has been brought up in trial multiple times. Now, as the dust settles on the defamation trial, Johnny Depp has been seen doing quite a lot of concerts with his close friend Jeff Beck. And Amber Heard, on the other hand, is peacefully living her life in Spain. She will be seen next in Aquaman 2.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
You are watching India Today.
Very good evening and thanks so much for being with us on India Today. I'm Chaiti Narula joining you with all the top stories. Let's start with the headlines first. Chopper crashes just 2 kilometers away from Kedarnath in Uttarakhand. 7 people, including 1 pilot, 6 passengers killed. Sources say bad weather led to the crash. A 7-month-old baby has lost his life after being mauled by a stray dog in one of Noida's high-rise societies, and the kid's intestines were pulled out. Massive protests break out. Killer potholes of Bengaluru strike again. The 50-year-old woman who was admitted to hospital after falling due to potholes and coming under a bus has succumbed to her injuries. Former Indian cricketer Roger Binney elected unopposed as new BCCI chief at the annual general meeting. He takes over from the position from Saurav Ganguly. Fresh religious face-off in Karnataka. Right-wing groups have called for a ban on halal meat during Diwali. The fringe outfit staged a protest against prominent food outlets like KFC, McDonald's and Pizza Hut. Days after Kashmiri Pandit was brutally murdered by terrorists, 2 migrant laborers from UP have been killed in Shopian. But NC patron Farooq Abdullah continues to call for talks with Pakistan.
जब तक इंसाफ नहीं होगा ये बंद नहीं, और इसको बंद करने के लिए जितनी भी शोर करते हैं कहते हैं कि जहाँ बहुत सब कहते थे पहले 370 से ये हो रहा, आज तो 370 नहीं है.
7-month-old mauled to death. Infant mutilated by a stray dog. 7-month-old's intestines pulled out. Dog attack reported in upscale Noida society. Showdown in society breaks out over strays. Residents up in arms over the death of the infant. Residents demand a ban on stray dogs.
से यहाँ खड़े हैं, अभी तक कोई एक्शन लिया गया है? अभी तक कोई भी एक्शन नहीं लिया गया, कोई भी एक्शन नहीं लिया गया.
Deadly dog attack.
A horrific incident has come to the fore from Uttar Pradesh's Noida. 7-month-old baby of a labourer was mauled to death by a stray dog in high-rise society on Monday evening. Baby's intestines were pulled out in the brutal dog attack. The child died this morning in the hospital after being in critical condition the whole night. The incident happened in a Noida housing society, Lotus Boulevard, situated in Sector 100. After angry residents of the society gathered together and demanded the Noida authority to take action in the matter, the administration brought in the vehicles picked up the stray dogs. According to one of the residents of the society, there are many stray dogs that are living in the basement of that society. They're also being fed inside the society.
बस यहाँ खड़े हैं, अभी तक कोई एक्शन लिया गया है? अभी तक कोई भी एक्शन नहीं लिया गया, कोई भी एक्शन नहीं लिया गया सिवाय बातों के। नोएडा अथॉरिटी को यहाँ पे होना चाहिए। नोएडा अथॉरिटी की बहुत बड़ी गलती है। नोएडा अथॉरिटी आए और इसका सलूशन दे। एओए भी कुछ नहीं कर सकते।
लोग प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं नोएडा अथॉरिटी के खिलाफ।
बिल्कुल, कुत्ते उन्होंने छोड़ रखे, क्यों नहीं हटवाते? हमारी समस्या, आज बच्चा मर गया, कल हमारा बच्चा मरेगा। वो बच्चा हमारा बच्चा है। होली के दिन, त्योहार के दिन उसका बच्चा गया है। कितना बुरा हुआ है और हम लोग बहुत परेशान हैं। 6 साल से आए हैं, ये समस्या का अंत ही नहीं होता है। हर बार ये आते, खत्म करेंगे। एमएलए आते, वोट मांगते, चले जाते हैं, हमारी कोई सुनता ही नहीं।
मैं 6 साल से यहाँ रह रही हूँ। रोज कोई ना कोई इशू चलता रहता है यहाँ पर डॉग्स वाला। एवरी सम डेज, आफ्टर सम डेज कुछ ना कुछ चलता रहता है डॉग इश्यूज। अभी वो बोल रही है कि मैंने उनसे बोला कि 3 डॉग्स काट गए हैं। बोल रही है कि मुझे बताइए, प्रूफ बताइए कि वहाँ पे कौन सा वाला डॉग था। अब इतने सारे डॉग में से हम कहाँ से ढूंढ के लाएं कि वो कौन सा है। उसके बाद उसको ये बोला गया कि आप डॉग्स लेके आते हो तो कह रही है प्रूफ लाइए, वीडियो है आपके पास, यहाँ प्रूफ है। कर दिया उसको, हम उसको वीडियो दें। कितना इनह्यूमन है ये।
It's highly insensitive that a person is talking like this and they are bringing the dogs inside in the society.
किसने उनको अथॉरिटी दी है कि वो गाड़ियों में डॉग्स को, स्ट्रीट डॉग्स को, स्ट्रे डॉग्स को भर के गाड़ियों में लाके सोसाइटी में छोड़ सकते हैं?
कोई कुत्ता काट रहा है ना, तो हमें उसकी हेल्प नहीं करनी है, हमें पहले उसकी वीडियो बनानी है, क्योंकि उन्हें प्रूफ चाहिए। तो बचाना नहीं है उस बच्चे को, वीडियो बनानी है।
वीडियो बनानी है। अब ये बताइए कि जब उस बच्चे को काटा गया, कौन होगा वो वीडियो बनाएगा या उसकी हेल्प करेगा, या ये होती कौन है ये कहने वाली कि वीडियो उसको सबूत की तरह चाहिए? मतलब उसमें कितने गट्स हैं, उसको कितना कॉन्फिडेंस है कि चाहे कोई मर आ जाए लेकिन उसका कुछ नहीं हो सकता।
Good afternoon. You're joining us live here on India Today on the special edition of Lunch Break. We're going to be focusing on the horrifying, tragic story that's emerged from an upscale society in Noida. A stray dog attacking a laborer's infant, a 7-month-old, has died. It's opened up this massive debate, something we've been speaking about for the last many months here on India Today, about the stray dog menace, what needs to be done to ensure that these dogs are taken care of, but at the same time, it doesn't happen at the cost of human lives. We're going to be discussing that.
7-month-old mauled to death. Infant mutilated by a stray dog. 7-month-old's intestines pulled out. Dog attack reported in upscale Noida society. Showdown in society breaks out over strays. Residents up in arms over the death of the infant. Residents demand a ban on stray dogs.
बस यहाँ खड़े हैं, अभी तक कोई एक्शन लिया गया है? अभी तक कोई भी एक्शन नहीं लिया गया, कोई भी एक्शन नहीं लिया गया।
Deadly dog attack.
Truly horrifying incident that's come to light in Uttar Pradesh's Noida, in an upscale society. A 7-month-old baby. This was an infant of a laborer, was mauled to death by a stray dog in a high-rise society. This happened on Monday evening. Now, the kind of information, the details that have emerged are gory, shocking to say the least. Because what we're hearing, according to nearby residents as well as the authorities, is that the baby's intestines were actually pulled out in this brutal dog attack. The child was rushed to a hospital, obviously because of the critical condition he was in, died this morning in the hospital. The incident happened in a housing society called Lotus Boulevard. If you live in Noida, you know where this is. It's situated in Sector 100. Angry residents of the society gathered together. They've demanded that the Noida authorities immediately take action in this matter. According to one of the residents of the society, there are many stray dogs living in the basement, which is a threat to them, and they're saying that they're also being fed inside the society. So some residents came out saying, ensure that stray dogs aren't allowed inside a society. There were many others who said that this was some sort of provocation that led to an attack by the stray dog.
बस यहाँ खड़े हैं, अभी तक कोई एक्शन लिया गया है? अभी तक कोई भी एक्शन नहीं लिया गया, कोई भी एक्शन नहीं लिया गया सिवाय बातों के। नोएडा अथॉरिटी को यहाँ पे होना चाहिए। नोएडा अथॉरिटी की बहुत बड़ी गलती है। नोएडा अथॉरिटी आए और इसका सलूशन दे। एओए भी कुछ नहीं कर सकते।
लोग प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं नोएडा अथॉरिटी के खिलाफ।
बिल्कुल, कुत्ते उन्होंने छोड़ रखे, क्यों नहीं हटवाते? हमारे समझ आज बच्चा मर गया, कल हमारा बच्चा मरेगा। वो बच्चा हमारा बच्चा है। होली के दिन, त्योहार के दिन उसका बच्चा गया है। कितना बुरा हुआ है और हम लोग बहुत परेशान हैं। 6 साल से आए हुए, ये समस्या का अंत ही नहीं होता है। हर बार ये आते खत्म करेंगे। एमएलए आते, वोट मांगते, चले जाते हैं, हमारी कोई सुनता ही नहीं।
मैं 6 साल से यहाँ रह रही हूँ। रोज कोई ना कोई इशू चलता रहता है यहाँ पर डॉग्स वाला। एवरी सम डेज आफ्टर सम डेज कुछ ना कुछ चलता रहता है डॉग इश्यूज।
All right, I want to introduce now Milind Sharma. She's joining us live from the society. Has been constantly speaking to some of the angry residents there. Also with me on this broadcast is Radhika Suryavanshi, campaigns manager of PETA India. Milind, I'd like to take this across to you first. Get us a sense of, how residents are reacting, because we understand that some of them are saying that the right way to go about this is not a ban on stray dogs. Others are saying that the situation is out of control in the society.
Well, let me just show you the current situation, Akshita. Since we've been reporting throughout the morning on this particular issue, things have changed and developments have taken place. So right behind me, you'll see that there is a Noida ACO, Noida Authority, Mr. Indu Prakash, who's also here. He's spoken to the residents, but I don't think the residents have actually agreed to what he has to say at the moment. I'm also going to try to speak to a few other residents here. Rohit जी, ये बताइए कि आप नोएडा की ACO यहाँ पे पहुंचे हैं, तो उन्होंने आपसे क्या कहा? बिकॉज आप लोगों की डिमांड है कि स्ट्रे डॉग्स को हटाया जाए। आर दे बीइंग रिमूव्ड राइट नाउ?
देखिए, उन्होंने अभी 2 गाड़ियां तो भेजी है अंदर, और अभी हम बाहर हैं तो हमने ये विटनेस नहीं किया कि उन्होंने गाड़ी से डॉग्स उठाए हैं कि नहीं उठाए, तो उन्होंने भेजी तो है। अभी उन्हीं के आश्वासन पे हम चल रहे हैं कि यस, वो एक्शन लेंगे। बट पॉइंट ये है कि वो बाद में जब डॉग्स को उठा के ले जाएंगे और फिर बाद में कहाँ छोड़ेंगे? क्या वो यहाँ छोड़ेंगे या कहीं और छोड़ेंगे, या फिर वो सिचुएशन फिर से क्रिएट हो जाएगी?
क्योंकि वो कह रहे हैं कि डॉग्स को अभी ले जाएंगे यहाँ से, लेकिन उनको स्टरलाइज करके वापस यहीं छोड़ देंगे।
क्योंकि मैं आपको ये बता रहा हूँ, जो कल 2 डॉग्स थे जो स्टरलाइज थे, उन्होंने ही अटैक किया है, तो क्या स्टरलाइज डॉग भी अटैक नहीं करेंगे? ये कौन बताएगा?
क्या है, आप प्रूफ के साथ कह सकते हैं कि वो डॉग स्टरलाइज?
हमारे यहाँ पे ये है कि जो अगर डॉग अंदर फीड होता है तो उसको हम यहाँ पे पहनाते हैं, तो वो एक प्रूफ आइडेंटिटी के लिए वो यहाँ पे फीड होता है और स्टरलाइज है। उसके अलावा और कोई प्रूफ नहीं है।
Okay. So residents are still not convinced with what the Noida Authority ACEO has told them. He has said that the dogs will be taken out from the society. Right now also we have residents all across. They are still waiting for a final word from the ACEO, who's speaking to people, trying to convince them. At the moment they're not on the roads. They have been taken aside by the Noida police as well, and they are saying that despite the fact that those were the dogs, there were 3 dogs, Akshita, that attacked that innocent 7-month-old baby that was lying on the side of the towers where the mother of the child was working. There was no provocation at all, and that is the reason that they are trying to assess whether even the dogs are sterilized. Why would they be allowed to be fed inside the society is the demand at the moment, and the Noida Authority has told them in front of us that they will once again be let inside the society. That still remains to be a conundrum that needs to be resolved over here.
Okay.
Until such time, Akshita, I see that the residents here are still not moving from this location, and they have decided to continue with their protest.
The anger from the residents is very, very much understandable, because they're worried for their own safety, they're worried for their kids, and something like this happening, it's shocking and tragic. A 7-month-old baby who's lost his life because of this kind of an attack by 3 dogs, as Milind is telling us, inside that society. But is the answer then a ban on stray dogs? Questions will be asked of the authorities of why they didn't do enough, because very clearly, and this has been established time and again across the country, you look at the example of Kerala as well, the need of the hour is to ensure that there's proper registration, there's proper tracking, and importantly, proper sterilization that's followed of these dogs. I want to take in Radhika also, who's the campaigns manager at PETA India. Radhika, what do you make of this incident? You know, this is a debate that comes up very, very often in residential societies, because in the last few months, we've also seen repeated such incidents of not just stray dog attacks, but pet dogs also targeting others.
First of all, I'd like to say that this incident is extremely sad, and this is not normal. Dogs, even stray dogs, are usually very friendly and welcoming. People like to play with them, like to pet them. So this is definitely a tragic, sad incident. What needs to be done, what's the need we are, is sterilization. By effective sterilization, this is the only scientific method which makes sure that the population is stable and that no fighting happens, no attacks happen. We request that the community, the society people work with the municipality in a way that all the dogs in the area are sterilized so that these attacks don't happen.
No, according to some of these residents, Radhika, these dogs were sterilized, they were neutered, and despite that, this kind of an incident happened. And, you can understand the anger of the residents, because, yes, there are questions being asked of the authorities, but these residents are worried for their children next.
That is understandable, but we have to also recognize that removing these animals from these areas is not an option. Because if you remove these animals from the area, other animals will come and take up the vacant space. That is why when I say that sterilization and a stable population is the only way to reduce the the number of issues that are happening, to stop these attacks, this is the reason why, that any animal that is removed, the space will be taken up by another animal. So we also request that, if people were talking about feeders and feeding that is happening in the society, the AWBI, Animal Welfare Board of India, has a circular which says that it has to happen with a mutually decided space, either inside or outside the building, which is discussed and decided by the society people. And it should not be near play parks or in places where people roam around a lot, or in a specific corner of the society. So we request that these rules also be followed. I would also like to point out, just like you said, that a lot of attacks have been happening. We have been taking cognizance of that, but please know that these attacks, the community dog attacks, are much less than the companion animal attacks. Pet dogs, majorly pit bull attacks are happening around the country. We've noticed that a lot of attacks in Gurgaon, Ghaziabad, Punjab have been happening. And we as PETA have been requesting a ban on the breed. We have requested
that's happening. That's happening in several districts. So there's been a lot of talk also, a lot of discussion about whether a ban is the answer, even in this particular case. When these residents come together, they're banding together and saying that, ban stray dogs within the society. Is that practical in a country like India, when you have so many dogs roaming across in the streets? And then do they get more aggressive if you don't feed them? And what happens on the streets of the country then, which will be filled with these dogs? I want to bring in Ritika Goyal also, who's an animal welfare activist. Ritika, I'm sure you'll join me in condemning what's happened in the society in Noida. A 7-month-old's life has been lost. Now, there are several people who are saying that maybe the animal was provoked, but we're talking about an infant here.
I understand, and my condolence to it. This is not easy, but I'd also like to bring to your notice that dogs, the community dogs, are a part of the urban wildlife. They're extremely important. Why? Because they eat away dead bodies of rats. They cut down the population of cats, so on and so forth. They're extremely, extremely important. Now, I think, to be very honest, we really need to learn to live with animals and share our planet. I'll tell you how. There are so many community feeders who are being harassed. Now, if we really want to work together, I would really recommend the societies to work together with dog feeders, because dog feeders, the only one can help you. Right now, what's happening is every dog feeder is being harassed. They are harassed, they're disturbed. The community dogs that they work with, they also, are also disturbed because they've been chased, they've been killed, they've been poisoned.
Okay, Ritika, my apologies for interrupting, but I just want to cut across to reactions that are coming in, live reactions from the Noida authorities right now.
कानून या कोई प्रावधान दे सकती है कि स्ट्रे डॉग्स को सोसाइटी के अंदर ना आने दिया जाए किसी तरीके से?
देखिए, हर सोसाइटी के गेट बने हुए हैं। गेट पे उन्होंने ऑलरेडी जो है अपने वो रख रखा है गार्ड। अगर वो अंदर आ रहा है तो वो रोकेंगे नहीं, वो आएगी सोसाइटी, वहाँ अथॉरिटी तो नहीं रोकेगी। आपको अगर रोकने से कोई रोक रहा है फिर अथॉरिटी और पुलिस दोनों हस्तक्षेप करेगी, अंदर नहीं जाने देगी।
तो जब डॉग कैचर्स की जो वैन आती है सर, जब डॉग कैचर्स की वैन आती है तो कहा जाता है कि कुछ एक्टिविस्ट हैं जो रोक लेते हैं उनको, कुत्तों को नहीं ले जाने देते, तो इस पर सर क्या एक्शन लिया जा सकता है?
देखिए, हाँ,
उस पर क्या एक्शन
क्वेश्चन किए जाए जिससे हमें निस्तारण मिले। बातों से पेट नहीं भरेगा, आप बातों से पेट नहीं भरेगा, सब नकली बातें हैं सारी।
एक्शन लिया जाएगा?
हाँ, नहीं होना
सर। अभी यहाँ पे चलिए, कहाँ है रेजिडेंस, कहाँ है?
Okay, so you can hear that there's quite a bit of questions being thrown at the Noida authorities there on the ground. If Milind Sharma is with us, I'll just take this across briefly to her again. Milind, what are the Noida authorities saying? Because many of the residents you've spoken to also put the onus on them, saying they did nothing to ensure successful sterilization drive.
कोई ठोस जवाब जो है सीईओ नोएडा अथॉरिटी जो एसीईओ हैं इंदु प्रकाश उनके पास से नहीं मिल पाया। आलोक दास के साथ मिलन शर्मा, आज तक।
Okay, Milind has just filed that report for us. She's telling us that there's been no concrete answer that's coming from the Noida authorities. Ritika, I'll come back to you. My apologies for cutting you short earlier. You were making a point about dog feeders. Look, as someone who is also a dog lover who cares for these stray dogs, Ritika, I understand where you're coming from. But today, you have to also understand why there's an overwhelming sentiment saying that, look, stray dogs shouldn't be allowed inside societies. This isn't the only incident. Look at the kind of incidents that have been reported in Kerala as well. What is a concrete solution to ensuring this kind of incidents, these kind of attacks on people don't happen? We're talking about, you know, a 7-month-old baby whose intestines were pulled out.
Like I said, your best bets are the dog feeders, because the dog feeders know their way around with the dogs. They can work with the dogs and make sure that they're more friendly and approachable to humans, because understand, dogs are territorial. Because that's their nature, we can't manipulate that or change that or control that. So the best way is to work with your dog feeders, form a community that will work with the dogs, sterilize them, you know, like my fellow activist just mentioned over there, you know, vaccinate them, deworm them, and also work with them to be okay if a human approaches them. You know, that is your best bet. Work with your dog feeders. They are your best bet.
No, but they can't. Are they around all the time, Ritika? We have to be practical in a society, and many of them in Noida are very, very big. They're very vast, and these kind of dogs have a lot of human interaction, right? How do you know when one's going to get aggressive and attack a baby like this?
So see, dogs are not really aggressive by nature. They are territorials, and with the cases of, you know, dogs being poisoned, strangled, chased off, this does create a sense of fear in the dogs, right? This is where your dog feeders come in, and this is where you need to work with the dog feeders and have an understanding. One thing what we can also do is identify places far away from your society, from gates, from, you know, play parks, where they can feed the dogs. So there's a lot that we can work together, but the society and the animal feeder community have to come together and work together. This is the only best bet. But listen, one thing is for sure, we cannot eradicate the dogs. We need them. They're a part of our urban wildlife, for sure.
When residents today at Lotus Boulevard, where this incident happened, are saying that, you know, you shouldn't allow stray dogs inside the society, feed them outside. Is that a fair demand?
Well, to be honest, the dogs, how did the dogs even come into the society? Let me go back a little bit. Usually it's a bare land, right? Dogs start living over there. Then a constructor gets the land, construction happens over there. That's how the dogs land up being over there. It's not that they, you know, once the apartments build, the dogs come in. Dogs have always been there, right? So I'm not really sure, but we can work this around. For sure, we can work this around.
No, but what's also the messaging, you know, for people right now who are watching this broadcast, who will be extremely, extremely concerned about their own children, about their infants, their toddlers when they go out to play in the evenings, about what happened in this particular case, where more often than not, you know, everyone says that unless a dog is provoked, they don't respond in this kind of a way. But then you have this kind of an incident of a 7-month-old being killed by 3 dogs. In such a circumstance, what is your message to residents who say, hey, we're scared for our children?
I completely understand, and it's a very difficult time for the family who's gone through this. It's not easy, and this is definitely very agitating, and I can totally understand there's a hostile situation amongst the animal welfare activists that are there, and also, you know, the people who live over there. But I think, again, we need to work together on this. There's nothing to fear. There are so many kids who grew up with dogs and wild animals, right? It's again the way you condition the animal. So I really don't know. To be very fair, I'm not really sure what exactly happened. What is the history with the dogs and the society people over there, to be very honest. So I'm not really going to say much, but one thing is for sure, animals can be conditioned either in a positive way or a negative way. This is
Okay.
You are watching India Today.
The COVID-19 pandemic has forced us to do a rethink on how we lead our lives, to think about what we are doing to our bodies and to our health, and also wellness, because it is time now to go back to the basics. It is time to talk about your food, your sleep habits, your gut health, stress, and much more. And that exactly is what our brand new health show, Health 360, is going to do at these times only on India Today TV.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
A political war of words has once again erupted in Karnataka. The opposition in the state has launched a scathing attack at the Bommai government. The Congress party is all set to launch a Say CM campaign days after its viral Pay CM campaign against the Karnataka Chief Minister. The opposition party has upped the ante against the Bommai government for not answering any of the 50 questions posed to the government. Say CM, which is a 50-question campaign launched by the Congress, is aimed at the Chief Minister Bommai for its failure to complete over 90% of the promises made in 2018 manifesto. Congress has further stated that given how BJP reacted to Pay CM campaign, they would launch a Say CM to force the BJP to answer for all its failure in the last 3 years. Now joins us for the very latest on this story. Sagai, if you could walk our viewers through what is going on right there. Congress has put 50 questions to the Chief Minister. How does the BJP respond?
After the PCM campaign by Congress, now they are started PCM campaign where they will be countering the BJP on the promises which have been made in the manifesto and which has not been fulfilled till today. In 2018, there were a set of promises which was being made in the manifesto of BJP party, and following that, the Congress had started this particular campaign called Nimatra Hidya Answer. That is, do you have answers for our question? So subsequently, they have started this particular campaign after the success of PCM, where they have asking question to CM, where they will be putting out questions every single day, asking Chief Minister to answer the questions or answer the questions raised by the people when it comes to manifesto. The Congress is trying to cash in everything, the situation ahead of 2023 election. Remember, it's a poll-bound state, and Congress is trying as much as possible to gain mileage out of these kind of campaigns.
Sagai, thanks so much for joining us with the very latest details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this story. But moving on to the other story we're tracking on India Today. Killer pothole strike again in Bengaluru. Two women were traveling on a bike in the heart of the city when the rider lost balance because of the stretch being filled with potholes. While the rider escaped with minor injuries, the pillion rider, a 50-year-old woman, succumbed to her injuries after a bus mowed her down when she fell down on the road. But the civic body officials are in complete denial. Instead, a case has been registered against Transport Authority KSRTC, while there is zero accountability from the BBMP. The bus driver has been arrested.
The accident is under investigation and the police department is looking into it. The complaint and the statement given by the complainant doesn't say that it was due to pothole. Besides that, the place where the accident has happened, and more places like that on the same road, there is a problem in the road surface. We had put the inspection of that road for today. The accident happened unfortunately yesterday. Day before yesterday only we had put it for inspection. On this road also there are certain certain patches where the road surface is not good. We are trying to take it up and we will do it. Because of rains we could not undertake the full repair of the bigger stretches. As soon as that is over, we will take the whole stretch resurfacing. But till that time we will take up the patchwork.
Unfortunately, each death is somehow becoming a latest number in the statistics. That should stop. Each death is a cruel death. It causes lot of pain, anguish, loss to that particular family. We should understand that and we should approach this whole thing with that humanitarian approach.
Killer pothole strike again in Bengaluru. Two women were traveling on a bike in the heart of the city when the rider lost balance because of this stretch being filled with potholes. While the rider escaped with minor injuries, the pillion rider, a 50-year-old woman, succumbed to injuries after a bus mowed her down when she fell down on the road. But the civic body officials are in complete denial and washing their hands off the incident.
The city of Bengaluru. From the city of lakes, it's now garnered the unenviable reputation of the city of potholes. And Bangaloreans continue to pay the price for the pathetic condition of roads in the city. Two women were traveling on a bike in the heart of the city when the rider lost balance because of this stretch being filled with potholes. While the rider escaped with minor injuries, the pillion rider, a 50-year-old woman, succumbed to her injuries after a bus moved her down when she fell down on the road.
You can see the depth of these kind of potholes. The depth is very hard, and you can see here it goes up to 3 to 4 inches of depth, and the water is being filled, and the riders, whoever is coming and crossing this particular pothole, are finding no solution.
वो बस वाला साइड में जा रहा था, ये दो लड़की लोग आ रहा था, खड़ा है ना, ऐसा गड़ा था वो, गड़े में आके ऐसा पड़ा, ऐसा वो बस के उधर गिर गया एक लड़की, उसके ऊपर चढ़ गया बस.
These craters on the road are to blame, but unsurprisingly, officials are in complete denial and washing their hands off the incident. Instead, a case has been registered against Transport Authority, KSRTC, and zero accountability from the BBMP.
The road condition is not very good also, so there could be multiple factors. We'll investigate in all the angles and take up investigation how it proceeds. As per the content of the complaint, of course KSRTC, it would be against KSRTC, but again the local authorities and all, based on the content of the complaint, we will take it up.
The BBMP meanwhile maintains an investigation is underway and refused to take cognizance of the terrible condition of the roads in the city.
ನಾವು ಅವರು ಯಾವ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಹೇಗೆ ಬಿದ್ದಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಹೇಗೆ ಈ ಘಟನೆ ಆಯಿತು ಅದು ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದು ಏನಿರುತ್ತೆ ತಮ್ಮ ಮಾಧ್ಯಮದ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇರುತ್ತದೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತೀವಿ. ಅದು ನಿಜ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ ಹೇಗೆ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ತನಿಖೆಯಿಂದನೇ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಅದು ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ತನಿಖೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಟ್ರಾಫಿಕ್ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಮಾಡಿ ಅವರು ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅದು ನೋಡೋಣ.
Soon after India Today reported the latest victim of these death holes, authorities attempted a cover-up. But even then, only covered one part of the giant pothole on the road.
These were the series of potholes that was there in the morning. Now, in the evening, it's been clearly filled up immediately. But just 5 feet behind the pothole that has been filled up, look, another pothole exists. That means the pothole that the woman just fell, only that has been filled up.
This is the reality of the death holes in Bengaluru. Every year, lives are lost, even as authorities make empty promises of the city being made a pothole-free city.
The question is when the civic authorities are going to learn from their previous mistakes and how many more lives will be lost due to this pothole. With your journalist Madhu Sagairaj reporting for India Today, Bengaluru.
Anti-halal protests have erupted in Karnataka before Diwali. Various pro-Hindu outfits have come together to start campaign against halal products in the state. They are carrying out campaign by distributing pamphlets against halal food served at international eateries. Sri Ram Seni Chief Pramod Muthalik on Monday appealed to Hindus to celebrate halal-free Diwali. Muthalik said that halal money is being used against India. The boycott on halal cut meat made the news at the height of the hijab showdown in Karnataka.
Why and the BJP sympathizer who are big investors in all these meat companies which give away halal meat, they are not coming out in support. So it's again attention diverting tactics from real issues of unemployment. Where are we in the hunger index now? We are 107. We are worse than Afghanistan and Pakistan. So it's just attention diverting tactics for all the actual issues plaguing the country.
Fresh twist in the Jayalalitha death probe. Commission probing circumstances leading to death of former Chief Minister Jayalalitha in 2016 found her close aide VK Shashikala to be at fault, ordered an inquiry. Along with Shashikala, the panel has also named 3 people, including Jayalalitha's personal doctor, the then Health Secretary and Health Minister of Tamil Nadu, who were also found at fault. The report was tabled in Tamil Nadu Assembly. It revealed the lapses were recorded in conducted the angio and the surgery. Remember earlier, an AIMS panel revealed that Jaya's treatment was held as per medical protocol. Janasena chief and Bollywood actor Pawan Kalyan is on the warpath against YSRCP. Addressing a rally, the power star has brandished his slipper. He's gone ahead and threatened YSRCP supporters and leaders. The outburst comes after the Janasena chief was strolled and branded as a packet star. The YSRCP is accusing the actor of working with the TDP, a charge that has infuriated Pawan Kalyan. The actor has now said that he will hit anyone who calls him a packet star with slippers. The Pawan Kalyan YSRCP showdown has been escalating since the actor turned Neta's rally was blocked in Visakhapatnam. Now the police has issued prohibitory orders barring Pawan Kalyan from holding any meetings, gathering, procession and road shows till 31st of October 2022.
ఈ ప్యాకేజ్ అనే సన్నాసిన కొడుకులు ఎవరు? చెప్పు తీసుకొడతాను ఒక్కొక్క వైసీపీ నా కొడుకుని చెప్తాను. చెప్పు అటు తిప్పి ఇటు తిప్పి పగిలిపోయేలా దవడ వాచిపోయేలా చెప్పు పెట్టి కొడతాను కొడకల్లారా ఒక్కొక్కడికి. తమాషాలుగా ఉందా కొడకల్లారా? ఇంకొకసారి ప్యాకేజీ గీకేజ్ అంటే చెప్పు తీసుకొని పళ్ళు రాళ్ళ కొడతాను కొడకల్లారా ఒక్కొక్కడికి చెప్తున్నాను.
There is a huge outrage over a girl's dancing video in which she shot inside a Mahakal temple. In the video, the girl can be seen making reels on the film songs in the temple premises and also in the sanctum sanctorium. The temple priest has objected to the reel put up on social media and has warned of the girl action against the girl. The priest has also accused the girl of hurting Hindu sentiments. MP Home Minister Narottam Mishra has sought a report and has said action will be taken against the girl in the video.
प्रथम दृष्टया वो 6 महीने से ज़्यादा पुराना नज़र आ रहा है, क्योंकि जो ब्रिज अभी नया बना है वो उसमें दृष्टिगोचर नहीं हो रहा है। इसलिए तत्काल पुलिस को जांच के लिए दिया हुआ है और रिपोर्ट भी मांगी है। अभी पुलिस के पास महाकाल प्रशासन की रिपोर्ट पहुंची नहीं है, उसके लिए भी उस रिपोर्ट के डालने के लिए कहा है। लेकिन वो कभी का भी हो, अभी का हो या कभी का हो, धार्मिक भावनाओं से खिलवाड़ नहीं करने देंगे। ये बच्चियां, इनको भी समझना चाहिए कि और भी स्थान पे बन सकती है रील, तो धार्मिक भावनाओं को नहीं करना चाहिए इस तरह से आहत।
ये जो वगैरह मंदिर में बार बार इस तरह की घटना घटती है, इस पर सख्ती से मंदिर प्रबंध समिति को कार्रवाई करना चाहिए और पुलिस कार्रवाई करना चाहिए। इसके लिए तुरंत उनको गिरफ्तारी होनी चाहिए, जिससे मंदिर में अश्लीलता और इस तरीके की वीडियो बार बार वायरल ना हो।
वीडियो अभी आपके द्वारा मेरे संज्ञान में लाया गया है और इसका परीक्षण किया जाएगा। सत्यता का परीक्षण भी होगा, किन परिस्थितियों में कहां पर इसको शूट किया गया है, कब शूट किया गया, ये सारी चीजें निकाली जाएंगी और अगर उसके आधार पर कोई कार्रवाई बनती है तो निश्चित रूप से करेंगे।
Slipping to a short commercial break. When we return, chopper crashes just 2 kilometers away from Kedarnath in Uttarakhand. 7 people, including 1 pilot, 6 passengers killed. Sources say bad weather led to the crash.
You are watching India Today.
Ever heard of zombie fires? No, I'm not talking about flesh-eating maniacs. This is a rare phenomenon that is also known as overwintering fires. This occurs mostly in countries like Russia, Canada and Alaska. So what are zombie fires really? Peat fires burn underground and are very difficult to detect. They're also known as zombie fires as they can burn underground and reignite weeks or months later. Climate change is drying peatlands and making them more susceptible to fire. During a fire, burnt trees fall to the ground, igniting the flammable peat in the soil. The embers can continue to burn more than a meter underground for weeks or months, even in winter in certain regions of the world. The embers are fed by peat, a spongy material rich in carbon formed by decomposition of organic matter. They burn underground and return to the surface, where in dry and windy conditions, they can start a new fire.
Watching India Today.
Seven people have been killed in a tragic chopper crash at Uttarakhand's Garud Chatti. An Aryan aviation chopper carrying pilgrims crashed while it was en route Kedarnath. 7, including pilgrims and pilot, have been confirmed dead in this tragic crash after the chopper caught fire in the aftermath of the accident. Aviation Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia condoned the loss of lives and will monitor the situation to ascertain the magnitude of the loss.
ये तो आर्यन एविएशन जो हेलीकॉप्टर कंपनी है, उनका कंपनी का हेलीकॉप्टर था। उसमें जो पायलट साहब का नाम है कैप्टन अनिल, वो मुंबई से है बता रहे हैं। और जो पैसेंजर्स का नाम है, एक तो पूर्वा रामानुज, दूसरा कृति ब्राड, तीसरा उर्वी, चौथा सुजाता, प्रेम कुमार, कला, ये 6 लोगों का है। अभी जो सिंगल इंजन हेलीकॉप्टर्स वहाँ फ्लाई कर रहे हैं वो भी सेफ्टी मानक पूरा करने के बाद ही फ्लाई करते हैं। इसमें कोई भी ऐसे अनसेफ मिशन के वजह से दुर्घटना हुआ है या नहीं हुआ है, ये हम अभी इंक्वायरी के बाद देखेंगे। अदरवाइज जो है अभी तक का जो है इतने सारा फ्लाइंग हुआ है, कोई सेफ्टी मिशन को लेकर के कुछ हुआ नहीं है।
The BCCI gets a new boss now. World Cup winning Indian cricketer Roger Binney takes over from Saurav Ganguly as the new BCCI president. The official decision was taken at the Indian Cricket Board's AGM meeting in Mumbai. Binney has set his priorities straight after being appointed as the BCCI chief. Binney admits that repeated injuries in the Indian side is a concern and that he will look into better dealing of the issue. Speaking on the current BCCI scenario, Binney claimed that the system is already in place, it just needs to improve.
I wish Roger all the best. So they'll take this, the new group will take BCCI forward. You know, BCCI is in great hands. You know, Indian cricket is strong, so I wish them all the luck.
No, I think whatever the rules are there, we will follow the rules.
But BCCI can extend his...
That I don't know.
Azhar bhai, what about Roger Binney's taking charge? How do you feel so?
He's a nice man, he's a very good man. He's seen me as a very small boy. So he was playing very senior team. I played with him on normal matches. We played Benson Edges, 85. I have very fond memories.
Big news for BTS fans. Yes, after years of speculation and South Korean government's internal discussions, it's been decided that the members of the Korean pop band BTS will be serving their mandatory military service. Here's more on that.
Boy band BTS, one of the world's most popular K-pop band, will be performing military service in their native South Korea, ending a long national debate whether they should receive an exemption or not. In 2020, the South Korean parliament passed a bill under which K-pop stars were allowed to delay participating in military service until they turn 30. While fans of the band, dubbed as ARMY, were hoping that the band members would be given special consideration due to their contribution to the South Korean economy and international prestige. The 7 members will serve almost 2 years each in the military. Member Jin will be the first one to enlist as per the official announcement. Label which manages the band shared a statement and wrote, Big Hit Music is proud to announce that the members of BTS are currently moving forward with plans to fulfill their military service. After the phenomenal concert to support Busan's bid for the World Expo 2030 and as each individual embarks on solo endeavors, it's a perfect time and the members of BTS are honored to serve. Other members of the group plan to carry out their military service based on their individual plans. Both the company and the members of BTS are looking forward to reconvening as a group again around 2025 following their service commitment. The music company further added that the group will come together as a whole in 2025. As it further read, Yet to Come is more than a track from their latest album. It is a promise. There's much more yet to come in the years ahead from BTS. BTS recently performed the long-awaited Busan concert and began the show with mic drop and didn't give fans a chance to breathe as they performed other hits like Butter and Fire among others. The in-person concert at Busan Asia Main Stadium was attended by approximately 50,000 people. The estimated number of viewers at the in-person live broadcast in Busan port reached about 10,000. They closed the show with Yet to Come, the most beautiful moment, suggesting a brighter future for all. The concert followed the 7-member band's announcement of a break in June from group musical activities to pursue solo projects. Since their 2013 debut, BTS band has become a worldwide sensation with their upbeat hits like Danger, Dope, Boy in Love, and made an impact on the people and aimed at empowering youth and spread their positivity with their social campaigns like Love Myself, where they collaborated with UNICEF.
If there's anything that I've achieved, it was only possible that I have my other BTS members right by my side, and because of the love and the support that our ARMY fans all over the world made for us.
With Snigdha Shweta Behra, Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
The FDCI ex-Lakme Fashion Week wound up in Mumbai, and Bollywood celebrities, as always, turned showstoppers. Let's get you a list of who walked the ramp for which designer. But the surprise this year were the showstoppers, cricketer Shubham Gill and tennis icon Sania Mirza. Take a look at my report.
Malla slays the ramp. This line has almost gone viral on social media. And why not? If there was someone who walked the ramp like a boss, it was Malaika Arora. She looked like she was born to do it. She walked for Limerick and quite related to the outfit that she wore.
I have to be honest that I wear a lot of Limerick even in my personal wardrobe. I have a lot of their pieces in my wardrobe. Every time I travel, every time I am at a beach or a resort, that's what I always rush to. So it feels good because it's something that I identify with.
It was also refreshing to see Riya Chakraborty turn muse for Guapa at the FDCI ex-Lakme Fashion Week. Chitrangada walked for Ishan. Shamita Shetty turned muse for Reena Dhaka. Yami Gautam for Shamal Bhumika, who showcased a rather wearable collection. Huma Qureshi went all red for Nachiket Barve, again a collection that was quite wearable. Ananya Pandey turned muse for Pankaja Nidhi's collection titled Solaris.
It always feels amazing to walk for Lakme, to walk for Fashion Week. And this one felt a little more special. I think this is the most comfortable I've felt walking for any show, and I want to thank Pankaj and Nidhi for that.
Kunal Kapoor, in striped trousers, shirt and striped jacket cape, walked the ramp for Swa Couture, who called the collection rather comfortable. Sania Mirza had quite the fashion moment too. The tennis icon turned showstopper for designer Anushri Reddy in pale ivory outfit.
I love trying new things, and I've done this a few times, so I'm obviously very excited to do it, and especially for Anushri.
Aditi Rao Hydari is one of the most preferred muses for designers who want to showcase the earthy Indian tones. She walked for Gaurang Shah, who presented an ethnic Indian wearable collection. Actress Janelia walked for the label Varunidika. Tara Sutaria for Aisha Rao. It was interesting to see cricketer Shubham Gill walk the ramp for Gujarat Titans ex-KGL. Designer Anju Modi chose Sanjana Sanghi as her muse. Shantanu and Nikhil went with Kriti Sanan. Runal Thakur turned muse for Mishru. Diana Penty for Pallavi Mohan. Gohar Khan for the INI FD show. The celebrity action was not just restricted to the ramp. Jaya Bachchan, Naveli Nanda and Sonali Bendre were amongst the many other celebrities spotted in front row for different showcases. With inputs from Amit Tyagi in Mumbai, Chaiti Narula for India Today.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Audi e-tron.
Another life lost to killer potholes. That makes it 7 dead in Bengaluru this year alone. It's the city's recurring menace. Potholes filled, but blame game on. Action too little too late. Who'll answer for 7 lives? Angry Bengaluru has had enough.
India's IT hub, global city, a city that is flashed before the world as a city of investment, lies in tatters. It is in ruins. We're not saying it. It's there for anyone to see as soon as you reach Bengaluru. You won't go a minute before realizing this is a city that is in urban decay. And potholes alone have claimed 7 lives this year, viewer. 7 lives and counting. And that's our spotlight focus on 5 Live. I'm Shiv Arur. The headlines, as always, first. A 7-month-old infant has lost its life after being mauled by a stray dog in one of Noida's high-rise societies. The child's intestines were pulled out. Massive protests have broken out in this part of Noida. Terroristan exposed. Pakistani delegation at the Interpol meet in Delhi confronted with questions on Dawood Ibrahim and Hafiz Saeed. No answers, only silence on shielding terrorists.
आप इंटरपोल के असेंबली में आए हैं, दाऊद इब्राहिम को लेकर कुछ कहना चाहेंगे, कुछ बताना चाहेंगे? दाऊद इब्राहिम को लेकर आपका क्या रिएक्शन क्या है सर?
अपना कोई रिएक्शन सर आप देना चाहेंगे सर?
So the Prime Minister discussed the issue of terrorism.
Days after a Kashmiri Pandit was brutally murdered, 2 migrant laborers killed in South Kashmir, but Farooq Abdullah continues to call for talks with Pakistan.
तक इंसाफ नहीं होगा, ये बंद नहीं, और इसको बंद करने के लिए जितनी भी शोर करते हैं, कहते हैं कि जहाँ बहुत सब कहते थे पहले 370 से ये हो रहा.
Chopper crashes just 2 kilometers away from Kedarnath in Uttarakhand. 7 people, including 1 pilot and 6 passengers, killed. Sources say bad weather led to the crash. Former Indian cricketer Roger Binney elected unopposed as new BCCI chief at the annual general meeting. He takes position from Saurav Ganguly, who's been shunted out. Pothole death after 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 pothole death. 7 people have lost their lives just this year alone in one single city of this country, Bengaluru, viewer. And that's our spotlight story today. Everywhere you go in Bengaluru, you will see pothole roads. It's become a defining feature of a country that India brandishes before the world as an IT hub, India's Silicon Valley, India's great investment urban center, a great city for people to live in, a cosmopolitan city that we should all be proud of. But the situation in Bengaluru has gone from bad to worse. And as the government and as the municipality, for all the other work that they do, the pothole menace has not been fixed. Year after year, there are deaths, there are terrible accidents, and they are made far worse by the rains that come. With waterlogging come the potholes, and with the potholes come the deaths. And with the deaths come the blame games over who is really accountable and where does the pothole buck really stop. The question now we're asking is, how much more blood needs to flow in each one of these potholes? And we can easily number all of them across the roads of Bengaluru. How much blood of the common Bengaluru needs to be spilt and flow through those puddles in those potholes for the government, for the authorities, for the BBMP and others to wake up and say, this needs a solution. Why is it that there are so many more potholes every single week, every single year in Bengaluru compared to any other metropolitan city of the country? It's not like there are no rains in other cities, and of course there are potholes as well. Why is it that Bengaluru suffers this chronic pothole pandemic much more than any other city? Is it corruption? Is it substandard materials used to make the roads? Is it the contractor mafia? Is it kickbacks? Is it a collusion? Is it a corrupt nexus? Or is it all of the above? The simple fact of the matter is 7 people have lost their lives and many more stand to lose their lives as a result of potholes in a city that we are supposed to be proud of as a global metropolis, a city that everyone wants to settle down in, work in, study in, grow up in, bring up their children in. Bengaluru has for a long time stopped being that. And here on 5 Live and here on India Today, we continue to campaign against these urban death traps that should be the big election issues in a state that goes to the polls in just 7 months again. But why have we picked up this story today, you're asking? Well, once again, another life has been lost to Bengaluru's deadly hollows. A 50-year-old woman, you remember, we reported about her, who fell victim after falling into a pothole and was then crushed by a moving bus. She survived. She was grievously injured, but she has now succumbed to her injuries. Her death isn't a rare occurrence any longer because despite this recurring menace, the Brihat Bengaluru Mahanigara, the municipality of the city, has refused to take responsibility, instead passing on the blame to the Karnataka state transport body. And it is because of this passing the buck that nobody has paid the price for 7 lives that have been lost this year.
The city of Bengaluru, from the city of lakes, it's now garnered the unenviable reputation of the city of potholes. And Bengalurians continue to pay the price for the pathetic condition of roads in the city. 2 women were traveling on a bike in the heart of the city when the rider lost balance because of this stretch being filled with potholes. While the rider escaped with minor injuries, the pillion rider, a 50-year-old woman, succumbed to her injuries after a bus moved her down when she fell down on the road.
You can see the depth of these kind of potholes. The depth is very hard, and you can see here it goes up to 3 to 4 inches of depth, and the water is being filled, and the riders, whoever is coming and crossing this particular pothole, are finding no solution.
वो बस वाला साइड में जा रहा था, ये 2 लड़की लोग आ रहा था, खड़ा या ना, ऐसा गड़ा था, वो गड़े में आके ऐसा पड़ा, ऐसा वो बस के उधर गिर गया लड़की, उसके ऊपर चढ़ गया बस.
These craters on the road are to blame, but unsurprisingly, officials are in complete denial and washing their hands off the incident. Instead, a case has been registered against Transport Authority, KSRTC, and zero accountability from the BBMP.
The road condition is not very good also, so there could be multiple factors. We'll investigate in all the angles and take up investigation how it proceeds. As per the content of the complaint, of course KSRTC, it would be against KSRTC, but again the local authorities and all, based on the content of the complaint, we will take it up.
The BBMP meanwhile maintains an investigation is underway and refused to take cognizance of the terrible condition of the roads in the city.
The accident is under investigation and the police department is looking into it. The complaint and the statement given by the complainant doesn't say that it was due to pothole. Besides that, the place where the accident has happened, and more places like that on the same road, there is a problem in the road surface. We had put the inspection of that road for today.
Soon after India Today reported the latest victim of these death holes, authorities attempted a cover-up. But even then, only covered one part of the giant pothole on the road.
These were the series of potholes that was there in the morning. Now, in the evening, it's been clearly filled up immediately. But just 5 feet behind the pothole that has been filled up, look, another pothole exists. That means the pothole that the woman just fell, only that has been filled up.
This is the reality of the death holes in Bengaluru. Every year, lives are lost, even as authorities make empty promises of the city being made a pothole-free city.
The question is when the civic authorities are going to learn from their previous mistakes and how many more lives will be lost due to this pothole. With your journalist Madhu Sagairaj reporting for India Today, Bengaluru.
And here's a look, just some data, some figures, some information on just how bad this situation is. And you will see when I show you these figures and this data that this is not something that we've created out of thin air. This is a serious situation. September 17th, 2022, 50-year-old woman mowed down by a bus. August 23rd this year, 44-year-old man falls off his motorcycle. Because of a pothole, he succumbs to his injuries. March 13th, 2022, 27-year-old man dies after falling into a pothole while he was on the road. January 30th this year, 38-year-old woman run over by a truck after she lost her balance after going into a pothole. November 27th, 2021, 21-year-old food delivery executive run over by a goods truck, killed on the spot after hitting a pothole. October 8th, 2021, teenage girl falls from a vehicle, mowed down by a truck after hitting a pothole. September 17th, 2021, 47-year-old man killed after scooter skids and on a pothole and then hits a barricade. September 16th, 2021, two-wheeler rider tries to avoid potholes, is mowed down by a minibus. February 2021, 19-year-old Bengaluru medical student killed after truck hits the vehicle following a collision with a pothole. October 2020, 50-year-old crushed by a speeding bus after trying to avoid a pothole. I have just picked 10 instances in the last couple of years, viewer, of fatal encounters with potholes on Bengaluru's roads. The images that you see on your screen are absolutely commonplace in Bengaluru. There will be many people who will say, this is not everywhere, this is some locations. Well, the data speaks for itself. 7 Bengalurians have died as a result of either going into a pothole and falling off their bike, or going into a pothole and being crushed by a bus, or trying to avoid a pothole and being hit by a truck or a bus. That is how bad the situation is in Bengaluru. It has become a pandemic of sorts, and the people of Bengaluru are fed up. They are fed up not just of the potholes, but also of the finger pointing and the passing the buck and the refusal to take accountability by the BBMP, the government, and all authorities in between. I wanted to bring the voices of some thoughtful, prominent Bengalurians today. We've had enough of the politicians, they've taken our questions, but we want the voice of the people of Bengaluru to be here on our show. 7 months to elections, and hopefully this will be something that the Bengalurians will be voting for. This is an issue that will be weighing on their minds when they vote. RJ Rubina, she's a founder of Anythink Media. She's a very well-known, on-air personality as well. Rubina, welcome. Thank you for being with us, on this story that really speaks to all of us. All of us as Indians have encountered potholes. We've avoided potholes. We've seen potholes wherever we've gone. But for Bengaluru, it's become a defining feature now. As someone who lives, drives, works in Bengaluru, please tell us in the rest of India, why is it that this has become such a defining feature of what was once a beautiful city?
I would still say that it is still a beautiful city, because when you talk to, they say that they love the weather, they love the greenery of Bangalore. But when it comes to traffic, it is not only something that Bangaloreans complain of. It's a joke across the world, we can say. Traffic is a big concern, and potholes is something that I think by now everyone who commutes on a particular road, they know exactly where the pothole is, because for months together, those potholes just don't get filled. So yahan pe, along with road humps, we also count our potholes when we're on the way. I would say, this year we've experienced a lot of rain. We never expected this. So it's raining, it's slushy, it's difficult, and it's so difficult for two-wheelers, because if you notice in all the cases that you reported, most of them are two-wheelers who are losing balance. Not only the case with two-wheelers, even when you are on a four-wheeler, the cars are completely damaged, and obviously there's nothing that we can report immediately, but it is affecting all of us.
It is affecting everyone. You know, everyone has a pothole story to tell, and 7 people have died. That's the, that is the point. That is a frightening statistic to think of in a city. You know, India anyway is, one of the unsafest countries in the world as far as road accidents is concerned, on an overall perspective. But when you talk about a city like Bangalore itself, infrastructure has only amplified and exacerbated this problem. And the more dangerous part is no one taking accountability. Also welcoming Dr. Julie Sunil. She's a professor from the city of Bengaluru who is also with us. Dr. Julie, thank you very much also for being here. I agree with RJ Rubina when she says Bengaluru is still very much a beautiful city. There is so much to love about it. There is so much to cherish and to hold on about it. And it is just so unfortunate and infuriating that pothole deaths have become this kind of weekly headline that one hears from Bengaluru. It is very, very distressing, ma'am. How do you feel about it?
I agree with you that this is an unfortunate situation, absolutely. But even more unfortunate is the fact that we are thinking of compensating the people who have had such accidents. I think that's a sheer negligence and apathy of the bodies towards the common man. I mean, how do you compensate for somebody losing a limb, a loved one? I mean, is there any worth in our lives is the question now we need to ask. And what are the bodies going to do about these things? I mean, they can quarrel a great deal among themselves, and they can call each other and count each other accountable. But then that's not the story that we want to hear. As citizens, we would like to hear stories of what are you doing to help us. Compensation is not even started.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Rubina, we hear about compensation all the time. We haven't even heard just yet about any accountability. The very loud political campaign that's begun for the elections that are coming up in 7 months in Karnataka, I certainly haven't heard any political party say, we are going to solve the traffic and pothole menace once and for all. They're talking about so many other polarizing issues. Nobody has stood up and said, vote for me, I will fix the potholes. I will make that my mission #1 as far as Bengaluru is concerned, Rubina.
Yeah, and I don't think we've ever heard that, and I don't think we could ever, I don't even know, that seems like a dream. But if, when you're talking about this, there's constant construction happening in Bangalore. There's a lot of development work. Once the roads are put, within a few days, there is another governing body that's coming up and digging it again. So there is absolutely no coordination between these government bodies working together, and it's a mess. So one tries to sort it out, the other just tries to mess it up. So on what basis does anyone even give you an assurance that they're going to figure this out? I really don't think so.
RJ Rubina and Dr. Julie Sunil, thank you very much for your time. I didn't want to, use this show to put the politicians on here. I wanted to listen to the people of Bengaluru because, after all, it is the people of Bengaluru who have to experience these potholes. The politicians have their convoys, they've got their drivers, they are hardly ever on two-wheelers, they are scarcely ever on foot, and therefore they don't have to see this, they don't have to pay for this. But we will make sure that they pay for it in this upcoming election. So I thank the both of you for giving me your time here on India Today. We're witnessing the descent, the spiraling descent of Bengaluru. Let's face it, there's nothing, this is not a time to be emotional. We all love the city of Bengaluru. Bengaluru is where my parents live. It's the state where I come from, the city that was once known as India's boom city. India's very own Silicon Valley, its IT hub, its brightest city, where the brightest people come from. What was once the city's charm has now become its very own curse. From potholes to waterlogged roads, flooding after every heavy downpour, the city's crumbling civic infrastructure has been continuously exposed, and people have dealt with it in the only way that they can, by just dealing with it. No heavy hand, not even for the richest in Bengaluru. This year alone, Karnataka has lost a stunning 225 crore rupees after the recent heavy flooding. Has corruption doomed this city? India Today magazine has just taken a brave, unprecedented deep dive into what is leading Karnataka's capital city into chaos.
What was once known as the boom city is now plagued by poor infrastructure. Sudden flooding, inundated homes, and pothole-riddled roads are haunting Bengaluru. Rich or poor, no one is spared by the civic horror, and shows how India's Silicon Valley is turning out to be.
Most experts think that the decline in Bangalore began after the information technology center, the IT sector exploded, and the population grew so rapidly that the city couldn't cope. But in my report that I did for India Today in 1983, a cover story that I did called The Boom City, Bangalore was booming long before the IT sector came.
In India Today magazine's cover story, our reporters dug deep to find out why Bengaluru is crumbling. Increasing population, administrative apathy, rampant corruption, unplanned construction have all played their role in pushing Bengaluru to the brink.
There was a lot of bribery and corruption going on because the fact was that the moment they opened up all these things, these were converted from agriculture land to revenue land, and buildings started coming up without any plan at all. Many of these buildings, these fancy buildings, were located in the valleys below which were agricultural lands, and there was a natural flow of water that was going there. Worse, they blocked the drains and they breached the lakes. Bangalore was considered a city of lakes. At one time when I was there, it had close to 1,000 lakes. Today it has only 200 lakes.
Now take a closer look at the city planning or the lack of it. Bengaluru stands on a ridge. Rainwater flows into the valley below where centuries-old man-made lakes once flowed. These lakes are interconnected through stormwater drains. Now many of these lakes have disappeared or become smaller due to the construction of them over the past decades. Stormwater drains too are blocked due to poorly planned construction and maintenance. So when it rains heavily, water has nowhere to go.
Public-private partnership. Bangalore is a fantastic city in terms of technologists, has some of the brightest brains in the country. If they combine with government, they can do wonders to change the city. So rather than each of them work in silos, if the citizens come forward and the government is amenable, a lot of these civic issues can be sorted out, and there could be a camaraderie in terms of the way that Bangalore should grow.
And this is what we get. A city hurtling towards more disasters.
The beauty of Bengaluru has been ruined by several issues. Growing population, lack of proper administration, construction boom, but some might even argue that number one problem on top of all of this is corruption. Nagarjun Dwarkanath for India Today.
And coming up next, 7 people have died in a horrifying helicopter crash at Uttarakhand's Garud Chatti, just a couple of kilometers short of Kedarnath, where they were headed. This ironic, terrible crash taking place very close to Kedarnath. We'll tell you what happened on the other side.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
You can buy Taj Mahal, and quite literally so, on a metaverse. But only if it is sold as an NFT virtual land. NFT virtual land is an ownable area of digital land on a metaverse platform. And metaverse is like a digital duplicate of the real world where you can buy, sell things, including land in this case. NFTs or non-fungible tokens here would represent land ownership. So when you buy a virtual land in a metaverse, NFT is proof that you own it. Singer Dilair Mehendi even bought virtual real estate on the Indian metaverse platform called Party Night. He's now named the property Balle Balle Land. The price of a virtual land is evaluated similarly to NFTs or cryptos. Virtual land price will depend on its use cases and utility. For instance, if in a metaverse or a digital world, your virtual land receives many visitors, you can charge for advertising. It's fairly simple now. You can purchase it from projects or through marketplaces like Decentraland. You can also buy from NFT exchange platforms where a buyer and seller is protected by a smart contract. A smart contract is a self-executing contract with the terms of the agreement between buyer and seller.
We can make NFTs of all the monuments we have, and we can create those NFTs, and we can actually create an NFT of Taj Mahal, and just imagine what hype it will have. And Taj Mahal can be bought as an NFT without giving the ownership right of the Taj Mahal, obviously. So imagine in the country today, we only get 300 crores from all these monuments, from tourism. Imagine if we put all these monuments on metaverse through NFTs, we can earn another 300 crores in there.
So virtual lands have many use cases. For instance, in India, it can hypothetically add to tourism economy. But if you are buying virtual land in India and earning gains through it, be ready to pay a flat 30% tax. And just like that, the difference between the real world versus the virtual world is now blur.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Seven people have tragically died in a helicopter crash at Uttarakhand's Garud Chatti, just a couple of kilometers short of Kedarnath, where the pilgrims were headed. The helicopter belonged to Aryan Aviation, which is a private carrier that takes pilgrims from Guptkashi to Kedarnath. It was carrying pilgrims that crashed while it was en route to the hill shrine. 7, including the pilgrims and the 2 pilots, were confirmed dead in this tragic accident. Soon after, the helicopter broke into several pieces and was engulfed in fire. Aviation Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia has condoled the loss of lives and vowed to monitor the situation and ascertain the magnitude of the loss. This tragic accident in Kedarnath occurred just days before Prime Minister Narendra Modi is, of course, set to celebrate the Festival of Lights with a visit to the revered Shiva Shrine and the Badrinath temples as well.
हमारे एसपी रुद्रप्रयाग ने बताया कि ये चॉपर केदारनाथ से फाटा वापस आ रहा था। इसमें 6 यात्री थे और पायलट था। यात्री 3 गुजरात के थे, 3 चेन्नई के थे। और जो वहाँ पे मौसम ख़राब हुआ, कई बार एकदम उस घाटी में सडनली फॉग आता है, सडनली, तो उसने वहाँ उस ख़राब मौसम की वजह से उसने कहीं अपने उसके कंट्रोल को बोला भी है कि मेरे को वापस लौटना पड़ेगा, मौसम ख़राब है। ठीक है, ऐसा कुछ पता चल रहा है, बट बाकी डिटेल तो जांच से ही पता चलेगा। बट प्राइमरीली ऐसा लगता है कि मौसम की वजह से ये हादसा हुआ।
ये तो आर्यन एविएशन जो हेलीकॉप्टर कंपनी है, उनका कंपनी का हेलीकॉप्टर था। उसमें जो पायलट साहब का नाम है कैप्टन अनिल, वो मुंबई से है बता रहे हैं। और जो पैसेंजर्स का नाम है, एक तो पूर्वा रामानुज, दूसरा कृति विराट, तीसरा उर्वी, चौथा सुजाता, प्रेम कुमार, कला, ये 6 लोगों का है।
And coming up next, our big follow-up to our Sivakasi firecracker exclusive investigation. There's been a big shadow over India's fireworks capital in Tamil Nadu, but now it's gotten even worse. There's information that proves that everything that's happening with India's cracker ban and regulation is literally helping China. We'll tell you how next.
စစ်စစ်လည်းဖြစ်တယ်ရိုးရလည်းဖြစ်တယ်အဲ့ဒီပညာရက်ကပျောက်ကွယ်သွားတာအရင်နှမျိုးပုံလည်းကောင်းတယ်ပေါ်ထုတ်ရမှလည်းသိမရှိကြဘူးဒါတချို့ကတဖြည်းဖြည်းပျောက်ကွယ်သွားတယ်ပစ္စည်းကရှားပါလာလို့ပျောက်ကွယ်သွားတယ်လည်းပါတယ်နောက်ကစားတဲ့အခါမှာနည်းနည်းခက်ခဲတယ်သူမလိုက်နိုင်ဘူးစိတ်ပိုင်းဆိုင်ရာနဲ့အာရုံပိုင်းတွေကစားတဲ့အတွက်ခက်ခဲနည်းနည်းတာလည်းပါတယ်
သူကျွန်နဲ့ဘိုးလိုမျိုးသူကျွန်နဲ့ပညာရှင်တွေတယောက်ဖြစ်ရှင်နေပေါ့နော်ဘိုးတက်တော်အောင်ဘိုးလိုမျိုးဖြစ်အောင်ဘိုးလိုမျိုးချင်းရဝကြပြကြိုးစားပါမယ်နော်
Yesterday on 5 Live, we told you about how cracker bans, regulation on chemicals, and restrictions on the manner in which crackers are manufactured in Sivakasi, India's fireworks capital, have resulted in crackers becoming more dangerous and severe distress in what was once a booming part of southern India. Well, the story has actually gotten even darker today. And in our follow-up, we're going to show you how the cracker ban, the regulations, the restrictions, and the chokehold that governments, state governments, authorities, and others have put on the cracker industry of Sivakasi has literally translated and will translate even more into advantage China. Not only in terms of current business, not only in terms of the dangers of Chinese crackers flooding the Indian market, but also in terms of potential export markets where India's Sivakasi could potentially have competed with China with global standards imposed. But as a result of finger-pointing, ministries working at cross purposes, state and central governments not agreeing, even ministers not quite looking in the same direction and perhaps trying to prove a point, cracker bans, inconsistent application of the law, divergent interests and vested interests have resulted in a dark Diwali for Sivakasi, but a very, very bright Diwali for China.
America's Independence Day. The Lunar New Year in China. New Year from Australia to Asia to Europe and beyond. And Diwali in India. Fireworks synonymous with celebrations across the planet. And most of them made in China and sold to the world. Of course, barring India, the second largest producer. But what was once a booming industry catering to 90% of domestic consumption and aspiring to compete with China in international market, Sivakasi's fireworks sector is staring at a blowout. A triple whammy for the 100-year-old industry. From restrictions on use of easily available compounds like barium in the products to outright ban on the use of fireworks in various states fighting pollution. to the entry of cheap black market Chinese imports.
We have a rule for TESO and there are lots of rules and regulations we are following, but they don't have any issues of, they don't have any rule for manufacturing that. They are importing some of the people are doing, but we don't have Sivasi people, definitely we won't support that. And there are lots of problems we are facing it.
Northern India's unlucky geography, especially in cities, makes it prone to dangerous levels of pollution in autumn. Slower winds trap emissions from millions of vehicles and factories, dust from construction sites and from stubble burning in fields. Diwali fireworks blamed for spiking it up overnight. Manufacturers down south now allege environment campaigners end up serving Chinese interests, with lower demands hurting Sivakasi's production and the Indian fireworks industry's potential forays into the international market.
2015, a new case in Delhi, some people have put this one. Till that time, there is no pollution, no problem. Why I suspect China? Because there are only two countries who can export fireworks. One is China and second is India. No other countries have this manufacturing, this much of facilities. China might think that we should not have a competitor from other countries. So some problems we have created here. Because we struggle here, we industry people struggle here and stop this import from China.
Imports and export of fireworks in general are tightly regulated in India.
In 2009, when the Chinese fireworks industry wanted to have a say in the Indian market, in that time when Mr. Aryan Sharma was the minister, when I approached him, and crackers was brought in as the into the banned list of those items which can be imported from China. But that implementation process was a different story, because it was smuggled out into India through toys and other boxes into it.
But Sivakasi's crisis, compounded by illegal arrival of Chinese products and ban on domestic consumption, has become a political issue in India's fireworks hub.
Sivakasi occupies 90% of the Indian market, but Chinese occupy 90% of the world market. Sivakasi has a world market potential, but the central government's view about Sivakasi is the issue here.
From a turnover of 6,000 crore to just its half in a matter of 10 years. Sivakasi's self-reliant fireworks industry in dire need of a holistic approach by all stakeholders, governments included. With Akshaya Nath in Sivakasi, Bureau Report, India Today.
And this is actually really scary, because not only does it mean that the cracker ban in different parts of the country, the way in which crackers are being regulated inconsistently as far as how they're manufactured, whether green crackers are allowed, whether certain chemicals are making them more dangerous, etc. The inconsistent regulation of crackers has not only meant Sivakasi's doom, but literally advantaged China, and that is something to seriously worry about. Remember, that's a country that we are in war against at this point of time in Ladakh, among many other things that we face trade-wise, economy-wise with China. This is something that is handing a direct advantage to China. The Member of Parliament from Virudhunagar in Tamil Nadu, which is where Sivakasi is, the Congress's Manikam Tagore, is with me once again here on 5 Live. On this, Mr. Tagore, is Sivakasi, simple question, sir, is Sivakasi's loss simply equivalent to China's gain?
Exactly, and we had a great. I told to in the previous after the COVID situation was over, I met Honorable Industries and Promotion Minister Mr. Piyush Goyal, and I told to him it's a great. When after the COVID things, there were industries withdrawing from China, and there is a possibility if we help Sivakasi fireworks, Sivakasi fireworks can capture the world market itself. It can earn foreign exchanges for us. There is a possibility that if we open up the shipping part of it, shipping, there are some kind of bottlenecks in the shipping industry. We need to fix that thing. I met the shipping minister, Mr. Mansur, when Mansur Wadia was the shipping minister. I returned to him. I returned to the Honorable Prime Minister for it, but there was no inch they had moved forward also. Sivakasi is the only place where the fireworks for India is produced. It is the only place where it can produce equal to the Chinese market. Now, if Sivakasi is suffering, China is going to get into the Indian market. And when Sivakasi is not going to be getting the market share, Chinese products are going to be smuggled through some other part. It's been done through variety of many years. It has been happening. So Chinese fireworks are sold in North India and the Eastern Indian parts open in market because people only wants to celebrate Diwali or some other Dasara and festivals. It's an opening for Sivakasi's loss is China's gain.
China's gain is unacceptable when it comes to what we are doing to our own people, and we'll keep a track of that. Thank you very much, Manikam Tagore, Member of Parliament from Virudhunagar, where Sivakasi is located in Tamil Nadu. We'll keep a track of that story. This will be a week-long series with our spotlight on Sivakasi in the run-up to yet another dark Diwali for India's fireworks capital. Now, to another story. This is Ladakh's own cricket sensation that you're about to see. Her name is Maksuma, and this young girl holds big dreams in her bat, and videos of her skilled batsmanship has struck a chord on social media. But what is Maksuma's biggest dream? To be the next Virat Kohli of the nation, she says. Watch this report, and then I'm going to make you meet her live here on 5 Live.
मेरा फेवरेट है विराट कोहली है मैं उसके जैसे बनना चाहती हूँ
A Virat Kohli fan and Ladakh's latest internet sensation, a budding cricketer who wields the bat like a pro. Sending the ball all over the ground. Meet Maksuma. This class 6 student aspires to play for India like her idol when she grows up. The passion for cricket runs in Maksuma's household. The little girl saw her father's love for the game.
मैं छोटी थी पापा खेलते थे उनको देख के मुझे एक शौक पैदा हो गया तब से मैं खेलती आई हूँ
Her teachers recognize her love for cricket and encourage her. Maksuma's friends share her enthusiasm, regularly turning up for fun-filled cricket matches. Several sportspersons, including Indian cricketers, have been impressed by Maksuma. The Ladakh administration extended help to Maksuma, her cricket team and school.
अभी भी सिखा रहे हैं पापा मुझे शॉट मारना कैसे हेलीकॉप्टर शॉट मारते हैं अच्छा वो सब सिखा रहे हैं
Here's hoping that Maksuma and countless kids like her get to fulfill their dreams. Bureau Report, India Today.
And we have the greatest privilege today of being joined live from Kargil by young Maksuma. Maksuma, आपका स्वागत है. क्या मेरी आवाज आपको आ रही है?
यस सर आपको मेरी आवाज आ रही है?
हाँ बिल्कुल आ रही है. मकसूमा, मैं शुरू करूंगा आपसे पूछकर कि आपको पता है कि आपका जो क्रिकेट वीडियो है वो पूरा इंटरनेट पे फैल गया है, सोशल मीडिया पे फैल गया है, आप एक वायरल सेंसेशन बन चुके हो. क्या आपको ये पता है?
यस सर मुझे पता है.
आपको कैसे फील हो रहा है, कैसे लग रहा है?
टीवी पे भी देखा है और मैंने मोबाइल पे भी देखा है.
तो आपको कैसे महसूस हो रहा है, कैसे फील हो रहा है आपको?
मुझे अच्छा फील हो रहा है. मैंने ये सोचा भी नहीं था कि मैं इतनी फेमस हो जाऊंगी और मेरे फ्रेंड्स इतने सारे बनेंगे. मैंने जिंदगी में नहीं सोचा था कि मेरे इतने फ्रेंड्स बनेंगे. बस मैं सबसे पहले तो हमारे सर तालिब का बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहती हूँ जिन्होंने मेरे वीडियो को सब्सक्राइब फैलाया है मोबाइल में। तो मैं सर तालिब और बाकी सर सपोर्ट टीचर सर निसार और सर मुख्तार का भी शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहती हूँ। और हमारे पापा का भी। पापा मुझे जब मैं छोटी थी पापा मुझे सिखाते थे। पापा खेलते थे तो मुझे उनको देख के एक शौक पैदा हो गया था। तब से मैं ही क्रिकेट खेलती हूँ। अभी मुझे क्रिकेट खेलने का शौक है। और मैं बड़ी होकर विराट कोहली के जैसे बनना चाहती हूँ। मेरी उम्मीद है विराट कोहली के जैसे बनना और अपने देश का नाम रोशन करना।
मकसूमा, आपको विराट कोहली के बारे में बताइए, आपको क्या अच्छा लगता है विराट कोहली के बारे में? क्या अच्छा लगता है, क्यों इंस्पायर करते हैं वो आपको?
विराट कोहली जब शॉट मारते हैं तो मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगता है। और विराट कोहली की एक खासियत है, लेकिन वो मैं अभी भूल गई हूँ क्या खासियत है। विराट कोहली जब शॉट मारते हैं तो दूसरे देखते ही रह जाते हैं, इसीलिए मुझे विराट कोहली बहुत पसंद है।
और कौन से क्रिकेटर्स हैं जो आप मनपसंद करते हैं? कौन कौन से क्रिकेटर आप देखते हैं, किसको पसंद करते हैं आप विराट कोहली के अलावा?
मैं सचिन तेंदुलकर को भी पसंद करती हूँ। मैं विराट कोहली की बड़ी फ्रेंड हूँ। मेरी इच्छा है कि मैं विराट कोहली से मिलूं। वो मुझे मिले कहीं पर। मुझे यही इच्छा है। मैं देशवासी का भी बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहती हूँ जिन्होंने मेरे वीडियो को लाइक किया और शेयर किया।
और मकसूमा, आपके सपने क्या हैं क्रिकेट को लेकर? आपको आगे जाकर क्या करना है आपको? क्या आपके मन में एक प्लान है? ये एक वीडियो बन गया है जो वायरल जा चुका है, सारे देशवासियों ने देखा है आपको, आप एक स्टार बन चुके हैं सोशल मीडिया, टीवी पर। आगे जाके क्रिकेट को लेकर आप क्या अचीव करना चाहते हो?
मैं अपना देश का नाम रोशन करना चाहती हूँ। बड़ी होकर मुझ पे हिम्मत है अपने देश का नाम रोशन करना।
मकसूमा, हमारे साथ बने रहिए। रविंदर कुमार, सेक्रेटरी जो हैं यूथ सर्विसेज एंड स्पोर्ट्स ऑफ लद्दाख के, वो भी जुड़ रहे हैं इस कवरेज में। और रविंदर जी ने एक्चुअली मकसूमा की मदद की है। रविंदर जी, यू हैव एक्चुअली सीन दिस वीडियो ऑफ मकसूमा, और आपने एक्चुअली आगे आकर उनका कुछ मदद भी किया है। उसके बारे में बताइए, क्या मदद किया आपने? आप क्या देखते हैं इस लड़की में?
एक तो मैं सबसे पहले तो मकसूमा को बधाई दूंगा कि उसने इतना अच्छा खेल दिखाया और वो काफ़ी मोटिवेटेड और काफ़ी बच्चों को वो इंस्पायर कर रही है। अपनी डिपार्टमेंट की तरफ से जब से हमें पता चला तो हमने अपनी तरफ से बच्ची को स्पोर्ट्स किट भी दिया है, इसमें क्रिकेट किट भी हमने दिया है और स्कूल को भी हम इक्विपमेंट प्रोवाइड कर रहे हैं। और अपनी तरफ से मैंने इनको यही आश्वस्त किया है कि जो भी इनको ट्रेनिंग में रिक्वायरमेंट होंगी या जो भी इनकी रिक्वायरमेंट होंगी स्पोर्ट्स को आगे लेके जाने के लिए, चाहे बाहर खेलना हो या एक्सपोजर के लिए कहीं और भी जाना हो, तो उसके लिए हम इसका पूरा मदद करेंगे। और इसको टैलेंट का पूरा यूज कर पाए उसके लिए हम पूरे स्पोर्ट्स डिपार्टमेंट की तरफ से, पूरी यूटी की तरफ से हम इसको सपोर्ट करने जा रहे हैं।
ये बहुत बढ़िया बात है। मकसूमा, आपने सुना कि आपके लिए जो सपोर्ट चाहिए, आपके टैलेंट को सपोर्ट करने के लिए, वो आपको मिलेगा सरकार से। मैं आपसे दो और सवाल पूछना चाहता हूं मकसूमा। विराट कोहली जो आपके गुरु है, आपके हीरो है, आपके आइकॉन है, वो काफी अग्रेशन दिखाते हैं फील्ड पे। क्या आप भी वही अग्रेशन दिखाते हैं जब आप खेलते हो क्रिकेट?
यस सर।
कैसे डिस्क्राइब करो कि कैसे आपके परफॉर्मेंस में अग्रेशन कहां है, कैसे दिखाते हो?
दौड़ के और चक्का मार के।
और आपका मंत्रा क्या है जब आप क्रिकेट खेलते हो? तो आपका मंत्रा क्या है? आपके मन में आप कैसे खेलते हो? व्हाट काइंड ऑफ क्रिकेटर आर यू?
मुझे शॉट मारना बहुत पसंद है और मैं शॉट मारूंगी और मैं हेलीकॉप्टर शॉट भी मारूंगी। एक तो मैं गई तो वहां पर मुझे मौका मिला तो हेलीकॉप्टर शॉट ज्यादा मारूंगी। मैं तो
अच्छा।
देश के लिए मैं कुछ भी कर सकती हूँ, अपनी जी जान भी देश के लिए लगा सकती हूँ। मैं बड़ी होकर अपना देश का नाम रोशन करूंगी आगे जाकर सर।
आप ओपनिंग बैटिंग करेंगे मकसूमा या मिडिल ऑर्डर, क्या पसंद करेंगे आप?
मिडिल ऑर्डर।
आप मिडिल ऑर्डर, कंसिस्टेंट मिडिल ऑर्डर बैट्सवुमन बनेंगे आप?
सर।
अच्छा, एक आखिरी सवाल मकसूमा, T20 वर्ल्ड कप तो शुरू हुआ है, आपको पता भी है। इंडिया का मैच पाकिस्तान के अगेंस्ट है संडे को। आप कुछ टिप्स दोगे टीम इंडिया और विराट को? क्या बोलना चाहेंगे आप टीम इंडिया को?
विराट कोहली तो मेरा अच्छा प्लेयर है और मैं उस
बताइए। मकसूमा, आपका म्यूट हो गया है, आपका ऑडियो म्यूट पे चला गया है। बताइए क्या बोलोगे आप विराट कोहली और इंडियन टीम को?
प्रेशर ज्यादा मत लेना, मुझे यही बात करनी है, प्रेशर ज्यादा मत लेना, जीत ही हमारी है, प्रेशर ज्यादा मत लेना।
आपने बोला कि आप हेलीकॉप्टर शॉट करना चाहते हो और विराट कोहली आपका हीरो है, तो आप बोल रहे हो मकसूमा कि आप धोनी और विराट का कॉम्बिनेशन बनोगे आगे जाकर?
यस सर।
आपका कोई खासियत है, कोई स्पेशल शॉट है या स्पेशल स्ट्रैटेजी है क्रिकेट फील्ड पे जो आप शेयर करना चाहेंगी, या ये एक ट्रेड सीक्रेट है आपका?
मेरे पास विल वाइट है, मैं उसको शेयर करना चाहती हूँ।
मकसूमा, हम आपको बहुत बधाई देते हैं क्योंकि आपके वीडियो ने बहुत लोगों को इंस्पायर किया है। एक तो आप कारगिल में रहते हैं, एक रिमोट पार्ट ऑफ इंडिया से आपका ये वीडियो ने काफ़ी शानदार तरीके से वायरल हो गया है इंटरनेट पर, टीवी पर, तो मैं आपको बधाई देता हूं। और मैं रविंदर जी को भी बधाई देता हूं कि वो उन्होंने बताया है कि वो आपको हर तरफ से सपोर्ट करेंगे। तो हम आपके जर्नी को देखेंगे, दूर से देखेंगे, आपको अपलॉड भी करेंगे और हम आपका कवरेज भी करेंगे, एंड वी विल ऑलवेज बी लुकिंग फॉर यंग मासूमा ऑन दैट क्रिकेट फील्ड इन द फ्यूचर। थैंक यू रविंदर जी, थैंक यू मकसूमा, ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट टू यू माय फ्रेंड, एंड वी विल बी लुकिंग आउट फॉर यू। थैंक यू। Well, that was Maksuma as promised here on India Today. Let's all hope we get to see her in the Indian blues at some point in the future. Coming up next, anti-Hindi protests have peaked in Tamil Nadu. Big ruckus in the assembly as the DMK government has tabled a resolution against Hindi imposition. Hindi Teriya the chants in the Tamil Nadu assembly. That's with Akshita next.
Is it so hot and humid in your city that you're finding it difficult to fall asleep? Well, you are not alone. Hundreds and lakhs of people in India are facing this problem, and now it has been documented. It's now clear that heat waves are messing up our sleep patterns. This has to do largely with your body temperature in the night. Our bodies are tuned in to dropping body heat in the night to help us sleep. The hormone melatonin serves essentially as a natural alarm clock. When it's nighttime, it widens the blood vessels in our hands and feet to get rid of heat from our bodies. So what really happens when the air around us is too hot? When temperature goes up, deep sleep gets affected. Deep sleep for at least a few hours is the bare minimum we all need to ensure our body truly gets the rest it requires.
Sleep deprivation can lead to various mental health disorders. The most commonly seen are depression and anxiety. Chronic insomnia, that is chronic sleep disturbances, can lead to something called as early onset dementia, which is again a memory disorder. So it is important in order to maintain our mental health as well as physical health that we give ourselves adequate sleep.
Now, there is not just the problem of rising temperatures, there is also the problem of the pandemic. COVID-19 has interfered with our sleep patterns, and this too has now been documented. The pandemic ruined sleep cycles. The stress and anxiety of COVID added to the work from home patterns completely hit our lifestyle choices. A recent survey by a social media platform found that 54% Indians surveyed confirmed that their sleep patterns have changed post the pandemic. Many of these Indians speak about the fact that they're suffering from sleep apnea, finding it difficult to go off to sleep or sleep properly at a stretch altogether. This has now even got a term called coronasomnia, caused by personal stress, by grief of losing a loved one, and even anxiety over any COVID-related news.
पाँच साल के बाद पेट्रोल देश से समाप्त हो जाएगा। आपकी स्कूटर, आपकी कार एक तो हाइड्रोजन पे होगी, ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन पर, या इथेनॉल पर फ्लेक्स इंजन पर होगी, या सीएनजी और एलएनजी पर होगी।
India's clean energy transition is rapidly underway, but can it replace petrol? The term green describes any type of fuel derived from biomass. This includes all kinds of organic matter from plant and animal. This is eco-friendly and sustainable alternative as the feedstocks used to make green fuel are sustainable and naturally replenished. Unlike oil, which is naturally occurring but requires an extremely long geological process to form, biofuel can be produced in a matter of days. A huge variety of feedstocks can be used to create biofuel ranging from vegetable oil and crop residue to algae and byproducts from beer breweries. They can be utilized in engines without engine modification. Between April to September 2021, CNG car sales saw a surge of 96%. Another alternative is CBG or compressed biogas, that is biogas produced naturally from waste like agriculture residue, cattle dung, sugarcane press mud, municipal solid waste, sewage treatment plant waste. So far, 9 CBG plants have been commissioned and started to supply across India. Autogas or LPG is a clean, high-octane, abundant and eco-friendly fuel. The use of LPG as an automotive fuel has become legal in India with effect from 24th April 2000. In the year 2003, a new eco-friendly fuel popularly called Gasovol was launched. This fuel combines petrol with 5% ethanol obtained from the sugarcane molasses available throughout the country. India has achieved the target of supplying 10% ethanol blended petrol extracted from sugarcane and other agriculture commodities, and aims to double it by 2025-26 to cut oil import dependence and address environmental issues.
Seven-month-old baby was killed after being attacked by 3 dogs in a residential society in Noida. It's led to this huge debate and a lot of talk about taking on strays, about pushing them out of these societies. On 6 p.m. Prime this evening, we're going to be talking about solutions as we get both sides to figure out what exactly needs to be done to regulate rather than ban.
Presented by धूल आए पर घर पे ना टिक पाए। Co-presented by PolicyBazaar.com. Co-powered by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car. In association with LIC, हर पल आपके साथ. LG OLED, the one and only. Smart Bazaar, India's new Bachat Bazaar.
Hindi Teriyadu. War reaches Tamil Nadu Assembly.
It is not good. இது வந்து ஜனநாயகத்துக்கு விரோதமான செயலில் ஈடுபட்டிய இந்த சபையிலே நிறைவேற்றி இருக்கிறார்கள்.
DMK passes resolution against the imposition.
தமிழ்நாடு பல்வேறு கிராண்ட் மாஸ்டர்களை நடத்தப்பட உள்ளது.
Protests, walkouts rock the assembly. Stalin's no to Hindi message.
Yeah, the resolution has been passed. All the leaders, even the opposition leaders, have supported the resolution. So this is the mindset of the Tamil Nadu people. We did an agitation like 3 days back. Of course, we do believe that Hindi is being imposed.
BJP hits out at false narrative. The Tamil Nadu Hindi showdown. The big focus on 6 p.m. Prime.
Good evening. Thank you for joining us here on 6 p.m. Prime. I'm Akshita Nandagopal, and this evening we're going to be talking about all the dramatic developments in the Tamil Nadu Assembly. A resolution was passed against the imposition of Hindi, a touchy topic in the state of Tamil Nadu, over which we've seen endless politicking. So what is this latest resolution all about? Is it mere posturing, mere grandstanding, or is the DMK going to take this movement against Hindi forward? We're going to be discussing that and much more. As always, a look at the headlines first. 7-month-old baby loses life after being mauled by a stray dog in one of Noida's high-rise societies. Massive protests break out within the society. Fresh religious face-off in Karnataka. Right-wing groups call for a ban on halal meat during Diwali. Fringe outfit stages protests against prominent food outlets like KFC, McDonald's and Pizza Hut. Chopper crashes just 2 kilometers away from Kedarnath in Uttarakhand. 7 people, including 1 pilot and 6 passengers, killed. Sources say bad weather led to crash. Terroristan exposed. Pakistani delegation at the Interpol meet confronted with questions on Dawood and Hafiz Syed. No answers, only silence on shielding terrorists.
आप इंटरपोल के असेंबली में आए हैं, दाऊद इब्राहिम को लेकर कुछ कहना चाहेंगे, कुछ बताना चाहेंगे? दाऊद इब्राहिम को लेकर आपका क्या रिएक्शन क्या है सर?
अपना कोई रिएक्शन सर आप देना चाहेंगे सर?
So the Prime Minister discussed the issue of terrorism.
Days after Kashmiri Pandit was brutally murdered, 2 migrant labourers killed in Shopia. Farooq Abdullah, however, continues to call for talks with Pakistan.
जब तक इंसाफ नहीं होगा कोई बंद नहीं, और इसको बंद करने के लिए जितनी भी शोर करते हैं कि कहते हैं कि जहाँ बहुत सब कहते थे पहले 370 से ये हो रहा, आज तो 370 नहीं है.
And former Indian cricketer Roger Binney elected unopposed as new BCCI chief at the annual general meet. He takes over the position from Sourav Ganguly. And this evening, let's begin with big breaking news that's coming in. The NCB has filed its inquiry report in the Aryan Khan case investigation. Now, what has the report said? They've found procedural lapses and vigilance-related issues on the part of 7 to 8 officers and staff. This report says clearly that there was selective treatment in the Aryan Khan case. Now, the NCB report has gone on to also recommend action against 7 to 8 people. This includes officers from the NCB. Remember, this comes after a clean sheet was given to Aryan Khan, and thereby there was, in fact, an investigation, a detailed probe into what led to Aryan Khan's name being dragged into this particular case. Divyesh Singh is joining us with more details on this. Divyesh, good evening. Take us through what exactly this NCB report has stated. Who are the 7 to 8 officers who've been named here, Divyesh?
Well, Akshita, this is the vigilance inquiry report. There was a vigilance inquiry which was launched by the Narcotics Control Bureau after several allegations had been leveled against NCB officials. There have been allegations that there were procedural lapses, people who were tainted, people who had past criminal record had been used as witnesses by the NCB, and several other allegations were leveled against NCB officers who were investigating the Aryan Khan case. After that, a NCB vigilance inquiry was launched. This inquiry was conducted and over 65 witness statements were recorded, which included statements of Aryan Khan and also Shah Rukh Khan's manager Pooja Dadlani. Pooja Dadlani's statement was also recorded. Other than that, the punch witnesses who were used by NCB officials, their statements were recorded, and senior NCB officials as well as the investigating officers of the NCB Mumbai zonal unit, their statements were recorded. After which the report was submitted to the Director General of NCB, and the NCB report, according to sources, procedural lapses were found while investigating the cases, and also vigilance issues were found on part of 7 to 8 officers and staff who were then posted at the Mumbai NCB. Now, this includes officers who were then on deputation at NCB, who are NCB full-time staff, and also those who are now not with the NCB. And
so clearly the NCB stating there in its report that there were procedural lapses, and 7 to 8 officers have now been identified. They've also recommended action against them in this particular case. Thanks, Divyesh, for getting us all those details. வணக்கம், நீங்கள் பார்க்கிறீர்கள் 6 PM Prime. நான் அக்ஷதா நந்தகோபால். இன்னைக்கு நம்ம விவாதிக்க போகிறது ஹிந்தி மொழியோட imposition. If you're a Tamilian, if you know Tamil, you would have completely understood what I just said. But if you're not a Tamilian, you obviously haven't understood anything at all. But imagine, despite that, this language is forced on you. Exams are in this language, medium of instruction is in this language. How can you cope? This is exactly why there's a showdown in Tamil Nadu over language, over the imposition of Hindi in a state where barely anybody speaks the language. This was the biggest talking point in Tamil Nadu today as the assembly passed a resolution against the imposition of Hindi.
Amidst protests, walkouts and endless drama, a resolution was passed in the Tamil Nadu Assembly against the imposition of Hindi. Triggered by the Amit Shah-led panel's report, which has propagated Hindi as a medium of instruction, the DMK, led by Chief Minister Stalin, tabled a resolution against imposition of Hindi on non-Hindi speaking states. The resolution was met by protests by the BJP as the party's MLAs staged a walkout from the assembly, reiterating there was no need for such a resolution because there was no question of actually imposing Hindi.
Prime Minister, அதாவது ஹிந்தி பேசாத மாநிலங்களில், அதாவது இந்த சி பிரிவு மாநிலங்களில் நிச்சயமாக ஹிந்தி இல்லாமல் தாய்மொழி கல்வியில் இருக்க வேண்டும் என்று புதிய கல்விக் கொள்கையிலே சொல்லியிருக்காங்க. இதுலேயும் அதே மாதிரி அவங்க ஒரு பரிந்துரை கொடுத்துருக்காங்க. அந்த பரிந்துரைப்படி என்னென்னா, அந்த எந்தெந்த மாநிலங்கள் ஹிந்தி பேசாத மாநிலங்கள் அந்தந்த மாநில மொழியிலே எல்லாம் படிக்கணும் அப்படிங்கிறது தான் அதனுடைய சாராம்சம். அது ஹிந்தி வரணுங்கிறது அதில் ஒன்றும் கட்டாயம் இல்லை. அதனால் இதை நாங்கள் எதிர்த்து வெளிநடப்பு செஞ்சோம்.
Chief Minister Stalin, while tabling the resolution, called out the BJP and the central government, saying any imposition attempt would be rejected by the state of Tamil Nadu. He also reiterated his demand to name Tamil as an official language.
ஏன் அரசமைப்பு சட்டத்தின் 8வது அட்டவணையில் உள்ள 22 மொழிகளையும் அழியாது காத்திட இந்தி பேசாத மாநில மக்களின் உரிமைகளை கேந்திரிய வித்யாலயா பள்ளி முதல் ஐஐடி வரை இந்தி மட்டும்தான் என்றால் மற்ற மொழி மக்களுக்கும் இந்த கல்வி நிறுவனங்களுக்கும் எந்த தொடர்பும் இல்லை என்று தடுக்க நினைக்கிறார்கள். ஆங்கிலத்தை முற்றிலுமாக தடுப்பதன் மூலமாக ஆங்கில அறிவையே முற்றிலுமாக தடுக்கிறார்கள்.
Yeah, the resolution has been passed. All the leaders, even the opposition leaders, have supported the resolution. So this is the mindset of the Tamil Nadu people.
So you're also believing that Hindi is being imposed here because BJP.
Of course, we did an agitation like 3 days back. Of course, we do believe that Hindi is being imposed here.
Right.
Interestingly, the AIA-DMK has also lashed out at the DMK. The party, torn between its Dravidian principles and its ties to the BJP, chose to label the Hindi imposition resolution as a distraction tactic.
இன்னொன்று இந்திய எதிர்ப்பு திணிப்பு இவங்களுக்கு வேற வழியே இல்ல. இன்னைக்கு மக்கள் கொதித்து போயிருக்கிறாங்க. இந்த ஆட்சி எப்போ போகும்னு பார்த்துட்டு இருக்காங்க. அதுக்கு சப்பக்கட்டு கட்ட தான் இந்திய எதிர்ப்பு எடுத்துக்கிறாங்க.
Amid the MBBS courses in Hindi move and the Parliamentary Committee's report on Hindi as a medium of instruction, the language debate has become a raging political debate in Tamil Nadu yet again.
With BJP walking out of the assembly and EPS faction of ADMK walking out for a different reason, the resolution against Hindi imposition was passed in Tamil Nadu Assembly unanimously. Chief Minister M.K. Stalin and his son Udinith Stalin believe that this is nothing but a form of Hindi imposition. Viz. Divyan, Pramod Madhav, Point Today.
All right, let's open this up. Joining me this evening here on 6 p.m. Prime is Mr. Saravanan of the DMK, also Vinod Selvam of the BJP. Malay Vanakkam to both of you. Saravanan, I'd like to begin with you. With all of the drama that's played out right now in Tamil Nadu over Hindi imposition, there's a question being asked about whether the DMK is over-dramatizing this whole imposition, that there's no imposition, it's being imagined for political gains.
Akshita, we have been saying this quite often. How Hindi is being imposed, at the risk of repetition, I would like to state how Hindi is imposed again and again. The kind of money that is spent for Hindi is not spent for any other language. 60 to 80 crores every year for Hindi teachers across the country. No money for any other language teachers, regional language teachers. 600 crores for promotion of Sanskrit. $800,000 for promotion of Hindi in the UN, as though there are no other regional language speaking people who are living abroad, are living out of the country. This is one aspect of imposition. The other aspect is the competitive examinations for the union government. They have English and Hindi. It means that if you know Hindi alone, you'll be able to write that competitive exam, get a job in the central government, union government. But if you know any other regional language, that is Telugu, Tamil, Kannada, Malayalam, Bengali alone, you will not be able to even appear for that competitive examination. This is Hindi imposition. This directly attacks the federal structure of our constitution. Yet another aspect would be the kind of schemes announced by the union government. The schemes are brought in using the funds given by people who speak every language. But is there any one scheme which has a neutral name? Every scheme of the union government, any pet project of the Prime Minister is only in Hindi. Why is this? The icing on the cake, the topping. Yes, the topping is this recent parliamentary panel report, and there is a selective leaking. Why the union government? Why there is a selective leaking? Why the entire report is not before us? So that we will be able to come to a conclusion.
Let's talk about that panel report. Vinod, you know, the DMK has raised valid concerns here, and it's not just about Tamil. This is being voiced in other states also about regional languages essentially not getting their due, that all of this is being trumped by Hindi.
Vanakkam Akshita, it was lovely to hear anchors speak Tamil on a national channel. And moving on to the debate, I really don't know whether to laugh or cry looking at what the DMK is trying to do in Tamil Nadu. You know, they're just so used to peddling lies after lies. And this Hindi imposition has always been a brahmastra of DMK from ages. So every time the government is in deep trouble, the administration is in deep trouble, when they realize that the people are rejecting them, just to stay in the limelight of things, DMK takes the case of Hindi imposition. Now let me question the DMK. Is there any specific way where the DMK can prove that Hindi is being imposed on the people of Tamil Nadu? Now, why are you rejecting the new education policy? The new education policy gives the students across the country to learn a language of their choice. What is your problem in the students learning a third language?
So let's take this one by one. Vinod, your first point saying, give us one specific example of Hindi being forced upon the people of Tamil Nadu.
Let me finish. Today, the Honorable Chief Minister mentioned in the Assembly that he is speaking based on the certain reports which he has read from the English vernaculars and articles in newspapers. Now, myself or a spokesperson of a DMK or even you as an anchor can rely on data which is being published in vernaculars and articles in papers. But it's a chief minister. As a chief minister, he should be more responsible. He should write to the central government. He should ascertain the facts of what the committee had discussed. He should first find out what the committee has discussed or what they want to do. And without knowing what is in the report, none of us know.
No, but Saravanan has said that, you know, this report hasn't been made public. Why is that? But I'll take your question forward.
Ask for it. That's the government's duty.
I'll give Saravanan a chance to respond. Vinod, just hold on. I'll give Saravanan a chance to respond, particularly on that question about one specific example, Saravanan, of Hindi being forced upon the people of Tamil Nadu.
See, Akshita, that is what I told you. Just three instances of how Hindi is imposed. There is no answer for my question. Why so much of money spent for Hindi? Can they dare enough explain that? Has he explained it? Can any BJP leader explain that? Why so much of money for that Hindi alone? Because that money is paid by every taxpayer speaking each and every one of those regional languages. No answers for that. And they say, oh, we are not imposing Hindi. I am speaking about a specific instance where we have flagged it. The union government's announcement of the Staff Selection Commission, CGL examinations, it is only in English and in Hindi. If I know only Tamil, I will not be able to write that exam. If this is not imposition, what is imposition? And let him not preach. Let him not preach us about responsibility. Our chief minister is more responsible than the prime minister. It is the union government which is finding itself. It's an abysmal failure. It is an utter failure.
Okay, Vinod, respond please. Why so much funds for Hindi and no other language?
10 years you were in an unholy marriage, you were in an unholy alliance with the Congress, which is still continuing. In 1960...
No, one at a time, one second.
Let me complete. Give me 10 seconds, Akshita. Let me complete. The union government is an utter failure. They don't know what governance is. They don't know how to manage the people. The Prime Minister comes and says, free culture, freebie culture is you should not follow freebie culture. No, I'm coming to it. I'm not digressing. Just a moment. Even the Gujarat BJP unit is not listening to the Prime Minister, and the BJP spokesperson is coming and giving lectures about responsibility, being responsible.
Okay. No, let's focus, please. Let's focus on the topic at hand. Let's focus on the topic at hand. Vinod, respond to the question about why funding so much of funds for Hindi, for promotion of Hindi, is it the same amount that's spent on regional languages?
Okay. So 10 years, the Congress was an unholy marriage with the DMK was an unholy marriage with the Congress. 10 years they were sharing power. Can you please give figures and facts on how much money was being spent on Hindi promotion when Mr. Chidambaram was the minister, and when Mr. Chidambaram came out and spoke, everyone should learn Hindi. You were still in alliance with Congress. You could not walk out because you wanted power. You only wanted power, and you were willing to sell Tamil at any cost just to stay in the central government, just to stay in the union government. You were okay with Mr. P. Chidambaram coming out and saying everyone should learn Hindi. Hindi is the language of the nation. And can you give data and facts about how much money was being spent on Hindi during those examinations?
Do you have the courage to answer my question? Is this the answer for my question?
Mr. Saravanan, this is my turn to speak.
Is this the answer for my question?
You did not say a word. Today, in the news of the bananas, there is a
what I'm asking you.
Did you people do that? Today, our Honorable Prime Minister speaks about Tiruppural in every country he visits. He has managed to translate the language, including Gujarati, and even the Thai language.
I'll give you that, Vinod. I'll give you that. Saravanan, the point that Vinod is pointing out here is that the Prime Minister has time and again, quoted the Tirukkural. He's spoken about his love for the Tamil language almost every time that he's touched down in Chennai. Is this just becoming unnecessarily a political talking point then?
See, Akshita, what's the use in the Prime Minister just talking? We want action. See, Classical Language Institute in the state of Tamil Nadu, we were forced to write to the Prime Minister to allocate funds for that. There were no secretary for that, no president for that. We were able to write.
Go
This
check
is
your
the
data.
kind of
Go check the data. How much money has been released by central government for the Classical Institute of Tamil?
The Prime Minister will shed crocodile tears. He'll speak, oh, Tamil is the biggest language. Tamil is the oldest language. So what does it mean? It doesn't mean Tamil is getting become very this thing. The Prime Minister is able to go to a world stage and speak about that our culture is so much old. That is the kind of pride Tamil offered. So,
I have a question.
One more. Let me finish this, Akshita. See, this is our demand. The Prime Minister is very, he's loving Tirukkural. He's doing this for Tirukkural. We are asking, please make it the national book. Why can't you do that? Sure. Then these questions will not arise at all.
Okay.
Can you do it? Will you be able to do it? No.
Agreed with you that, the Prime Minister has very publicly spoken of his fondness for Tamil, about how he wants to learn the language. But on the other hand, just days ago, you had a comment being made by the Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister, Shivraj Singh Chauhan. This is when, of course, you had the MBBS curriculum being put out in Hindi. When Shivraj Singh Chauhan said, we'll free education from English. Is that something that the BJP stands by? Is that even practical in a state like Tamil Nadu?
No.
All of this spreads fear.
So the Prime Minister and the Home Minister have specifically mentioned that they want to prioritize the mother tongue as the language of communication, as the language of teaching in schools and education institutions. But this, the DMK will never like, because for DMK, education is a business. Just like how they oppose NEET, they oppose Hindi because it's a business for them. All the leaders, the MLAs, the ministers, the district secretaries of DMK, all of them run schools and all of them run CBSE schools. If they really are concerned, if they really care and think English should not come into Tamil Nadu, are they willing to shut their schools tomorrow and start matriculation schools or teach Samachir Kalvi which they have as a syllabus? No, they won't. All the students, all the children, all the children.
Okay, I'm running out of time. I'm running out of time, so I'll take one more question. One more question, Saravanan, to you, which is that the DMK speaks, the Dravida Munnetra Kazhagam says time and again that you're not okay with Hindi imposition. But the Congress has said this. What Vinod is referring to, Mr. Chief P. Chidambaram's comment. What does the DMK stand on that? Why haven't you reprimanded the Congress?
Whoever it is, if they impose Hindi, we will oppose it. The statement, they are trying to promote regional language at the expense of English. Their idea is to bring in Hindi as the English link language. We will not allow Hindi to become the link language. That is what Mr. Amit Shah had said, that Indians should be able to communicate with each other in Hindi. We will not do that. We will want English. English should be English is the insurance policy against federal.
You are still in alliance with the Congress. You don't have the guts to walk out of the alliance.
English is the bulwark against the imposition. They are trying to play. They are trying to play semantics, which will not work here.
Okay, one second. I've completely run out of time. So we'll see how this plays out. The DMK, you can clearly see there, Mr. Saravanan is saying that there is an attempt to impose Hindi, which they will block in the state of Tamil Nadu. But the BJP is saying that all of this is for nothing. There's no question of any sort of imposition. This is being raked up to distract from the real issues in Tamil Nadu. This is a topic that's, of course, a big talking point in Tamil Nadu, and we will continue to track it. Vinod and Saravanan, thank you very much for taking the time out and joining us this evening on 6 p.m. Prime. It's time for me to slip into a very short break. Coming up on the other side, we're going to be focusing on the tragic story that came in from Noida. A 7-month-old baby losing his life after being mauled by a stray dog. This happened in a high-rise society, triggered endless protests. We're going to be talking about what's the solution to this kind of an incident.
News is about putting people first. Just look at the queues right across. About asking the right questions to those in power. Is money power being used to bring down elected governments? Who will be held accountable for ministerial corruption? It takes no sides.
माँ का दर्द एक दर्द कोई नहीं समझ सकता उस दर्द को.
It reveals it heals. Angry people came out on the streets.
Is this the kind of justice system we want in this country?
News is all heart and no hatred.
बिल्किस बानो आज क्या कहना चाहेंगी आप?
हमारे साथ जो हुआ है किसी के साथ भी नहीं होना चाहिए.
Experience the news. With me, Rajdeep Sardesai, only on India Today.
Climate change threatens our planet and our future. In 2021, the global temperature grew by 0.13 degrees Celsius. Amid the rising global warming concerns, green hydrogen seems like a formidable solution. But what is green hydrogen and how can it reduce carbon footprint? Presented as a solution to help curb global warming, green hydrogen could play a key role in reducing the major carbon footprint of some sectors such as heavy industry and transport. Hydrogen is the most abundant chemical element in the universe, but it does not exist in pure state. It must be extracted. It is already produced, but almost all of it comes from a chemical process using natural gas, and this generates a lot of carbon dioxide. Green hydrogen, by contrast, can be produced by electricity, generated by renewable energies such as wind power. Another low-carbon hydrogen would be based on electricity from nuclear power plants. In both cases, it is produced by electrolysis, which uses an electrical current to separate the hydrogen from oxygen in water. The hydrogen obtained from this process as a gas is 11 times lighter than air and must be stored. There are several techniques: high-pressure storage in gaseous form, storage at a very low temperature in liquid form, and storage in solid form with other materials. This storage capacity would make it possible to keep surplus production from renewable energies. Converted back into electricity by a fuel cell, hydrogen would also help to replace fossil fuels in long-distance transport such as trucks, trains, or even planes. And eventually, it can replace coal in industries such as steel that require a lot of heat. 1 kg of hydrogen releases about 3 times more energy than 1 kg of gas. But to widen its use, the cost of producing green hydrogen will have to drop. Currently, it costs 2 to 3 times more than grey hydrogen. Its widespread use will also depend on the development of low-carbon electricity production and the fuel cell.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Now, a story that everyone's been talking about today, a 7-month-old baby of a labourer in a high-rise in Noida killed after a stray dog attacked it. This happened on Monday evening. It led to also scenes of protests, of chaos at this society as residents were up in arms. Noida authority immediately cracked the whip. They picked up all the stray dogs within the society. We've been seeing a number of these incidents being reported across the country, and it's led to a larger debate about what needs to be done. Is it a lack of regulation? Are authorities not doing enough? We're going to be talking about that, but first details of exactly what played out in Noida today. Dog attack horror in a posh Noida society adjoining Delhi. 7-month-old baby mauled by a stray dog. The dog attack was so ferocious that the intestines of the infant came out. The child was rushed to the hospital and admitted to the ICU, but failed to make it due to grave injuries. After a series of near-fatal attacks by dogs, the deadly dog mauling of an infant at Noida's Lotus Boulevard Society sent shockwaves across the country.
For now, assurances have been given to the residents that the stray dogs have been taken out
and will be neutered but not brought back. But there still seems no end to the nightmares of the residents of Lotus Boulevard, as time and again they are asking for assurances from the police as well as the Noida authority that no more dogs or stray dogs will be allowed inside.
This horrific incident happened when parents of the infant were engaged in construction work. Angry residents staged protests against stray dog menace, seeking safety for their children, targeting dog lovers who bring and feed strays in the basement of the high-rise.
It's highly insensitive that a person is talking like this and they are bringing the dogs inside.
कोई कुत्ता काट रहा है ना तो हमें उसकी हेल्प नहीं करनी, हमें पहले उसकी वीडियो बनानी है क्योंकि उन्हें प्रूफ चाहिए, तो बचाना नहीं है उस बच्चे को, वीडियो बनानी है।
After massive outrage, the Noida civic body sent officials to round up the stray dogs. Many animal welfare activists call for sterilization of the dogs to curb this growing menace.
This is definitely a tragic, sad incident. What needs to be done, what's the need of the hour is sterilization. By effective sterilization, this is the only scientific method which makes sure that the population is stable. We request that the community, the society people work with the municipality in a way that all the dogs in the area are sterilized.
In September, an 11-year-old boy's face was gouged by a pet pit bull who attacked him in Ghaziabad, leaving him with as many as 150 stitches. With Milind Sharma in Noida, Bureau Report, India Today. Joining us this evening is Rakhi Sharma. She's a resident at Lotus Boulevard in Noida. That's the society in which you're seeing right now all of these protests, demands to ban stray dogs within the society. Rakhi, good evening. Thank you for joining us here on India Today. I understand right now that emotions are running high in the society you live in, understandably across the country as well. What is it that your residents are demanding, and what is the situation currently in the society? Because there are some who are saying that residents want a ban on stray dogs. Is that true?
Oh, we're scared. I mean, we are living under a constant scare that what if I have twins? I have two 8-year-old kids, and there are times wherein these dogs have charged on my kids as well. But the thing is, there are dog lovers, and I have nothing against dog lovers, but I love my kids too. I mean, I want them to be safe while roaming in the society. So this is a constant state of fear which we are living under. I want these stray dogs to be out of my society as soon as possible, because we have to see what is at stake over there. It's our kids who can't protect themselves. They need someone. They'll be cycling. They'll be going to swings. See, we as a parent, we are relaxed because we are staying in a society. I'm a working mother. I can't be with my kids all the time. And these are some assurances I'm looking for.